Stage to pick up their chicken.
PGC champions Gen G. PCS6 Asia champions are going to be Petrocoro. PGIS champions are the Sonics.
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
If you ain't seen me win, well, I got some news for you. You'll have to get used to it. Cause I do not lose, this what I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down, yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer, I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy, I'm the greatest celebrity. Bring it on,
Looks like you need my help.
Go down!
Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there!
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning! Thunder! Lightning!
Oh, is it time to go? Ah, the power of the land!
My heart is burning up.
Go to hell!
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn.
Take that!
For a time, the world believed the ultimate survivor was born in Battle Royale. But that time has come to an end. Today, a new era begins. Here, there are no lucky ones. Here, one must engage in relentless, calculated combat. Those afraid to fight
Team 1 eliminated.
are as good as dead. The rules are simple. You'll choose your weapons before you land. The attack starts from the moment you drop. As long as you complete the objective, dying is just a momentary setback. Those objectives include securing valuable data, locating and unlocking supply crates, seizing control of data stations, retrieving data receivers, or taking out the enemy and stealing theirs. Squads that come up short won't be coming back. Meet the true test of survival on a brand new battleground. Welcome to Bounty Royale.
Looks like you need my help.
Go to hell!
Let's go.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away.
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Back off.
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn.
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Jump kill on the bicycle.
Oh, boy!
Don't screw up the landing.
Driver wreck!
C-swap. Woo! Uh-oh. Deploy parachute. Thank you, PUBG!
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it.
What I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy.
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Back off!
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power.
My turn!
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there!
Come at me. Ha! All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away! Back off!
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning! Thunder, lightning!
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell! I'll show you overwhelming power.
My turn! Take that!
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
North American PUBG, it is going to be Luminosity and Luminosity and Sonics that are going to be bumping into each other right over here. And Rello's got himself a good angle and nails that shot. Nade's going to come in on the other side, but that's going to be H1 that follows it up. LG now just down to Snakers and Flood. Really, it looks like Sonic's got the defensive line into this. Now starting to spread out, finding different angles. Molotov's now coming down, got the spray into it, and LG looks like they are just getting demolished by Sonic from every single angle. Here comes Glory, right back behind him. T-Sot trying to listen to the footsteps right now. Knows where it's at, goes for the headshot. What a right as he crosses. Well done. Trained to go, though. Gotta spot him out at range. It's going to be TTG that ends up winning against Tech. It's going to be Mime that gets its knock into this one to start off, but Flood gets one as well. That's 2 members now down for Sonics, trying to cling on to it, but the damage has been done back into LG's positioning. It is just going to be Snakers and Rello up. Here comes the Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, looking for a showdown with LG, but that nade was huge! Massive knock coming out. Cowboy trying to make the push in, does get the knock. Trying to eye it out, dancing around the tree, knows exactly where the last member is. Can he get the damage? No, he cannot. Snakers is still up, looking into this as Greg Shot knows exactly where he's at. Let's be real, this is going to be a hard fight to win as Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. Well, there is a vehicle moving at range, and Stevenson's going to hop into that. It might be enough of a distraction. Looks like H1's thought he has the moment. Goes for the spray, does connect. Boonage is going to go down. Gats immediately follows it. And Elevate, who's been comfy cozy over here for quite a while now, having to deal with Sonics, who are on an absolute massacre. They've decided that this map is theirs, and there is nothing to be had. Finally, Shinboy gets a knock into him, but the double up still going to be coming from H1 and Tig. They've got themselves a line, and they don't even want to give the kill back over. They're like, nah, we're going to get mine back up, and then we're going to see what we can do. Defensive line still coming up from Tickleton. They managed to get it, and Sonics manages to do a massive game and try to catch up to LG. Fight's now resuming on the opposite front as well, right back behind Sonics, so they know that they need to come in quickly. Nice shots coming out from BattleX.
Rats as well, so this circle is just pushing all these teams into fights that they're not necessarily wanting to take right now, as we see shots coming out from Kickstart, and they're going to melt the rest of Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown.
Oh my god, Elevate. They're getting picked apart from multiple angles. Sonic's taking some shots into this one. Friendly fire just coming alive. Page finding a beautiful angle. So this is just going to be about how it's going to push in. STK wants the high ground, but Ponage take him down. Now it's going to be about the duo, how they're making an approach. Roth reads it. He gets the knock on a Purdy Curry. It is a 1v1, and it's going to be friendly fire that just steals it away from shoot to kill.
Fortunate vehicle hit. Knock, I'm not sure what happened there for one of the members of Friendly Fire, but that also did contribute to it. Wind going to go down. Beautiful spray coming out from Snakers. Possibly one of the best 4x sprayers I've ever seen, honestly. Snakers has insane recoil control.
Here comes the push coming up from Sonics now, realizing who their neighbors are. Going to try to go for it. Snakers manages to hold the line up. Last one up for his squad, but he is going to go down. Luminosity not finding their legs today as Sonics are trying to close that gap.
That was truly ridiculous. That was an airdrop onto a... Oh, no, Flood! Oh, that's okay. He'll be all right. The thing that sucks about that, though, is the fact that he's not going to be on the second lead if he's knocked again.
This team's up coming in. Plenty of loot. Crates galore all over the place. Nice. So many nades going up into that upper area. Now down to just Kickstart, but more nades going to continue to go as Kickstart's doing a great job on trying to hold this one for as long as possible. Last member up. Can he get some more out of it? No, he's going to go down, and Rats are going to be able to get their reses, and they're going to be in a comfy position.
To find that last member of Taego who's been there for so long. He finds all three.
Tem flash pra cima dele, lá vem panelada!
有信息在这个位置啊，刚那个集装箱的位置，他为什么没顶这个点呢？他选择直接来这里。
这波是肯定要没了，因为这个半坡之前波们在整个二段这一侧也不吃任何压力。
是。
Bike, I'm not sure if that's going to help Ola, but they have 3 phase players currently going without vehicles and weapons. And there you go, one fight, but no, the run over. The run over instantly after. And he gets the gun, picks so effects. Does he?
ที่ไฟที่สวยสุดนะผมว่าระเบิดลูกนี้หยอดย้อยๆแต่ไม่ถึงครับ
ถึงนี่ไงไปต่อน็อก
แต่ว่าไม่แกะสลักเลยถึง
โอ้แล้วหลุมนี้เรียบ
ยากแล้ว
ลุงยังไม่ได้แกะนี่ไปแกะก่อนนะ ให้เตะไปโดนมุกหมดเลยเหรอหมดอีกลูกหนึ่งย้อยๆมาหมด
But no, I went to the full 2. Wait. Oh, I thought they hadn't added mortars to competitive yet. Well, none of the pros want it, and well, yeah, they're. Oh my God! I mean, not bad as when you're in that dip. Once he's like, guys, give me a nade. I got the angle down. Give me a nade. I know how to find them. Everyone is running over, or maybe they just want to do it themselves. He's like, yes. So my turn. Ein Unterhandgranat, and then that's all. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just trying to make an impression. Oh kill the guy gets. Welcome to Modders. They must, right? But like they're peeking to the other ridge, which is a little scary. He does get up the Nixie actually with a double nade on towards them.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for the big show. It's PGS2 Americas final. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed here at the desk for our first segment, and then Matchroom will be joining us later to cast some of the action and join me in between games to break things down as well. Godspeed, this is it. We've watched 2 weeks of teams earning, actually 4 weeks if you go all the way back, of teams earning their way here. And this is that last moment, only 3 spots up for grabs.
That's right. It's finally time. We've culminated into this final qualifier between North America, Latin America. We have Taego. We have all the new additions. And it's time to see who we're going to be sending from our region to Riyadh.
I am very excited about that. And not just because it feels more intense. At PAS, I think I can pretty safely say, with the exception of maybe 0-0 Nation, we were confident there was going to be most of that lion's share was going to North American teams. I'm not as confident this time around. Our Latin American teams seem to have mixed up their rosters, kind of the way Americas did as well. So there's a lot of unknowns, Godspeed.
Yeah, and to be quite honest, we have some pretty strong rosters, specifically if we look at 0-0 Nation, as well as 22. I mean, we still have synergy. So yeah, I think with all the changes, especially going into this qualifier, I think things may just shake up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an incredible shakeup. For those of you guys who may be joining us for the first time, if you missed the qualifiers, we got Taego in the mix now. We got new items, the blue zone grenades, the smoke launchers, the AUG, who seems to show up in every single game, the P90. So new items, new styles of play. The emergency pickup is out there as well. And really, honestly, new rosters, remakes of classic rosters, as well as teams that sort of have just reinvented themselves. We'll get into breaking those teams down for you. First, though, this is the schedule. We are on 7-7. If you're not good at dates like I am, it's the start of the last purple sequence. We have 3 days, 6 games apiece, and it's all about the action, Godspeed.
Yeah, it is indeed all about the action. And man, when it also comes down to it, when we talk about things like PGC points, which we'll get into pretty soon here, Sonics is competing here, right? And Sonics does get that bid to go straight up to the event, but they're still fighting for those PGC points because no one is guaranteed for PGC.
That's a big one. Global partner teams are a thing, but you still got to earn your way to the big show. So a lot of teams had trouble getting here. They had to earn their way to this big show. This is that format. Before this, it was open qualifiers to get to the regional playoffs. The regional playoffs were, 12 games of absolute chaos to get the top 8 teams from both regions here for this 3-day match. The global partner team will go to PGS2 no matter what, but they earn PGC points if they perform well here this weekend. So they need to get their hands on those. And the top 3 teams that are not the Sonics will advance regardless of which region they are in. Now, There's no prize pool for this stage. There's a massive one for Riyadh Godspeed. What we're playing for specifically is what?
We're playing for, again, those PGC points that I just mentioned. Obviously, LG coming in at first place. When we look at this, Sonic's in second. And so, again, even though our partner teams do make it to these, these international events, they are not guaranteed that qualification for PGC, which is, as we know, Steve, the biggest event of the year.
It's the biggest. It's how you set your year up. Everybody needs to be there. And last year, America's teams missed it. I believe the count was 15 PGC points. I'd have to go back and double check my math, but I know it was no more than 35, which means every position counts at this stage of the game. The players earn this from this match. If you finish first place at the end of the weekend, you get 200 PGC qualification points. That's almost a set deal that as long as you play average the rest of the year, you're going to have a shot at PGC. But still, if you get 5th, 6th, 7th, that 50, that 65, when you talk about a 15-point cutoff, could be the difference.
Yeah, and again, as you said, last year we had one of the teams, I can't remember the situation either that you're talking about, one of the teams didn't qualify by like 5, 10, or 15 points. So every single one of these placements matter, and then especially when we look at the strength of this lobby, Steve.
Absolutely. These are the teams that will be taking the field today. The top 8 teams qualified directly from the North America finals 2 weeks ago. The teams on the bottom came from Latin America last weekend. They are fresher, you might argue, a little more warmed up. The North American teams have to get back in the rhythm, though I have been assured by multiple teams that they have been training. All right, let's talk about some teams, Godspeed. The games are going to get underway very soon, so let's get into what do we need to focus on for the action. We're starting in Miramar. Taego's our third one, then Erangel after that. What team are you watching? Let's look at Latin America specifically, because I think our viewers know. You know the teams coming out of North America right now. Let's talk about LATAM. Who you watching?
I think it's really hard to talk about any Latin American team without mentioning first 00 Nation, right? You have the team of Sparking, who has had international success. He's had success here in North America as well, playing at mixed rosters. He's been an incredible leader for his region. And then you pair him up with Gizera, right? That breakout South American player from last year towards the end of PAS 7. And that just absolutely disgusting performance that he had. And so you pair those two up with a player like VHC and then LFP with just so much experience as well as just time playing both in Latin America and North America. I think that roster is specifically going to be so strong in this last qualifier.
Does last weekend worry you at all when you watch 00 Nation? That first day versus the second day, I'm still a little bit skeptical.
I mean, we've seen that with our own North American teams, though, like the kind of wishy-washy inconsistencies. I think 00 Nation may struggle a little bit in the beginning here, possibly just because of, the mixed drops. And then Taego is just a whole nother beast to talk about, right, when we talk about mixing these lobbies. But I think as long as they can just at least get their feet under them sooner rather than later, I'd say by game 2 or 3, I think 00 Nation has a great chance of qualifying.
I agree. I think that's a key. Can they get their feet under them early? In their last rounds, they only got 16 kills on day 1. Day 2, they put up 62. That's 16.7 points per game, people. That means that if they come out here on game number 1 or 2 and slap off a huge day, I'm terrified if I'm the rest of the lobby, Godspeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, speaking of the rest of the lobby, I want to talk about another team as well, which is 22, right?
Okay.
22, we know what this team is. It's Necro, Kill Demo, and then Posa and Rusty Zero. This is a team as well that we know has so much potential, especially in the past with last year and what we had going on with our North American and Latin American mixed events. They qualified, they did well. I would like to see more consistency. This is obviously a very fight-heavy roster. I don't think there's a secret. I mean, Latin America is known to be more scrappy, but specifically, I would love to see some consistency out of these guys in placements aside from just kill points.
I'm into that. For those of you at home who are maybe getting to know him, 22, yes, it is a return for this organization of PUBG Esports, not the original roster. This is Trogloditas, now signed by 22. I look forward to that style of play to continue. Barbaric, willing to get into a few mix-ups. That'll be, I think, a lot of fun. Any other teams that you've been kind of keeping an eye on, or you have any insights for us?
Not necessarily. I would say Fiumba kind of barely squeaking by in the qualifier, getting 8th place. I do know that team also is capable of a lot of things, especially when it comes to their team fight capabilities. But I'm honestly just really interested to see how these guys all kind of interact in Taego. That's going to be the big litmus test for me.
I love you brought up Fiumba. I actually had a chance to talk with one of the Latin American casters in Equano, and I'm doing my best to pronounce that correctly. My friend earlier today, when we chat, I don't say his name a lot because it's a tough one for me, but he knows what he's talking about, and he pointed this out, which I thought was interesting. The return of Silzen and
Yes.
Capitan together recreates the PGC 2021 roster of KPI that finished 12th at the international stage. So while they got off to a weird start, I think in the last stages, they were still pretty consistent. I think their numbers when we looked at them was 33 on day 1, 33 on day 2. They know how to put up points per day. And if they're getting comfortable with each other because those two just joined the roster, man, that could be crazy.
Yeah, that could be a really good roster. Obviously, we know what they've been capable of in the past, but we also have to remember Sonics are still here, right? We still have LG, all our North American teams that did so well. And yes, Sonics technically don't need to be here. They've already, they're already going to Riyadh. But again, those PGC points are what's so important. So they still very much are playing for everything, right? So I think this is going to be a very competitive lobby.
It's going to be a competitive lobby. It looks like the players are about to get in the plane. It's time for us to kick off PGS2 America Finals right now. 30 seconds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, America's fans, and we're getting everything kicked off over here on Miramar. My name is Matcham. I was the one that was missing at the earlier sections of this, so we're going to be coming back in. I've got myself Godspeed, and we're going to be going and seeing a Miramar game to kick everything off.
A Miramar game indeed, Matt. I mean, as you know, the best map. It's not even a question. Wait a second, what's happening here?
Ooh, early game drop coming in right off the get-go. It's going to be Dragon at Tiger Barrel Showdown, taking some long-range shots. We're taking a week off, man. I gotta give me a second to get it back under control, right? That's such a name.
Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown? There it is.
Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown.
Looks like, I mean, looking at these drops as well, so we didn't necessarily have anything crazy going on early, it seems, as far as like any hot drops. I potentially didn't think we were gonna have anything like that go on, but it's nice to see everything just kind of mellow, at least for the start of this, Matt.
Oh, yeah. I love the information that you guys were bringing in regarding 22 and 0-0 to start with. let's not forget as well, you guys were talking about the potential wishy-washiness of what could happen with 0-0. Remember, this is the roster that competed at Nations Cup last year. They regrouped, got back together, and now are in 0-0. And if you remember, they had a phenomenal start at Nations Cup, but then kind of ran out of some steam on the second day. So it's interesting to see that this team now kind of having the inverse problem. If they can balance it out, they're going to be scary to watch.
Yeah, and again, especially when we talk about that roster right, of 0-0 Nation, right? Sparking, Matt. how much have we talked about Sparking over the course of his career? Just in a very short career as well. And then Guy Zera, again, another player with just so much talent and potential, very young, burst into our scene really with an absolutely incredible performance towards the end of the last year. And now, you know, we're just kind of seeing what he's going to be able to do settled in with his region, with an excellent leader like Sparking, and then with just some great players as well to support and supplement that roster, right? Again, VHC, LFP1, just this is a very, very talented and potentially just, I don't even want to say upset, or a roster that could absolutely qualify for this thing.
Oh, yeah. And so as we're going to be moving forward, looks like we do have everything set. We've got ourselves with Friendly Fire making a bit of a tour around Puerto Paraiso. So this is going to be kind of far from the circle because the circle is pretty focused around Pozo, just the center of it, just a bit south. Most teams already in that based off the plane path being pretty centered on that. It was just our early droppers that kind of lean more Los Leones that have some rotation, but outside that, I mean, this is an area that we're starting to see more and more of inside of our Americas matches.
The Pozo area is, I mean, yeah, you talked about it the last qualifier, right? When we're just doing North America, this is like the classic quote unquote MPL circle, right? We've seen this quite often. West Coast is pretty familiar as well. All these teams know exactly where they want to play generally in this circle. But the interesting thing is that we actually don't have anyone in Pozo at all yet, Matt.
Oh, Future reads exactly where Tilt Town is. Clemson's going to go down, get flushed out. That's going to be our first blood of the day. So Future apparently seeing a bit into the future and picking themselves up an early point.
Yeah, and then Future, I mean, this is a really cool little roster as well. Shap 2K, Slabby, Glock, and Magno. So, I mean, this is just... they did really well, I will say, in the qualifiers at the very least. I felt like they played pretty solid, getting themselves 7th place. Average points per games were, you know, not bad at all. And I think that these guys have what it takes. I mean, just like a Tilt Town, right? A team that we saw in the last qualifiers just kind of surprises, play really well and consistent. I think Future could be that for Latin America.
Yeah, they tend to lean
6
way
points
more
per game as well. Yeah, not bad at all.
And if anything, they've managed to find successes inside of it. Rat's going to go ahead and open up. Going to go ahead and get it down onto another member of Tilt Town. And this is starting to look scary if you're a Tilt Town fan.
Yeah, but again, this is the good caveat here.
Yeah.
More of an opportunity at the very least to have a couple more bad games, whereas 12 obviously leaves pretty much no room to have those errors, whereas I think at the very least, a lot of people will be a little more comfortable with, hey, you know what, we had a bad game, let's just regroup, instead of like, all right, we had a bad game, we really don't have much left.
This is going to be about mental reset, to say the least. Tilt Town's going to have Savage, and Joshy's still alive, and they've managed to maneuver themselves in. So, in the Pozo area, like just right up into the center, well, I wouldn't say the center of the city, the edge of the city where we often see the circle kind of want to lean into. Meanwhile, we've got Decimate that's going to be rotating pretty close to Rats. Remember, we heard them taking shots at Tilt Town just a moment ago. So it's going to be a lot of that kind of checking out, seeing what's happening in this early game is, I guess, a little bit of leapfrog from location to location, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how you should be rotating anyways, though, right? Going for that leapfrog, making sure that you're not oversending. That's kind of been an issue that I feel like some of the Latin American, and to be fair, actually, some of the North American teams have had as well. Not necessarily the Tier 1 teams, but some of the teams that are making it to these qualifiers will go for those kind of risky sends and just put themselves in a really bad position.
Tilt Town still having... I think that 90% of the bullets that have been shot in this game so far have been at Tilt Town.
It does seem like quite a few of the teams here in the lobby have kind of singled out Tilt Town, but that's just, again, because of their drop. Running into the team earlier, Future has kind of put them on the back foot, and now they're just looking for somewhere to stay, Matt.
And there's a part of that too, right? Everybody here knows what they're playing for, and while Yes, you do have 18 games. Getting some early points and starting to like build up some comfort in these early rounds, get some momentum going. That always feels good. And you know, as you're hearing all of these little firefights, if you're Rats, of course you're trying to pick off all of these things in rotation. You know where Tiltown is. You saw in the kill feed. Now you're just trying to capitalize and see how much you can get out of the situation.
Yeah, and
most of our
actually
teams
really
have rotated in, but
yeah, and I was gonna say actually, oh, look, here goes Fire, just gonna be kind of coming on in. But I do actually like where Rats has positioned themselves. Right, they put themselves on the east side of Pozo. They do have that brick building as well as the warehouses behind them, so they have a little bit of a reprieve if they do get crashed. A little bit of distance to cover for those teams to try to get across if they're crashing in the backside of those warehouses. So honestly, great spot for Rats. Obviously, in the circle, it's very good as well. So let's see what they can do with that.
Zosvire go ahead and make a push over from Impala using the pickup or the emergency pickup, I should say. Gotta be careful because we have pickups and emergency pickups. They seem to have found themselves a home and they are just nosediving into it. A couple of shots are going to be coming out. I think that we saw Dragon Tiger Barrel that had some vision into this, but this is a very safe drop. Yeah, this is good.
What a snipe too. They're going to be center of the map. These two-story buildings are so good in this circle. Specifically, if it does center around them, they will have plenty of other teams around to gatekeep any pushes that may come. As we look at Tiggleton here, and another very nice position as well for the Sonics. But yeah, that was actually a beautiful drop coming in from the boys.
You have Synergy that's going to be rotating on the opposite side. Looks like they're trying to get some vision onto this one. Synergy is playing this one careful. That's no surprise. They are coming into the very south of this, just the opposite side of where we saw Chunasera at. You can see that they're over here next to Drill. And with a couple of shots that they're now taking out, it feels like they might think it's safe to come up into this one. And Tiggleton is just waiting. Danny delivers that one in. Going to pick up a couple of shots, but I think that that's going to deter any further movement. On the opposite side of this, the shots that Synergy were taking are at Shoot to Kill, who are on the opposite side of the ravine. You know how there's the ravine for the road there. So they're not going to mobilize too quickly, but this is a good read coming up from H1, moving to the opposite side and really just kind of forcing Synergy back up against the zone.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Sonics wants to do here in this position. Obviously, they're a little bit further south, but they're going to hold that when circle closes. Even if it pushes them out, they're then going to have all that southern edge to work with. Cleaning up now is just going to give them a little bit of that advantage later when the circle does close. But Kickstart and Luminosity now, and a nice little split here. It's a 2-2 on the east side, and they also have just so many rotational options. As we see, Matt, not surprising, a lot of our tier 1 teams or very strong teams are actually just playing on the outside of this and then just holding their edge, waiting for the circle shift.
We got a couple of different options on we can go. The Chaos would be Trailer Park, and it looks like it is going to at least lean that way. But Pozo centered up. Are we getting an urban ending to start this one?
Wow, we have not gotten to Pozo proper. I've just actually been in Pozo in a while, I feel like, Matt. So this is going to be, again, that position from Rats, beautiful, but this is going to be an interesting circle, especially if it does decide to actually center up on the city of Pozo itself.
Our weatherman report coming into you right now is be careful if you're at Miramar. The areas to the south are going to be very, very chaotic as we are expecting bullet rain to be falling quite frequently, as well as, I guess, hail the size of cars, as it looks like we have about 10 vehicles that are all trying to rotate along a similar pathing. It kind of feels like it's a mad rush over into this west side to see if they can sneak into Pozo. As some shots are going to come out, you're going to see it's going to be friendly fire that does spot out Yellow Jackets Andrew. Picks them off. Yellow Jackets are going to have the inside track to try to make it to Pozo first. Most of our teams just trying to collapse in. Remember, there is that phenomenal compound and hillside that is going to be to the southeast of Pozo. A couple of teams are already jockeying for that, as well as a lot of our other, like, I guess, stronger teams are playing this much slower and seeing if they can fight along the edge.
Absolutely, and when I look at a team like Friendly Fire as well, I mean, they actually have a great position here to pretty much dictate a lot of rotations coming off the west, or just hold that west compound there going into Pozo. So again, great position from Friendly Fire. Rats still holding this position down. They do need to be a little more wary with teams being reckless if they're coming in on the next shift, but right now they're going to be golden, Matt.
I do want to point out the team that did get control over that super strong compound in southeast, is going to be Future. But Future did have Rats kind of intersect, so they haven't fully regrouped into that position. Elevate is making a more of a dash position to the center, trying to get on the outskirts of this. Spire yet again, finding good position. We haven't had a chance to talk about them, but these are some like very known commodities in the Americas, just history, if you look at it. I mean, we got Ali, we've got Zera. I mean, it's just such a ridiculously strong team that's a bit more on the quiet side so far. But so far today, they've been way loud.
No, but I mean, just look at the drop that they had, right? Coming into those 2-2 stories, the doubles there, that was an incredible drop. They obviously got there with 4 members, all 4 members alive. If you're watching, just, man, Elevate getting shredded. But yeah, Zvire so far, just, again, looking at the roster, not surprising, off to a great start.
Just behind this, we also do have a bit more action that could be brewing as Synergy, Shoot to Kill, all trying to regroup. Elevate has managed to send their way all the way into the thick of it. Looks like they found themselves the comfort stopover, right? This is the send it location if you're going to send it in. Vehicle's going to be stacked up, as you can see they are tattered coming into this one. To the north of Pozo, we're going to have 22 that's going to take a defensive on the outskirts of this one. Yellow Jackets just going to be to the west of them. Friendly Fire did bisect and right back behind them, found themselves that position. Here's that brewing Shoot to Kill Synergy storyline we were talking about just a moment ago.
Yeah, and Shoot to Kill actually with a better position, though. They can choose to disengage at any point. Kraken's got to be a little careful just if he engages too soon, but I don't think Shoot to Kill would necessarily commit onto this unless they get a knock, but they're getting pretty close to one. And they just have so much control spread out on this hillside. It's really hard for Synergy to really do anything, especially with how split they are.
Yeah, they've got Pippa that's all the way down in Monte Nuevo, and they did lose one early to Sonics based off of that trap a moment ago. So Shoot to Kill are trying to read this one and figure out the best of the approaches, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and try to bully this out. This is a team that we used to talk about had such strong breaching capabilities, and they are just storming this. They're like, no, we have advantage and we want it. Circle is going to pop in favor of this as well, but look at Pozo.
Look at the shift. It went as hard south as absolutely possible, and all of a sudden this position that we find SDK and Synergy fighting in is so vital. It's actually so strong. They would have complete control of the southwest and west side if they could just finish this fight, whether that's SDK or Synergy.
There is such a commitment into Pozo right now. That's just going to be a bloodbath. Full-on Mad Max style action. I guess more Waterworld might be a more fitting situation as we see into this one.
Rotation in the desert. How is that Waterworld, Matt?
Remember, that's how they fight in Waterworld. They're always inside the cities because they can't fight on the ground. There's not going to be a cars going on. Everybody's going to be pushing buttons.
I don't know, Matt. I think that was a stretch. I usually think you're pretty on point, but I don't know about that reference. I might call you out on that one.
It was a boomer reference anyway. We'll go ahead and let it go.
I mean,
Jackets, though, coming in, going for the spray, but Tonga's going to go ahead and pick up one and retreat, but he's got to be careful. Vengeance now coming back out from Pozo, but managed to survive.
And again, everyone just using that AUG. I mean, you, myself, and Tavi's kind of had a brief discussion about the AUG. I still do think the barrel is very strong, but the AUG has just been used by so many players. I mean, I've been using it in pubs, just enjoying it. It's a crazy strong gun, man, to be just found in the world.
So next time we see the team, is it going to be Dragon Tiger AUG?
Maybe. I still love the AK. I'm a fool for it, but yeah, I've been using the Groza a lot in my games as well as the AUG, and then the Ace 32. Actually, I've been enjoying the Ace 32.
It's a fun one.
It's good. It's solid.
Yellow Jackets still defending up over here, as you can see that this is right along the edge of the zone. 22 trying to regroup more. They were playing just to the north of this position, and it looks like Rusty Zero and Kill Demo have kind of hung back. See if they could provide some overwatch. While this is happening, Decimate sent it across that field to the southeast, and where Zavire was at just a moment ago. But the close range action is definitely happening over here in the, I guess, the shack territory of the northwest of Pozo.
Yeah, and fighting here can be very claustrophobic. I mean, there's so many different angles you have to worry about as well, different windows. These shacks are not necessarily the most conducive to having like a nice clean team fight, but they are very good if you are like a solo player like Pozo right now, dealing with 3 members here from Yellow Jackets can very easily cause a lot of confusion as well as do a lot of damage. And he does have support coming in from Kill Demo off in the distance, so solid setup here from 22, but the problem is they are entangled with Yellow Jackets regardless if they're winning the fight or not.
Rusty just barely missed that one. You can see the backpack through that window and seeing maybe the bullet drop would be enough, but couldn't hit it. I like the mindset into it. 22 still sitting on 3 right now, eyeing how they want to move in. Remember, they still have Kill Demo that's pretty far back behind this, just trying to keep an eye and feed that information over. But Yellow Jackets are doing a good job on just containing this angle of approach, as this is a very solid defensive line, as it's another very southern shift.
Yeah, again, a second hard shift. So we thought maybe we're going to Pozo, but not even close. We've actually already shifted out. And all of a sudden, that position that we saw earlier of ZV dropping in when they got in Zvire, what a drop that they actually managed to find that incredible position. And it's just been shift after shift as we now look at Dragon Tiger Bale Showdown. they're going to have to fight through Pozo, Matt.
Remember that we saw Elevate get that control position. That's one of the last buildings that's still in. Yellow Jackets trying to deal with what's going on with 22. They did manage to pick up one, but Post is going to be coming in. Nice spray is going to come out. Yellow Jackets sitting on 3, looking at 22, and they are going to be able to eliminate them. This is going to open up more of a pathing option for them to move into the south, but it does look like Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is going to be moving into a position as well to stop them out. Well, we've just got kind of a stack of Tilt Towns also in that position. LG might be moving in, and 00 Nation, who we've been talking up, also might be pathing at Elevate spot.
Yeah, Elevate is about to be the recipients of some very noisy neighbors, as they are pretty much the only building inside Pozo at this point. And then you do have Rats, as you pointed out earlier, Matt. They're just going to be having a field day for the most part, looking down if they have any angles and just pretty much shredding any team that's just trying to come out of Pozo. I do actually like Yellow Jackets going for a little more of a wider approach on the west. I think that's going to be the play for them rather than trying to just go straight into this, because just look at this.
I want to point out why we're seeing more of a force push just in Pozo. We have Friendly Fire and SDK that are going to be controlling over into the west, and the road pathing that's going to be coming out from that. We've got Decimate that's controlling the field. As you can see, LG is trying to make their approach in, and this is just run and gun. They just got to send it, and they're getting picked apart by so many different angles. Haven's trying to put in the work, and he is at least going to get down on a kickstart. He's got a friend real close. Wants to try to go for this one. Does connect. Not allowed, and LG can't make the push in. That is going to be Decimate destroying LG.
And what an absolutely disgusting play coming out from Haven. I mean, even if we look at what happened with Decimate earlier and where they were, they had this disgusting split all the way in the northeast. The fact that they got here to the fields and they held it against LG is ridiculous. And now we have Future Shap going for a few shots here as they fight on the east side. What a play from Haven.
But now having to contend up with this close range fight inside with Future going to be in the edge. We talked about the strength of this compound and the way that these like the hills over here are so powerful. But Fiumba finding something out and making sure that they put it in the work onto Future. Now it is just going to be Shap, the last one up. Well, actually, no, sorry. He's got Magno as well. That's going to be running along with him. So they are inside the zone. There's no big push onto this one. It's going to be on to Fiumba to figure out if they wanted to try to take this one. That split around the outside does manage to get the res into one. Silzen's just going to push up right into a Ghost for spray on the recently knocked one. He is going to go down as well. Are we going to see a follow-up shot now looking down the hillside? Draft King pops him. And now it's just going to be Magno, the last up, trying to figure out where this approach line is going to be coming from. He already knows where multiple members have been stacked. Circle's going to pop him. Where does it go? Well, it goes back over to Zvire's centered position.
Zvire just loving that drop they had earlier. But again, Fumo doing a pretty solid job there. Only losing one there in order to clean up the team. Looks like Magno's just going to get out of there. And at the very least, Fumo now have taken control of the east side of the circle. But that being said, Matt, their path in, they're going to have to deal with the Sonics, baby. Where is Magno going to go? I mean, he's going to find himself a little spot of reprieve right here. So at the very least, I mean, he'll still be in, but
this is
as far as, yeah.
I mean, he might be able to kind of hide this one out. Depends on how Fumba paths into the circle. There is the potential of them kind of like wrapped to the south, but that's so risky because it means Fire and Sonics will both have vision on them. Rats are still holding up and being the defensive wall into Pozo, right? We were talking about that's what was going to happen. Being joined right now by M762, aka Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, as it's just going to be a hard send yet again. Elevate had to hard send it into Pozo, and now having to hard send it out, as it's just going to be picked apart from two different sides and nowhere.
Again, Rats, 8 kills, doing an incredible job here, fighting out of Pozo, getting this position early. Just awesome job from them coming out. And then when I look at actually, it looks like Fumba is going for that super wide southern wrap. I was hoping they'd actually try to just pull up right underneath pretty much where Magno had gone, but they're just going to go full on south send.
We have to point out that SDK did leave one of their members in Halo down in the south, so that might be something to keep an eye on. And Sonics, remember that vision we talked about in that open area. I mean, I don't necessarily blame the mindset on trying to get this. Tires getting popped out, Draft King getting destroyed. I mean, you had to figure that these hills were already occupied, right? So maybe trying to sit around, but I probably would have waited for some shots.
But they also, I mean, they should have known they didn't completely wipe Future, right? So Magno did go off. They probably heard him drive away. As a solo, I think the play would have been to just follow and take that space, because if they did, they would have had the entire east side to play for. As Sonics is pretty much in like a little bowl compound that they could have avoided, as they're also being looked at by Zvire. So risky rotation, but I mean, I guess they're still alive.
This is a very peculiar kind of hold that we can see Zvire. They made the send in. They have managed to pick up a couple of kills, but they're kind of the focus for everybody right now. Everybody can mostly see their positioning. So if they step out, they're going to have to contend with a lot of what's going to be happening. Shoot to kill, still running with 3. Alo controlling the south. Looks like they're moving more aggressively into Friendly Fire's firing lines. But that's a very hunkered down Friendly Fire running a 2-2 split as the circle. No surprise. Still going to give Zvire some.
Yeah, but this is also centering up on the road. This is going to start causing some issues for the team specifically. Like Friendly Fire, they do have like a couple ridges and stuff to play, but they're getting very close, obviously, to M762. The Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown team is, going to be just right on top of them. So kind of an awkward shift here for everyone involved, unless you're Zvire. Then you're just like, okay, we just have to defend from pretty much all the teams in our East.
So looking in, action moments that are going to be coming is Friendly Fire having to move in. We still have Dragon Tiger Barrel to the north that might bump into Rats. Alo will need to regroup and cross the potential firing line for Zvire as they see it. I did want to point out that Pumba did have Capitan make it next to this position where Zvire is at and is very hunkered down and kind of chilling. Sonics are also going to have to move, and it's going to be peculiar to see their pathing. They can move back into Magno's direction, or they can just decide that they want to go straight for Zvire.
If anything, I think they just go for that ridge just underneath the Zvire compound, right? There's one member there in Capitan. They'll probably just rotate to the safe side. That way they can fight straight up. But Rats as well, yeah, and this is exactly what I thought they were going to do. So just pull up right underneath and then just start taking the fight to Zvire.
By Capitan, he doesn't want to risk being spotted out there, so he's going to rotate the opposite side. That means that Rats or Magnum might be able to see him. We do have Rats that moved into a stronger gatekeep spot, leaving Finna behind. You can see Finna is kind of held down in position. This is going to be Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown.
Oh, he gets a nade, though.
Go down. Good toss on that nade. Finna's like holding out and being a great distraction. Grant Landis is trying to provide some support, but they don't want to overcommit into this. I think that Finna's realized he's just kind of done in this point. So maybe to see if he can get something out of it. But with no big firing lines coming out, now he's kind of double thinking that maybe he can sneak into it. Spoon is down at the time. Yeah. Looks like he is going to get flushed as well. We've got Magno that is coming up right back behind this as well. He's the one that got knocked.
Honey Badger's going to go down. Grant Landis is going to get that knock. But again, I feel like Despoon going down was huge and critical there. Rats actually had a decent setup. As you said, Finna pretty much not throwing away his life, but doing as much as he could to cause as much damage as he could so that even if he does go down, the rest of his team, the duo, would be able to kind of clean that up. But Magno just ruining that plan as Vegas now is going to take the fight to Friendly Fire.
Oh, it is just a full-on collapse. Friendly Fire sent their vehicles over into this one, and that made the fact that M762 had to turn back in. With that, now Rats, Finna is trying to sneak up back behind this one, and he's going to be taking some shots in. Rats down to just 2, holding it out. Friendly Fire is going to get eliminated. Shoot to Kill is taking the shots into him, but it is still getting hectic up there in the north. It's Magno still alive.
Magno!
What? He's just picking up points.
So much damage from the backline. Remember, he was in a fight with Fumba. His team got wiped. He made it here earlier, and he is just 2 kills. He's knocked another. Just so much damage from the solo player.
I mean, we often talk about get what you can in a desperate situation. He is undoing teams around him, and now you can see Honey Badger having to drop down. Shoot to Kill, who's been kind of harassing what's been going on in the nearby areas, means the fact that they can now move more aggressively into M762, aka Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. As you can see, Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown.
9 kills.
9 kills right now. That's feeling pretty good. Rats up just back behind them with 8.
Yeah, and still in a top 8 situation, 9 kills could potentially get a little more position here if Honey Badger can just survive. But now we move to the Sonics. They've been under this ridge, under this compound for so long. Capitan actually managed to make his way inside. He's going to go for the spray. He's going to try to find one. He does. And this could be an opportunity here.
Wow. HO just says no.
Never mind. I was going to say opportunity was fire, but nope, never mind.
Zvire just doesn't even get a chance to do anything inside this. They were hoping that maybe Fume's last member might do something. Magno now dancing around Grant Lantis, and Magno's being one side of how to be solo, and Grant Lantis is being the other one, right?
Yep, basically. And Grant Lantis, at the very least, I mean, just has to crawl right in. But Magno, just great positioning, and as a solo, moving in, maneuvering around all these teams, getting damage and kills and knocks in there. Is just really impressed with that solo performance so far.
Future is going to get eliminated. The Bush tactic does end up working in the end for it. Sonic's pretty good idea on how Zvire is holding in, but as this is just being a continual creep in and force. Vire's losing more and more of their comfort territory and now starting to move more to those open areas. Benefit, though, is with all the fighting that's going on to the north, STK is kind of preoccupied with that, and the two remnant teams are just kind of hanging out in their wall. I say that, as Honey Badger is going to get spotted out. Rats with the solo member going to be rounding out our top 4, with all the rest of them still having 4 members up.
And Sonics are in right here. They don't necessarily need to push the pace, but you know them. If they're going to find an opening, they're absolutely going to capitalize on it, as they are now in the back of this building. Smokes pretty much everywhere. And Zvire have done a pretty decent job of trying to cover their approach with all these smokes and making sure that they're coming into potentially uncomfortable angles, but Sonics is just powering through. But meanwhile, look at this northwest side. STK have actually taken a wonderful position here.
They just have control over so much of what's going on. We're
pretty
still
much
in
everything, yeah.
phase number 7, and with Zvire having to contend with Sonics and Sonics right up against the zone wall, that means that they're just kind of controlling everything. They're now moving more aggressively into Grant Lannis' sight lines. This 4v4 is now continuing to brew. You can see Sonics want to get this taken care of, but Grant Lannis, this is going to be very hard to win given your present positioning. Shack Life, not always the easiest way to win. He's going to get taken down, and now STK with, what, 4 different firing lines into what's going to be happening inside this compound.
They just needed to get rid of Grant Lannis, and that pretty much just gave them full control of this game. Now, it could shift south. It could potentially... Actually, this is phase 8, so this is it. Center circle. They've got it. They just have to now wait and lick their lips as they see who's going to make it out of this and potentially get some kills out of this fight between Zvire and Sonics.
It's going to be very, very interesting trying to hold together. We got a couple flashbangs coming out on both sides. H1 tries to go for the push. He's going to go down. Fisher is going to be the one that finds him. Sonics has to pump the brakes as it's starting to come apart. Good defensive line coming up with Zvire, but they still have 2 members down of their own. Sonics are going to get eliminated, but they need to try to make something happen fast. What are STK going to do?
They're already on their way. They know this is a fight where 2 of them were knocked, and this is the perfect opportunity. So they have now completely set up to close out any hope of Zvire coming out of this in a comfortable way.
This is going to be scary. This is the nightmare, right? If you're playing PUBG and you have to watch what's about to go down, this is every single game that I felt was just like nigh unwinnable. It was a defensive line like this. 4 different players, 4 different cover points, all uphill, looking down into a team that's been focused on an entirely different firefight and has no idea, no information what they're about to be walking into.
That being said, I will say Zvire has done an incredible job this game. 6 kills. They went up against Sonics in this very claustrophobic close quarters fight in the Prio concrete building here, and they came out alive. I mean, not only did they come out, but they came out with all 4, right? 2 of them were knocked. Yes, they're probably not doing the greatest on utility, armor, possibly even ammo, but the fact that they're coming into this, they're guaranteed 2nd place, maybe even fighting their way out of this. If they can just get 1 or 2 knocks onto shoot to kill, that can cause maybe enough pressure. So it's not necessarily over yet, but the overwhelming control is obviously in shoot to kill's favor.
Waiting here as Halo is, you can see this Zvire finds a way to win this. It's a miracle and God plays. This is so hard to fend up. Now throwables starting to come out, and we know shoot to kill and throwables.
Look, it's possible, but it's very unlikely that Zvire just comes out on top here. They obviously are using what little utility they have left. Again, no smokes even left for a Lear there, Matt. Just 2 nades. Speaking of nades.
I mean, shoot to kill, throwables looking downhill. This is exactly where they want to be. Fisher, he's trying to open this one up. Got a couple shots into Adam as well.
Wait a second.
Gonna go down. This might have been too aggressive of a line, but Alo's got the defense on the 1 point of it. Now taking the shots in. This has turned into a 1v2. Zvire refusing to give up. It's going to be shoot to kill that pick it up in the end. But man, you got to give to Zvire. They got close.
Yeah, very impressive game. Shoot to kill, again, doing what they have been doing, especially in the last qualifier, taking their time, slow burning on that edge, and just finding their opportunity. But man, Zvire, you have to give them so many accolades there, from their decision on where to drop, scouting that out, making sure that their rotations there were holding out the other teams, even though they were smaller rotations in general. But then team fighting Sonics in that prio, just, man, what a great start for Zvire. That's an amazing confidence builder for them.
There were a lot of very interesting plays in that. If you remember, we saw shoot to kill being aggressive and forcing teams out of compounds. We saw them getting control over territory very early inside this game, realizing how to use the terrain. That's always been one of their strong points, and they're just becoming more and more proficient at it. There was
this play. From
Haven.
Was disgusting.
One of the sole member that's not from Team Brazil and that's on 0-0 Nation making a statement saying, "Hey, maybe I should have been on that team too."
Yeah, that was actually really disgusting. But also Magno, man, that solo from Future did absolute work on that north side when the circle had posted against Dragon Tiger Bell Showdown, as well as against Rats. I mean, they were he was just so active the whole time.
There were so many different aspects that we're going to be looking at. We're going to try to get everything set up as we're going to be moving into the next game, and we'll see in a second.
Thank you very much, Matt Godspeed. I think, Matt, you're still here with me to break this one down as we continue to get into the action.
Playing it patient. That was we're doing the shoot to kill style, right? You got yourself some Godspeed to start with, but now you're coming back in. And hey, I gotta say, Toffees, you got where I was going with this, right? Whenever I was making a Mad Max reference in Waterworld, it's like the opposite. One is in the desert, but the other one's in the water, but they're both post-apocalyptic style things, right? You're with me?
Yeah, except your plot of Waterworld was a lot for the idea of lots of cities in Waterworld was... It's all right. I get where Godspeed was confused. I'll tell you who was confused. Everybody else in that match. SDK comes out with a massive win, and they did it, I don't want to say quietly. They got 8 kills, but the way that they progressed through that match was incredible. If you guys aren't watching, I'm going to take a second, match because I want to soapbox how they played that game because it was absolutely incredible. You guys may not have gotten to see all of it because there was a lot of fights going on around that coming out of Pozo. So if you're not going there, go to PUBG Esports map on Twitch. You can watch the map feed while we're playing. This is the story, okay? So it started out with that Stake versus Synergy throwdown that you guys saw. You saw it. Benha was out of position. He did not have any support, and they went ahead and they moved in quickly. They took that compound, and that sort of started this southern progression from SDK, but that wasn't all there was to it. Basically, they take down 2. They force Pippa and Benha to relocate into a less tenable position. Now they've got a sliver on the south. SDK holds the spot with Alo and leaves him there. Then they push up north and force Friendly Fire to go north and push into the 2 players that they just got out of their spot, giving them about 25% of the match. Then a third party opportunity pops up for Friendly Fire up at the top of the map in the north. Friendly Fire goes up there to that chaotic fight we saw with Dragon Barrel Showdown. And when they go up, SDK backfills again. And now they have 45% of the map. And that just keeps happening every single time. By 7, they controlled almost 50% of the map or had information on it. By the time 8 started, they easily had information on 80% of that circle, which meant no matter what happened with the other 3 teams, they were going to be able to hold down the dot. And that's what it was. When that last fight broke out, Zvire wanted to get involved, but they couldn't because SDK had the dot surrounded at that point. Kudos for getting the 2 knocks and almost pulling it out, but ultimately, that endgame was just an SDK masterclass from phase 5 on.
Yeah, it was so well played from them, coming out with now 18 points. No surprise in that one. Rat's going to be following in back behind, as well as ZV off of their amazing emergency pickup reposition. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown also going to be tied up with them, and then we get a bit of a drop down into Sonic's positioning in 8. This is going back to what you were talking about with SDK and how they took control over it. You also have to give a shout out to the wall that was on the other side of it, somehow being Magno and kind of being a catalyst for a whole bunch of the things that were going on there. He was kind of an unofficial assistant to what was going on with Shoot to Kill as they were kind of hurting everybody into the east. He was just this thorn that was constantly causing problems and destroying the teams that kept getting into firefights over there. He might not have picked up all of the kills from it, but he definitely was a catalyst for a lot of the reasons those teams died.
Yeah, a lot of big kill counts out there. M762 with 9 is very exciting for them. I think probably, to me, the biggest walkaway here is Zvire coming out with 12 points to start this is great news for them. Like you said, it's 18 games, so I'm not sure that is going to go the distance over the next couple of days. They're a team that I am interested to watch, but full disclosure, Matt, I didn't come in thinking these guys are going to PGS2 in Riyadh, but after that game, do you think that's a sign that they could, or do you think it's mostly, hey, they had a good prio, they caught some circles? I mean, there's no windows in that building. All you have to do is hold the entrances, right?
Well, see, I always get annoyed when that happens because you have to acknowledge they read the situation. They dropped inside of Impala. They did the emergency pickup. They read that Pozo was not going to be the good drop location. Whenever they came in, they got to feel while falling exactly where to go. And it's not like they didn't have teams around that were causing problems. Sonic's 4-man pushed into them and they held that. So I don't know if we're going to say, hey, we're Riyadh bound yet, but we're showing the fact that we can definitely scrap with the best of them. And that is a very, very good sign.
Yeah, I did. I liked the scrappiness and honestly the hubris we saw come out of our Latin American teams. At PAS, it felt like there was a little tentativity on the first day, but like DCM, like granted, they did not win that. But if it had gone north, Pozo, they had a massive 1-1-2 split. They had Church, they had entry to Pozo, they had exit, and then when they were forced to retreat to a field in the middle of nowhere, well, you still got Haven getting a 3-piece against Luminosity Gaming like it was a walk in the park. It was a walk in a field.
Yeah, I mean, that's extricating out of Pozo is so hard, right? We talked about that a lot, especially crossing that field. There was a lot of independent secondary fire that was coming in, but I mean, LG, we know, was a team that can handle shooting from a car, and that was a pretty flat set of terrain, and Haven read that well. He saw where the shots were coming in at, figured on where the connections were. We're still following up. I mean, getting a 3-piece on LG, no matter what was going on, outside of a nade, let's be honest, nade can make it a bit easier, but if you're using your gun and picking it up, you got to give respect.
With iron sights. You know, if he's got iron sights,
that's true.
He's not running a fully kitted, modded AR there. Like, he's making the most of a tough situation, and still 3P's one of the best teams in Americas. I don't care if there was a grenade or not. Kudos. Feel good about yourself, Haven. You are safe. Now, let's talk about something else that had some action. A reminder for those of you, I just want to say this. Zivire, who got that second place position, they emergency pickup to that spot. So remember that. They used it very, very well. The other one was the Chaos in the North, Matt. Oh my God. Rats pushes, Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. They get 2 down. You've got like sort of the cover from a distance, and then friendly fire is just like rabid, right? Like they third-partied so hard during this game. They come over the top. Somehow DTBS manages to be the lone survivor in an insanely chaotic fight up there.
That was such a weird situation that was kind of brewed out from how we were looking at what was going on with the circles, right? Is we had that Sinners just pop right onto Pozo, and then just multiple Southern hardships come into row. So the teams like Elevate that had to just do a desperation send into Pozo now had to do a desperation send back out. And respect to Rats and Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown for just holding up a very strong line.
Well, we'll see. Game number 2 is not far away. It's our last Miramar match of the day. So when we come back, we'll be on the Dusty Dunes one more time.
Last Miramar was a barn burner, and I cannot wait to move into the next one. I'm still Matrim, and I'm joined back by Godspeed as we're going to be bouncing in and out, each one taking a turn hanging out with Toffees and, well, having to avoid being jealous while being the other one.
Are you still Matrim, though? That's the real question.
I don't know.
Are you really?
Who is Matrim? We'll go philosophy style, right?
We don't need to do that. What we can do, though, Matt, is we can look at this plane, which is going to be pretty even across. I will say, I guess the northeast is a little cut off, I guess.
So now moving in, seeing how everything's gonna be dropping. Yeah, I mean, Campo Militar, which we did see get some attention in the North America qualifiers. No surprise that we're also going to see Los Leones get a bit more, as it looks like we have Zvire, Synergy, and STK all dropping in. Meanwhile, Yellow Jackets landing right in between 4 different members, one of their members dropping right over there in between friendly fire. That's going to be
that's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for them as we look at Ayla looking at Zvire just kind of popping in Leons here, but again, STK is very used to, at the very least, sharing Leons with other teams, as we saw in the North American qualifiers, but they're now sharing it with 2, and look at that circle. Ooh. It's going straight north as STK find themselves in between Synergy as well as Zvire.
Is it time, Godspeed? Am I getting my Oasis game as well?
I would love an Oasis game, man. It's actually really cool to fight up there. Endings up there are fun to watch, so I'm about Oasis. I'm just not going to support your trailer park dream, that's all.
Look, I've already got that. We're done. We have new goals in life. Life is about progressing. Every single time you accomplish one of your goals, finding a new one. We've had trailer park. Now we have to evolve into the Oasis dream. As looking in, we got a couple of teams around San Martin, but Rats in their drop way up to the north are going to be pretty happy off of this. I mean, they got to get first dibs on a lot.
This is pretty much what we saw from them last game. Remember, in Pozo, they had their pick of the litter as well in the first circle. So again, they will have that room to pretty much take whatever they want. We saw them have some pretty good effect as well on what they decided to end up at after they moved off of that initial Pozo drop. So overall, Rats, again, good position. Can they manage to capitalize and get as many points as they did last game?
It's going to be interesting to see rotations into this circle because we still have some of Krudavaya that's in play. Oasis, we have Crater Fields that's still in play as well. But in the southwest, I guess the San Martin cliff facing, where we often see like power grid and stuff like that, that's its own, I guess, barricade wall, whatever you want to call it, that's really going to make rotations more difficult over there. We could see a very stacked kind of cluster of traffic, depending on rotation, trying to go for a much more northern wrap for teams that are kind of playing more west. Whereas the pathing into the east is going to be a lot more, I guess, viable is the easier way to say it, but also more barren.
Yeah, it's just more open. Yeah, it's a decent way. Barren is a decent way to describe it. There's just more room for teams to rotate. No one really drops this. Again, specifically when you think about the plane path, if you're one of the teams rotating right now, or just even in your own games, right? You look at where the plane path is, where a team's most likely not going to be. What was a stretch? What's going to be the safest rotation in? In this case, you're absolutely right. It would be the Northeast, but you also do have some teams on the west side, like, Future as well as 00 Nation, that, yeah, they're just going to wrap straight in the west, maybe take something along the line of La Cabrera, and then maybe even go further north and try to hit the Oasis.
Oh, Tiltown, just stay inside your buildings. The last game was a harsh start, and no surprise with them being at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, losing 2 members quite early. The surprise is the 3 that follow up behind that. 22, LG, and Synergy in that position is something we're going to have to be keeping an eye on. With 00 Nation presently in 11th, I don't think that we're going to be seeing that stay that way.
Probably not. I mean, again, it's always the first couple games that you see some weird stuff or teams not necessarily comfortable. Obviously, that circle was pretty savage as we look at Tiltown and Savage. But yeah, that was kind of a rough circle to navigate, specifically because a lot of teams had decided they wanted to set into Pozo. Pozo got completely cut out within basically one circle, and that left rotations pretty much in a mess afterwards. So even if game 2 has something weird where, again, we are pretty far north, Oasis is in, these teams are still just trying to get their foot underneath them and figure out how they want to rotate or how they want to kind of play around the other teams that they're now mixing these lobbies with.
Reminder that we were talking about Rats a second ago. Open up your map. If you do not have the map stream, it is going to be very useful inside this game, as there's going to be a lot going on. Rats is running more of a 4-man split just on the outside of those cliff facings of Cabrera to the southeast, and that could be good for control, but also bad if we see a crash come into play. And given the territory, it could happen. I wouldn't say that we'll probably see a desperation crash just yet, but we're going to have to keep an eye on how they regroup. Our outlier team still being 22, Yellow Jackets, we got Synergy, STK, ZV, as well as Friendly Fire. I feel like this is an amazing run if you're wanting to try to do an emergency pickup. So yeah, a couple of those teams might be holding out for that.
Well, especially on that location you were talking about, right? Rats does have that 2-1-1 split. Grant Linus is going to be together over there with Hello Senpai, but it's really Finna and Dispute I'm looking at in that really high altitude. The mountains tops, they're going to be up there and they're going to be able to get a lot of vision. I think an emergency airdrop on that position would be very effective as long as they could land somewhere without getting completely shredded. So especially if this one goes north, but we have to see. Basically, Matt, all these teams, even if they have the emergency, are just looking to see, is this going to shift north or do I just hold on and wait to see we're going south?
Because, I mean, when we're looking at this, we have to assume that it's going to shift everywhere except for the southwest. I mean, it can make a shift into the southwest for a little while longer, but it's going to have to try to pop away from that at some point, just due to those, like, giant. I can't really say. Are they mountains, big buildings?
Kind of mountains, I guess. Oh, Jack is gonna find Kane though. Yellow Jack is gonna lose one immediately, and that's gonna be a nice little pickup there for Synergy.
Okay, so keeping an eye on this one, Synergy. This is a Los Leones, I guess, suburb fight is the best way to describe it. That's not going to go on for too much long. Well, Yellow Jackets is kind of watching this.
I imagine one of these, or if not both teams, have emergency pickup, right, Matt? Like probably just waiting to see what the circle does. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe they're just like fighting this far out of the circle. You know, who knows anymore sometimes with some of these teams.
Los Leones is mine and you never come back here again. Yeah, there's all kinds of that type of situation that can happen in early games. Most other teams already kind of making a move for the circle, except for these two, but they're still trying to. So we'll keep an eye on that. ZV is making that a very good rotation. I'm going to have my eyes on their rotations. The way that they read that emergency pickup earlier and where they chose to drop makes me feel that they've got an idea on how to use the map to get to the positions that they want. And I want to see this continue to evolve from them.
Yeah, so far so good for Zvire. Very impressive, not only in their decision making, but also their team fight abilities. Again, being able to fight Sonics in that very claustrophobic concrete prio. So yeah, so far so good. Again, we talked about those rotations on the east. Teams realizing that was probably going to be weak. Another team that's actually rotating up there as well is Friendly Fire, Matt. They've also decided to take that very far rotation up to the north.
Yeah, hitting up around Torre. So it looks like everybody's getting pretty comfy in that edge position. We do have a very, I guess, southwestern lean in that factory Crater Fields area. San Martin's already been abandoned. Oasis has nobody in it. Cabrera has nobody in it. And that just goes back into what you were talking about, right? Godspeed. Everybody is kind of waiting for where the next circle goes. So don't commit into a place that's hard to get out of.
Yeah, and the teams that have committed, you'll mostly see, have actually committed in a spot where they should be able to rotate. I say most, like teams like Sonic should be able to rotate off that STK again, doing what they do, just sitting on the southwest side a little bit, or southeast side, I should say. And then you have a team like 00 Nation actually gatekeeping that western edge. So a lot of these teams know exactly what they want to do. Even if the circle shifts off them, they should have a plan, especially because they're in those positions to be able to rotate off the shift.
While we're watching this, Pixel is kind of hanging back for Friendly Fire. So as rotations are coming in, remember that Zvire is coming up right back behind them. And I don't want to say backpulling because they kind of, I don't know if they're 100% aware. Yeah, those shots are going to go ahead and come Pixel's way. He's going to opt into regrouping. That's no real surprise. And that's kind of the closest combat that we've got going on. Everything else is just kind of long-range scouting shots.
Yep. As we did see, Friendly Fire is aware that now Zvire is behind. Oh, Kurt. Got these, Kurt? That's actually a pretty disgusting distance. I mean,
there's no wind down there where Haven's at, so it's fine.
I mean, he got a few shots. That's a pretty extreme distance, so I was hoping maybe we'd see a little heady or two, but overall, shoot to kill again, find themselves just slow playing their edge, taking control, and this is, I love this from them because it has been working like a charm for these boys.
Yeah, I mean, shoot to kill, we always talk about this, right? Like, my favorite shoot to kill is the very, I guess, intellectual shoot to kill, the one that is still taking, like, gambles, but it's not like, it's not desperation plays, right? It's always an educated set of, let's do this because we know that this is going to happen, and like, they're kind of like the chess master setting up everything, and they know exactly where they want to be 3 circles from now. I love to watch whenever that's going on.
Yeah, and then speaking of circle and where they want to be, this is actually shifted towards La Cabrera, so still leaving quite a bit of that north in. And now the decision is going to come from the teams that are not currently in. Where do you play? Where do you land? Because pretty much everything good playable has been taken as far as center circle, but there's still quite a bit in the north to play for.
Looking in, Oasis is still pretty open. Cabrera is an amazing place to see firefights happening at, so I wouldn't be opposed to that. We still have the factory east of Crater Fields and the mountain-ish thing that's there that could be fought over. And then to the east of that, all the way right up to the edge of water treatment. Water treatment, not necessarily in it, just like a smidge is. But that area has got these very, I guess, vertical hills that come into play as the roads are these deep valleys that are just kind of etched inside the zone and can make for some very interesting firefights.
Yeah, it's pretty much a ravine. As you see, Sonics on the north side of that ravine are going to control that, as they probably going to be slow rolling towards Fiumba or just waiting for the next circle. They have complete control of the east side. Any teams that coming in specifically looking at SDK are going to have to deal with them, so they're in a good position as well. And again, Decimate just with a really wide split. They did that last game and it somewhat worked out for them. Let's see if it works out for them again in this game.
While we're watching Shoot to Kill make a rotation, Rats is regrouping. It looks like they're going to be able to get all 4 of their members together just straight up in the circle. And so, good read from them, using the circle favor that they got early, making sure that they got control into that. LG is just going to be in that area just to the south, kind of southwest of where we see Oasis at. ZV, the team I was telling you, I've got an idea. Like I'm keeping my eyes on in rotation. Looks like they're opting to go back down into the south. Remember, we saw them up near Tori. Now they're coming back down near Kuta Valle and might be coming in closer to water treatment. So, intriguing.
I'm curious if they think Oasis is probably already taken, or the north is heavily contested, when in fact they did actually have quite a few options in the north, but there's really no way for them to know that. So not the worst idea to go for a little bit more of a southern shift, but they are probably going to run into more problems this way than they would have if they would have continued north.
So we can see Synergy now got the high ground, looking down into what's going to be going on with Yellow Jackets, making their rotation into Factory. There's a lot of different names for this kind of area east of Crater. What's your go-to for it?
I mean, we just call it the Crater east of Fields. That's what I called it.
East Fields.
Yeah, just the East Crater is what we called it. Oh. What you call it? Factory? What name?
I always called it Factory. Yeah. Or I've also heard people heard it referred to as, what is it? Refinery.
Refinery, factory, sure. East Crater, whatever you want, Matt. I'm just here for
chat,
you.
Throw it out there. I mean, what do you guys use for? Like, because I always find it funny to see the different terminology that people use for different areas. You know, like we were talking about it last time we were together with Heaven and Sky Garden. It's just intriguing.
Well, it's just like different players, different teams, different casters, right? Everyone, for the most part, I feel like the terminology is that so that most people understand what everyone is talking about. But yeah, there's definitely some different names. Pippa just exploded Yappa, though, in that vehicle. That looked very Michael Bay.
Hey, look, I always like that. If we're on Miramar, we need to see the explosions. That's where it's like best at, right? New circle is just popped, and a shift up to the northeast. I mean, we kind of had to expect that, right? It was going northeast.
Yeah, but I mean, these shifts are just so drastic, though. I mean, look how many teams have actually been left out. You have Synergy, Yellow Jackets, as well as Future, M762, Dragon Tiger Male Showdowns. I mean, even Elevate is having to fight back in. At the very least, I will say Friendly Fire with a pretty great position here, rotating back in from the northwest. But man, this is a crazy shift in game 2. Again, 2 games in a row now, Matt. Our circles are pretty bonkers, and I'm about
So
it.
we got ZV and Sonics lined up against each other while Shoot to Kill is getting control of the area. I don't know, about what, 25% of the circle already? We're going to have to keep up with that one because I know Toffees was giving us a breakdown as that goes. Fisher now down as well as Mime. ZV, much more of a Wolfpack mindset, all stacked up together, but this is an intriguing fight as Fisher is going to get fleshed out. Mime not having that same effect happen just quite yet, so I'll have to see. I think that they should be able to get the res, as this is just a very good defensive line from Shrimsius. Man, that was a good shot.
Yeah, this is actually really disgusting how Shrimsy is holding them all down at that 3 building. But again, Fire and Sonic's finding themselves in a fight here, and it still seems fairly even. ZV has lost one, though, and I'm not coming out. Sonic should be able to recover mine.
Adam and Penta both kind of watching what's happening here and just, you know, doing that like evil like finger thing where you tap your fingers together, just be like, yes, continue
like
to fight. Yeah, that's a good. That's good.
To be fair, yeah. I mean, last game they watched and they were able to put some damage. Again, this game they're doing the same, and Shoot to Kill just with such control again in the north. Man, they are just on it.
Again, this is what I love. This is my favorite Shoot to Kill. Get control over everything and just slowly and steadily force everybody else to fight. It's not always going to be the highest kill count, but it's just so much freaking control.
It's finding them so much consistency as well, right? They're just being able to put your team in good positions like this also just builds a lot of confidence, especially in the calls that your IGL is making. I'm sure this feels great for Kurt. This feels great for Alo, for Adam, for Penta, knowing that they're just always in the best position, ready and able to gatekeep or just do as much damage on these third parties. Just, again, wonderful stuff from SDK.
I mean, mad respect. ZV still clinging position. They have a numbers disadvantage. They've got Sonics lined up against him. We see Sonics walk through teams a lot, and they're not walking through ZV. They're giving them some respect because they got the knock coming in that last firefight. So this is going to be, I guess, an awkward standoff for a while with shoot to kill kind of supervising, not going to allow Sonics to make too many moves.
Yeah, but that's also like fighting in the barn, or I should say the stables, is kind of awkward as well. Yeah. So I don't think it's so much. I mean, I do think that Sonics doesn't want to just rush into things, and they are, they realize that ZV is a definite threat, but at the same time, there's no real reason for them to commit. And look at that shift.
All right, so the Sonics, the ZV compound, a giant field to the south, and a whole bunch of hills. STK, that 25% of the circle that they had, is going to pay up pretty big right now. It's going to be Synergy and 22 lining up against each other. They also have 0-0 Nation that's going to be just in front of them.
Oh my God,
this is nowhere near the safe zone. This feels like this is just Synergy realizing, man, this is going to be hard. Let's see if we can get some kills, and it backfired.
Oh, and look at LG. I just saw them take the position in that warehouse just on the west side of this road to get ready to gatekeep. Wonderful from LG, but again, so much happening around, Matt, on the west and the south as well. There's just teams starting to bunch up because there is nowhere to play in the circle.
Yeah, this is just going to be a set of firefights, as it's just going to be one team getting knocked and having to run into another team right after they're finishing out a fight. We've got 22 and 0-0 Nation taking shots into Yellow Jackets while they're taking shots into Future, while they're taking shots into Rats, who's running a 2-2 split. Grant Lana stepped into where Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown was at. He got knocked inside of it. LG is going to be holding out back, and that one Friendly Fire is also going to be watching. And then we've got the firefight that's going on between what we're watching right now inside of Decimate and Elevate, who really don't want to make too big of a move because of the way we can see Tilt Town that's up on top to take some shots down into them.
The nice thing about Decimate, though, nice run there, man. The nice thing about Decimate, though, is they don't actually have to necessarily commit to this. They do have that big compound there to their southeast, so they could potentially pull back, but it doesn't even matter. They're going to take Elevate out anyways. They're going to get 4 kills, and now they have a beautiful little foothold position here on the backside of that hill.
Now we can see the continued fight as the shift in the south is going to be Future taking the shots in, and it's going to be the kill feed getting more active now. Everybody was kind of getting some control shots, seeing what they can have happen. And hey, let's make this more chaotic. Let's add in a crate just for fun, right? It's Ali and just 2 members up, still trying to fend in. And Sonics, look at these different angles that they're managing to find. But Cluzera on the outside finds the knock into Mime. But the flashbang's coming out. I don't know if Ali can try to get anything. Shotguns with H-Win. Oh. This is the dream coming out. And Sonics do have 2 of their members down and only 1 up on the other side. But ZV, while this distraction is going to be happening, Friendly Fire is eyeing the sight line. Looks like they're trying to move into it. They've got Shoot to Kill that are taking shots into him. They can't take too many options. And Paige is just sending it.
And Shoot to Kill has done so much damage to Friendly Fire coming in, but still Paige is going to land on the other side of this, as well as Roth. And so now Sonics not only have to deal with the solo of Cloudera, but they also have to deal with Friendly Fire coming in on the backside. The only reprieve for them is that Friendly Fire is probably not going to go too hard into getting into this farm because they do have safety on the north side of this wall.
Tiggleton not going through land, man. I mean, there's not a lot of real good compounds to play. While this is going on, we also did see 0-0 Nation get in fight with 22. LG is now starting to collapse in a bit more as Vire is going to get eliminated as Cluzera does get spotted out. Friendly Fire is going to be playing into this position right now, which is fine as the new circle does pop and shifts down to the south, but it's just fine for now. They don't have to worry about anybody probably wrapping in behind them for the time being, but they still got to move. And Sonics, now we're getting the trademark Sonics aggression.
The crazy thing about this is I just watched N1 drive to the other side outside the circle to see if he can get an angle on the fight between Sonics and Friendly Fire, which is crazy cool proactivity coming out of them. But as we look with Prime with that freaking P90, man, it is so strong as he's going to take out the rest of Friendly Fire.
But needs to maintain its strength as they've got to cross the field, and now we're going to be looking at Shoot to Kill. Decimate does have a very strong control over the circle, and you can see this is the remnants of teams still just trying to leapfrog in from the west. Just to the north of this, Fume is kind of distracted, more looking at what's going on with 22, which might allow LG to sneak him up on top of him. Rat's still taking the shots, and Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown as Future, who kind of sidestepped down to the south, is listening to that firefight, but not getting too involved just yet.
They're going to have to get involved soon. I imagine they want some knocks to go out first between the fight and Rats and M762 before they kind of show their hand. But as you said, Tilton is just kind of comfortable right now sitting in that compound trying to shoot everyone off as they're playing King of the Hill. And here comes the Rats right now. What's going to go? The Rat, this is chaos.
That's never feels good when you're having to send it down all your team inside one vehicle. Rats is going to get eliminated, but hey, guess what? Future heard that and they want to get involved. Now it looks like it is just Vegas up. He has been revealed. LG also spots this and is going to be taking shots in. Yeah, okay, Vegas. Just never get up from this spot. LG is on one side of you and Future's on the other one. So, yeah, this is where you live now. This shield is going to be your life.
And LG as well are going to have to deal with Fumba here at some point if they're going to come in straight on their north edge. But they also, it does look like they're going to be trying to come in towards Future and maybe take a little bit of control on this fight as LG's Flood and Kick are now in a position where they can start looking for those frags.
Tiltown's been in a comfortable position at the top of the mountain while all the firefights going on. Savage looking like he wanted to move a bit closer, is going to try to regroup. We see Tiltown making a heavy commitment into the west as they've kind of abandoned what's going on. Decimate kind of getting controlled. It looks like we might see maybe Sonics or SDK try to exploit this, potentially Fumba as well. But with the amount of teams that are stacked over here into the west, if you're Tiltown, you kind of have to do this, don't you? Or do you still leave one looking a different direction?
I mean, it's tough. You know there's multiple teams on your west, right? But at the same time, like you said, you can't just focus on the west. You need at least one member looking maybe north, south, in charge of just making sure another team doesn't come and potentially fourth party at this point with how many teams are on that west side. So, I mean, this is also just such an awkward circle because they find themselves at the highest point of this, right, on this hill. But there's actually enough kind of crevices and little dips here on the side of their hill to play where teams can pretty much stack up. So as we see this shift, I mean, it's going to cut off more, but that north side, there's actually a decent amount of terrain there. So Tiltown just needs to bide their time and make sure no one approaches their compound. If they can do that, they're in a wonderful position to stack up points and maybe win this game.
Decimate going to have an easy regroup option, but they're going to be taking shots and shoot to kill right now. A shoot to kill is going to be one of the more, I guess, difficult teams making their rotation. Looking out, this is going to be kind of peculiar because I think that we're looking at Tiltown keeping an eye on Future and LG, and everybody else is going to have the capabilities to kind of fight amongst themselves. This has kind of got some vision to work with. And surprise, surprise. Shoot to kill manages to line up a beautiful nade. They're going to pick that one up, and if they manage to pick up this P90 and good gear off of Sonics, that's going to be an issue.
And that's it. Sonics is actually down. Stilson is going to find Tig. He was the last one. And I think SDK are going to be able to recover here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're going to get it for free, actually.
There's a couple of dips that they're trying to use right now, and Decimate doesn't want to commit in since they've got control over the south. Fumba also have some compounds, so they don't want to overcommit. So, I mean, as long as the smokes hold up, I think that SDK has a path for this.
They do, but even still, Decimate, I think, are trying to... They've realized that if SDK gets in, they actually do have something to play on the north, so... I think they're trying to push them a little bit more in that direction as well so they run into Fumba or just another team. That way they can focus on the south and that great position that they have with Fakes in that compound.
All right, I see you. Kind of creeping up into there. It's going to be a Future. Seeing if maybe they can find some sneaky stuff to work inside this one, but nah, Joshy.
Oh my goodness, the 360!
Oh, that's going to be some regret.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice... I mean, that should have been a nice, easy knock, but... Fortunately for Glock, he's going to make it in there alive, at least for the time being. Again, Decimate now starting to focus a little bit more, at least Fakes in, making sure that no one's encroaching on the position on the south, I should say, excuse me, as we see Glock actually kind of wrapping in that direction.
Yeah, they still have to be cautious because they have Decimate, who is still left one of their members, and Fake Zen, kind of watching what's happening over here. The other three look like they're lining more into Shoot to Kill, and Shoot to Kill hasn't been able to really get themselves into this circle just quite yet. Fumba's sent a couple of their members outside. As you can see, they have some vision on what's going on with Shoot to Kill's rotation. But Tiltown just making sure to kind of hold this one up it's really just Future that's trying to prod into this one. LG content to see if maybe they can just third party.
Yeah, Glock actually went to check what's going on with that compound on the south to see if there was a team there. It is, and that's just because this position's rough. They have to come up off this slope, obviously Tiltown with the advantage, but I also just want to give Decimate a nice little nod there for doing exactly what they were supposed to do. They knew SDK were up on their east side in the north there. They shot them off, put them towards Fumba, and then pretty much just tag team them down. So really great presence of mind there for Decimate to make that happen and pretty much get rid of SDK.
SDK going down in 6th, but feeling pretty good. I mean, 5 kills, and they had the more difficult pathing, as you did talk about. There's a lot of dips inside this hill, but that was being more exploited by Decimate and Fumba already because of the firefight that Sonics and SDK had. So we'll have to keep an eye on how now we see the repositions on that. As Decimate and Fiumba are both moving pretty aggressively into that open territory as Tiltown is committed into this offensive line. Future is just kind of stuck here as Glock is going to go down. LG is just still watching this, playing this very, very patient.
The problem here for Tilton, though, even though they have the advantage and they are getting the knocks, though, is that not only do they have to deal with Future, but they're going to have to deal with LG here in a second on their backside. And more importantly, that's going to give Decimate an opportunity to actually take control of the front of their compound. So Tilton are now finding themselves in a much rougher position here, being at the top of this hill.
That was just such a fast firefight. LG didn't really get a chance to exploit it. With the flush, they're going to try to start moving in. Clemson trying to fend in, taking the shots into against Flood. Capitan and Fiumba now moving in as well. Matter of who can be able to pick it up, and it is going to be Clemson. So with our top 4 teams, it's going to be LG making the push into Tilt down right on the edge of this zone. So we're going to have to see a continuance of this as we're still in phase number 7. Fiumba getting more nice. And look at this kickstart. Just runs in and says, no. I'm done. It's time to make this our home.
And that was a beautiful play from Kick, realizing that the smoke had just come out. He knew that the player up there would have to recover, as well as just not giving that smoke time to bloom. So nice play. Kick doing a great job of getting himself and Rilo in this building in control at the very least. And they do have 7 kills.
So we've got a duo for LG on the north. We've got a duo for Tilt Town in the south. Then we've got the 4v4 fight between Fiumba and Decimate across the hillside as Gashi's still trying to make sure he gets some more work into this. This is a very awkward position for both of them to be playing. Fiumba is kind of playing more into LG's side, so that means that they kind of have to make sure that they're keeping an eye on both, whereas Decimate is just kind of roaming down the lower section of this hill saying, we got a couple of circles, so let's just play the numbers on this.
Yeah, pretty much all 4 of these teams are just going to be waiting for the circle to shift. Silzen does get a knock onto Haven, but that should be easily recoverable. And so, wait a second. Actually, he's going for the nades. I think he's actually trying to capitalize on this. And if he can get that nade off, that would be pretty huge. Ooh. He's going to miss, though.
That's a hard nade to hit, though.
Yeah, it is. No, it is.
They're on a recess on it. And I think that we saw And1 pick up Haven and reposition him. So that way he would avoid the nade into it. But
look at this aggression, though.
Yeah, this is what you want to try to do. Decimate had more control over the circle, but they're trying to come in off of this. Decimate, though, with that high ground fakes in, getting a good vision and feeding that information over what's going to be happening with Fiumba. Keep in mind, LNG and Tiltown still need to move. They are no longer really safe inside their compound. It is not going to be inside the next safe zone. Just a couple of walls that they're going to be able to work around. So Fiumba and Decimate doing the right thing to jockey for position on getting control of the circle.
I really have to say, I love the proactivity from Fiumba, but more importantly, I really love the way that Decimate's been kind of navigating these circles so far. Even in game 1, right? Like Haven with the heroic play there to get rid of LG, but even for them to just get in that position and get to that field from where they had that really wide split, I do worry that maybe one of those splits will cost them a player or 2 down the road, but so far, it has just been awesome to see the proactivity from that team.
2 members in Tilt Town still. Remember, they had a very bad start to the first game. So
yes,
they're trying to make sure that they get the most out of this game as they can. They've gone from 16th all the way up into 10th. So feeling pretty good about it, but
never mind. It was a good point, Matt.
Too many teams.
I mean, at least they made it to top 4. No, you're still right. You're still right. It's just Rilo and Kick, though, and they still have to move in here, Matt, especially looking on this wall. They do have the full... Oh, God, it's so open. There's really nothing for them to play at all. They have smokes, and that's it.
There's that tree over there that they could potentially use for cover, right? Yeah. Yeah. See, look, everybody's jockeying around the one piece of cover inside the circle in the tree.
Yeah, this is, and look at this again, Fiumba, man, the aggression, I love it. And Silzen, are you really surprised to see Silzen on the team making this many moves? I'm not.
Tries to go for a peek, but that is going to be denied. Silzen taking the bad end of that one. But Kickstart taking that damage. Got to be careful. We're going to be moving into the last circle as the blue zones are going to start collapsing. Fiumba leaving Draft King back to try to keep an eye on what's going on with Decimate. Only 1 member staying back on that. The other 3 members of Decimate playing on the opposite side of LG. So LG in a very bad spot. Getting hit on 2 different sides, but Haven is going to spot out what's going on with Capitan and take him down. So now Decimate starting to really exploit more and more of their control over the circle, sitting at 7 kills right now. LG's 8, the only thing that's topping up that's still going to be alive at the time. So LG using this opportunity to see maybe they can get close to each other, but Silzen, he is patient, and that blue zone is coming in. He knows what's going to move, and there you go. Fiumba going to pick it up.
Yeah, and that was huge for Fiumba, just guaranteeing at the very least second place, but this is still very winnable for them. But man, the micro and macro decisions coming out of Decimate have just been so impressive. I really can't talk about it enough as they're now setting up the smoke and utility so they can move closer to that center dot, Matt.
Good time to be a Latin American fan as we are going to have Decimate and Fiumba lined up against each other. Decimate with the numbers advantage, and I would probably say circle control advantage, and realizing that as well. They've got the smoke lines down and are trying to exploit it. As be careful, taking some blue zone damage. Steps away from it. Still playing the upper side of this cliff facing. And look at this, Vinny just aggressively moving in the smoke, and one playing the opposite side of it. And everybody is just playing it to the north. DraftKings still down this hillside might be able to turn this game on its head.
Yeah, DraftKings is actually pivotal here in holding back the line here and giving the other two members any sort of reprieve as Emmy and Draft and Silzen are just trying to make this work. All of a sudden, Decimate now in a somewhat rough situation, hiding behind the smokes. Fiumba is poised to take this.
3v3 positioning. On the belly is crawling through. You said there's no cover. Those smokes, you can see a lot of them starting to go down. And hillside is really just what Fiumba's trying to use. DraftKings doing hit and run tactics down on the lower section of this one. You can see using the hillside to his advantage. Give him as much cover as he can. Any spotting out what's going on with Haven gets the flush onto him as well. Decimate starting to lose more and more numbers. Vinny's going to be stepping out, gets the knock onto DraftKings, who's been a massive problem. Looks back and goes for sprint one, tries to go for the second one, and he picks it up. Decimate with 10 kills, turns it back around at the end.
What an absolutely disgusting spray. I thought for sure Fiumba with only 3 members were potentially just going to take that away from Decimate, who had played so well all game. But in the end, what a beautiful 1v2. And again, Decimate take it. But man, what an incredible showing and what an incredible start for Latin America so far in this lobby, Matt.
Yeah, that was just such a crazy round to look back into, as there's just going to be so much interaction as it's going to be bouncing back and forth between everything. We're going to take a quick look at the highlights, as I believe we're trying to get everything set for the next one. Just what?
What a match. They decimate the competition, come out with a chicken dinner, and absolutely win in style. The start of that end game was a master's class in control, and the end was a master's class in shooting. My name is Tavies. I'm joined by Godspeed. The end of that game was a great one. I mean, you got to be there firsthand. I don't know what DCM could have done, or if either of them could have done differently to come out with that. You know, that was down to the wire.
That was honestly one of the most just impressive from both teams, right? The way Fiumba was recovering. It was a 3-man, so they were 3v4 there, making sure they took care of the last members of LG coming out from that compound after the Tailtown fight. But then, man, Decimate had so much control, and you had pointed it out in our chat while the last game was going on. They had this crazy wide split, right? But they made it work. They made it work again in this game. We saw And1 getting super aggressive on the east side when SDK and Sonics were fighting. But then Vinny with a heroic 1v2 there to win the game. It was just, man, Latin America is looking damn good.
They look good. They look great. They look like they came to win. I've heard a couple of teams moved into team houses. They're really focused on this. Let's do what we did last time around. I'm going to tell you guys, actually, we opened up squad streaming, so you can watch the map feed and the main feed at the same time if you want to be able to track these teams' plays, because the map awareness has been incredible on Miramar. In that last game, right? This is what DCM did. They had those sort of stragglers. We saw the whole way in. And one sort of watching the Sonics fight. All that chaos happened. DCM just kept creeping and leaving trailers. And then, when we saw the fight in the compound, it was hilarious. Fiumba had the entire north of the circle. DCM had the entire south. Fiumba contracted to try to steal kills from that fight. DCM didn't. They ballooned. They took the entire East, and I think could have dominated, but Fiumba, this is the KPI. This is the PGC 12th place team. They realized something was up. They got a knock and immediately counter expanded, pushed DCM back to the south, and then it literally just looked like a fish concert on day 3 out there. Dust, mud, smoke, and nothing else as it works its way down to a 2v1, and Vinny with a spray transfer. Whoo! One of the best wins I've seen.
I've actually not been to a fish concert, but I'm gonna go ahead and trust you on that one, Steve. But yeah, Vinny with an absolutely amazing 1v2 there. But again, I really love the way you broke that down. Decimate, being active, decided to stay on the south, but it is that experience, that international incredible experience from Silzen and the squad from Fiumba, just making great moves.
Yeah.
That could have been won by them as well, but I still have to give my hats off to both of those teams. DCM, Fiumba, just showing incredible proactivity. Again, I can't say that enough. They are just, that's been something that I've always kind of criticized South America for, or Latin America, I should say, is just kind of being somewhat stagnant and being hesitant. That is absolutely not the case with these teams today.
All right, quick leaderboard check-in, but I want to go back to Fiumba because that was a great game. STK in first place with those 25 points after their first win. Decimate now comfortably in second with 24. Fiumba looking good in third. Sonics, M762 Rats going down from there. But again, it's 2 out of 18 games. We got a long road ahead of us. Now, Fiumba's interesting to me, guys. We've been watching. I'm kind of starting to get a feel for these guys. I chatted earlier today with the Latin American casting team to try to get a feel for what to expect from some of these teams. And Cristyle told me that one of the things he's noticing out there in the region is that Silzen is generally the IGL, but Capitan has been wanting to sort of take that leadership position more. And they've seen in sort of the early game, I think a little bit slower movement, maybe some hesitancy. And it felt like I was seeing that at the start of this match with how kind of quiet they were on the north side. But once the chaos starts, I mean, I haven't played pro. Does the IGL start to maybe matter a little less when it gets down to what we saw there at the end of that match, and it's just individual players' instantaneous choices?
I mean, when we're talking about like those little minute those little minute movements we see in like the end game, where it's just, it's not so much your IGL like telling you where to go or where to play. It's more or less like you kind of feeling out the situation, knowing it's a 1v2 or knowing it's a 2v1, or there's a player behind that rock, and basically everyone giving information. It's not so much about an IGL at that point. It's like you said, it's more about that individual play. I mean, when we're looking at end game,
That makes sense. And I think that also, a lot of teams we see that, right? This idea that you may not be the best at the macro, or you may be a team of mercenaries like M762 or Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, take your pick. This is a team of pedigreed players, and it seems like when things go crazy, they work very well as individuals. And can that work at this level, though, is my question. When you're a team that is awesome in the end game, but seems to maybe not catching traction in the early game, how do you go about making that work for you?
Well, you have to make those adjustments to your macro, right? Maybe that does come with playing a little safer, as we saw Fiumba, try to, again, start to make sure they had a good position before they jumped into chaos. So I think,
All right, so you speak of jumping into the chaos. We're about to jump into the chaos because, y'all, it's time for Taego. Go. I had a de-echo because I don't have a soundboard. But Taego, very excited to see this. We watched it all 2 weekends ago. We got to see it last weekend as well. We've had some interactions. What's your take on Taego now that we're a little more familiar with it?
I am actually really enjoying this map. I'm really enjoying the change up that it's brought to competitive, and I think the difference between this and Sandhawk is I actually think the players like it as well. So I really enjoy the rotations we've seen on Taego, the ending circles where we've seen these awesome team fights happen, and just kind of the creativity of these new teams figuring out the map, especially in a mixed lobby like this.
Yeah, and I think it's also been a good chance for, I think, teams to test out some of the new items and some of the new guns, because the layout of Taego is so very different than what we've seen. Now, guys, we're going to be back in just a couple of minutes. We've got a break coming up so the players can take their moments, use the restroom, do what they need to do. And as soon as they're back, ready to get in the lobby, we'll be back with game number 3 and the action on Taego.
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Ha ha ha! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield! Stop right there!
Come at me. All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon! Go away! Back off!
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you! Get struck by lightning! Thunder, lightning!
Oh, is it time to go? Ah, the power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! Take that!
Has just created so much havoc. There is not a lot of playable space now, Matt.
Yeah, Orion moved into this LG line to try to get away from what was going on with Elevate, and I don't think that...
Open cross indeed as Dragon Tiger Bell showed us just trying to get rid of what it takes, but just behind them, Rats is actually pushing up and trying to third party this. That's going to be a nade onto... Oh, it's all coming apart. That nade from Honey Badger onto the members of M762. They're going to go down, and it's going to sneak attack, be the last one alive. Gonna go for the push. Why not? Why not try to get this position, get a few kills as Sunin is actually gonna laser page out of that. And the second beautiful Elton Young now making this push to find that last member of Taego who's been there for so long. He finds all three. Glory, that was insane.
Take him down. Now it's going to be about the duo, how they're making an approach. Rot reads it. He gets the knock on a Birdie Curry. It is a 1v1, and it...
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around with us. My name is Toffees. I got Godspeed here as we do the after action. We just wrapped up our 2 Miramar matches for the day. And after that, I think the teams that are leading, I'm not going to say we are surprised to see them doing well, but it's not the 2 teams that I thought would be in first and second place, as Decimate and STK do lead the leaderboards after 2 matches. Taego could shake that up, though, Godspeed. It does not play like the other maps. We've seen teams that have adjusted quicker than others. And my biggest takeaway when this was coming out was I had a chat with Trevor, the coach for Luminosity, and one of the things that he brought up was the idea that they know the map in the sense of players play maps, but it's not like the other 2 where you know every nook and cranny and hole and transition. It's a totally different ballgame here.
I mean, even if Yeah, exactly. Even if players and teams are familiar with the map, as you said, they're playing it, they've practiced on it. There's still like little nuances that a player wouldn't necessarily know, like they would on Erangel, right? Every single nook and cranny of Erangel has been explored, not only in pub games and practice and scrims, but also in competitive. That has not been the case for Taego. And so a lot of these teams are still kind of figuring those positions out. And sometimes we see it in games where the teams that have found those really nasty little positions have actually ended up winning or just having massive advantage in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something to remember that, a lot of our pros are also streamers and grinders who play just a copious amount. And in the early days, you could learn Erangel by grinding because it was the only map that you were able to grind. Whereas a lot of our streamers don't get to spend nearly as much time on Taego in a back-to-back-to-back sort of sequencing. So it does take longer to get your head around. And the build of the map is so different. The way that they did this map compared to Sandhawk, which I think hilltops on Sandhawk are far too clear. They have great visibility on anything downhill. There's not cover. There's not valley. It's the opposite on Taego. The higher you go, the more tree cover you seem to get generally. It becomes difficult to really know what's around you. We're not sitting there. I mean, our players don't have that tac pack that you guys have when you play at home. No one's got drones and no one's got blue chip detectors to tell them who's around them on those hills. So it can be tough to hold the high ground when it comes to Taego sometimes.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, I mean, blue chip detector's just gone right now anyways, which...
Thankfully.
big dub in my opinion. But yeah, honestly, the terrain itself in Taego is a challenge as well, because even though there are a lot of trees, yes, there's a lot of really open hillsides for these teams to fight in. And that's where, things like the deployable cover or just vehicles in general could absolutely help. And so Taego is just a completely different beast that we've had a pleasure of actually watching some of these teams try to unpack it and really grind their teeth and get into the nuances, as you said, of the specific areas of the map.
And if it wasn't enough, one of the things on Taegos that I think is an interesting feature is there's a lot of dips. And we're not talking little dips like on Miramar where you can maybe get someone in a bike into it. We're talking large dips where you can fit 2 or 3 cars, sort of lock in your team and wait for what happens next. But we just found out earlier in the announcement for our next event that there's going to be Panzerfaust and mortars. So maybe those holes aren't as safe as they used to be. Now, I could go into that, but I'm not going to because the players are back in their chairs. They're getting on the planes. Godspeed. It's time to take it to Taego, baby.
Shoo.
We are at go time. Godspeed. I cannot wait. Each one of the games that we played here, all 2 of them, have been absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to see how this game's going to go.
Yeah, well, at least this weekend we do get 3 games of Taego, right? 1 each day, because again, there's 18 games, and that's something that we did briefly touch on in the beginning as we look at this plane path. But yeah, it's 18 games to qualify. Again, we're sending the top 3 teams. Well, I mean, Sonics is guaranteed to go regardless, but even if they do get first place, second, or third, then we would then send that 4th. So this is going to be, I mean, again, a little bit room for error, I would say, but less room for the teams that really are starting to fall behind even this early, right? I'm looking at Elevate, I'm looking at SG, I'm looking at Yellow Jackets, even 0-0 Nation with not the greatest start. So I would like to see these teams, at least on Taego, find some more points and find a little bit more consistency right before we head into Erangel, which is the tried and true.
I saw a couple of pro players talking about that right now Taego feels more like just pure PUBG. It's not quite so formulaic, so you're having to do a lot of just on-the-cuff responses to what people have going on. And I like to see how this evolution is going forward, because we've talked about how hot drops can happen.
Oh my goodness!
Sorry, my brain shut off because what, 20% of the circle isn't even playable?
This Oh man, this is good. There are so many rice fields up there where, or rice paddies, I should say, where future is, and that creates a whole slew of interesting scenarios. Matt,
I don't even know how I want this to go down because there's a whole bunch of like water, rivers, that type of thing that's going on inside of here, recessed hillsides that people can play on. You guys were talking about dips moving into this. I feel like that's going to be something that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Young also inside this as well, so I'm probably not going to stay in there. I don't know. Whenever you're looking at this in the non-playable territory, Northwest is the way to go, right?
I mean, yeah, sure, but then you also have to realize the bridge teams do like to play. There's actually quite a bit of pretty good playable terrain around there, so a team like Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown could easily just kind of hold that bridge or camp that side of the circle. The biggest issue here, again, is you said it, it's that fact that there's a good amount of the circle, at least 20%, that is just unplayable.
Going to be very interesting is I know Airport's getting some attention right now. A very complicated section of the map if we do end up staying over there. You were talking about like rice paddy locations and how those can go through. This is going to be very intriguing no matter which way this goes. The only thing I would say is I think that more to the due west is kind of more open, if I remember correctly. Just that like that flatland area just north of where Shoot to Kill's at.
Yeah, the main thing that I was going to say as well in the circle, Matt, if you look, is it's specifically mostly terrain. There's really not that many major cities. Yes, there's kind of in the middle, and then there's the airport, but this is just all hillsides. And as Steve and I were talking about earlier, it's fairly open hillsides as well. So this is going to be an absolutely chaotic game, even off of the first shift, I would think.
So do you think, because I know that Steve's been bringing this up, whoa, never mind. We've just got a full-on hit and run. Elevate just getting bounced over as 22 Esports just waiting for Shinboy to come out. That's
one of the members of 22 tried to prone to see still in the vehicle. That sucks for Shinboy. I'm sorry, friend. That is not ideal.
DeLorean's better cars, is that now confirmed? Does Elevate get some vision in this? Ooh, punch. This is vengeance time. Get some shots in. Does get the down on the net. Batunga's at range.
It blows my mind that I thought for sure, it even looked like he hit that second shot. I guess not. Poon's going to go down. That's going to be devastating for Elevate as, again, they are down 2 members off the rip.
This is way more aggressive in the earlier sections than I was expecting. A car flip coming in, leading into another set of circumstances as 22 now finding themselves being harassed by Elevate, coming back to see if maybe they can make something work off of this. Gat's playing this very, very aggressively as you can see Rez is trying to come in. I think that they moved up on, was that up on top of the car or no, just right next to it? Gats does have somewhat of a read on what's happening, but nobody's wanting to overcommit. Yellow Jackets also swarming back down. This is not inside the safe zone. No. So this is just bloodbath.
And that's exactly what I was about to say. This isn't even close to the safe zone. This is very much far away, right to the south of Hosan. So, I mean, this is the symptom of this circle, though. It is so open, even for these teams trying to just rotate in. And I would say just the map in general, right? I mean, look at how much space there is to traverse without really any cover at all.
Is that a moral victory, I guess, if you're Elevate? 22 is now all dead.
No, not really.
Do you still have one? I mean, the biggest beneficiary of that was Yellow Jackets and Batungas, man. Batungas just... I love it when Batungas goes off. It's just fun to watch.
Yeah, but that's just I mean, even if they make it out with one, that's just not the start Elevate wants, specifically after the last 2 games, right? Sitting in with just 1 point. So I should say for this game, yeah. So it's going to be a pretty tall task for Gats. He's going to probably go to, I would imagine, to the very south, rotate as far away from everyone as possible, and just try to get in somewhere safe and salvage this game the best that he can.
We've gotten a lot of attention around that King Yung area, so we'll have to keep an eye on. Also, some crates have been dropped pretty close to that. Shoot to Kill making an early move into it. Is a 0-0 Nation going to be holding down this? Is you were talking about the fact that there's not a lot of like buildings, it's mostly terrain. I mean, this isn't even the biggest of cities. I mean, what? I think it's like 15 buildings, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it's not that big, but I will say that the city endings in this game, I really like the building layouts, especially some of the buildings with the roofs, right? There's just a lot of options in these cities, but it's still just a city ending. There's still just as much claustrophobic situations when you have teams next to each other or players potentially hiding in these like kind of little one-offs. So you know, we haven't necessarily seen a crazy city ending yet. I'm actually very curious when we do get one, like specifically around like Yongshun or, you know, any of the other areas. Like Hosan would be an incredible ending to watch, right? That's a very densely packed city. So, yeah. But again, aside from what little we have in here, this is mostly a just open terrain circle, man.
Gangneung feels kind of more like Pachinki to me. It is a city.
Kind of.
It's kind of more open than a lot of the other cities are, so it makes it awkward to maneuver around it. I guess Subverting might be a better
possibly,
example.
but then the only other cities I would say besides airport is like Buksan, right, which is where we normally see SDK loot, but that's not really a city. That's more of like a collection of those like temple buildings. So
yeah. So we'll have. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing that. I figure that could make for an interesting firefight, and SDK should be quite bursting
firefight there. Yeah.
The stage. You can see Synergy doing some harassing at Fiumba as they're making their rotation. This is going to be down to the, I guess, the southern part of the circle. Nobody playing Edge. We've been seeing a lot of Edge play come in, and not this game.
No, I mean everyone is trying to set up. Just again, it's so unfamiliar, so it's hard to just set up on an edge and know exactly how it's going to play out if circle moves and if you need to move up. And that's the difficult thing for these teams. They need to map this out and feel comfortable, and that's just going to come with more reps.
Looking in, we've got Rats that needs to rotate in, and Gats, who's still just kind of driving around. I think he's coming into the south. Yellow Jackets have been, you can't necessarily say very impressive yet, but their firefights... Somebody was that had to be it. That had to be it. I mean, they're very middle of the pack. They're finding their opportunistic moments, but we haven't seen them like really excel in just straight up firefights yet.
That's fair. I actually think they're doing okay, though. I don't necessarily disagree with your point, but I do feel like they haven't started poorly, especially for this team and what we've seen in the past. So, like, I'm actually okay with the start that they've had. They're in the mix. They're at least getting some kills. They're going for those proactive steals in those third parties. So, at the end of the day, as long as they can just continue this, they should at least find themselves somewhere in the middle of the leaderboard in day 2 or 3, where they actually might be able to make a push.
Look at Gath. Okay, he found some ammo. I was going to say he's sitting at 30 and 30 right now. That's bad times as Yellow Jackets continue. And I'm not trying to make a pun with it. Swarm around his position. I see. Come on, it writes itself, doesn't it?
No, I mean I'll give credit where credit is due. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all, Matt. As we see Yellow Jackets start to, make their way into the south. The fortunate thing for them is they actually have a pretty clear road just on the edge of the map to rotate in without too much resistance until they start running into Tilt Town there.
SDK and Decimate, 1 point separating them out right now as 0-0 Nation, a team that we've come in with some very high expectations for. Hey, look, they're Sparking. I haven't had a chance to say Sparking's name yet, which is something I was not expecting, sitting down in 13th place, but very centered this time. And with Neighbors and STK so close, this is going to be very peculiar. See, as
hold on, I need to walk
like hard shifts.
Oh man, Matt. So remember those rice patties I was talking about?
Yeah.
Those are going to be pretty integral to this game, I think.
Shoot to kill, no taking the shots at 0-0 Nation as the rotations from the south coming in. A lot of people leaving that Ouyang location. Location, moving more up to the airport. Airport's just right on the edge as the harassment's going to continue to come out. 0-0 Nation's pathing, not a lot to work with. You can see, already going to lose VHZ, but they're going to have, actually, guess who's in the center of the circle again? It's ZV.
It's ZV, man. These guys are just so good with their macro. I'm actually the most impressed with them, I think, of any team. Even though Decimate has been incredibly proactive and have these cool splits that have worked out for them, ZV has just been so good at making sure that they're in a good position early and they're in a position to at least capitalize. So Zvire, awesome job so far.
Friendly fire rotating over here next to Airport, where it's going to be Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown on one spot, and Decimate holding down about what? Again, a quarter of the circle in a one-man split all the way through? That just kind of tells you what's going on up there.
This is, again, I do like that they're going for these, but I also worry that at some point, one of these times, these splits may catch them off guard and maybe give them a disadvantage as far as losing members. But they've been actually pretty good about realizing when to consolidate. So I am very impressed with DCM so far. Decimate's been awesome with this.
Third place team in Fiumba. making their rotation pretty far away from everybody. Their closest team's going to be Rats, who is now rotating to the east while they're pushing into the west. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them kind of move along that terminal line, maybe coming in along where we had Decimate holding down position.
I could definitely see that. What'd you say, Fumba going down that terminal line, or Rats? I apologize.
Fumba. Rats are going more to the east, as they're going to be playing right up against the zone wall, I believe.
Gotcha, yeah. So Fumba making that rotation again, like you said, they will have to deal with Synergy, as well as LG. LG actually has this interesting setup there on that river. That's something we didn't even talk about, Matt. There's technically a river cutting off the east and west side of this.
Yeah, there's water, there's the rice paddies. It's not like the swamp, and this isn't like the deepest river either. It's more like
like a ravine-ish type situation.
Yeah,
right?
Like in Texas, we've got these I guess deep ditches that happen because whenever we do get rain, it just takes all of the dirt with it. So you end up with these canyon-esque things that are 10 to 15 feet deep. It feels closer to that than it does because there's always a puddle at the bottom.
Sure. I mean, yeah, it's not very deep, but the point I was making around there too is there's actually not that much playable terrain around there, aside from what we've pretty much seen Gats as well as Zvire kind of take control of. And so, speaking of Zvire, look at Sparking. He's actually so close to Cloudera.
Fumba actually rotating very, very close to where we saw Synergy at. Now Sparking, 3 men up still in 4-0-0 Nation. Playing this one close, and I guess against the chest. This is going to be nice for now, but as you were talking about earlier with Toffee is bringing up the trees being more plentiful up at the top. We do have to remember that just to the east of what we're looking at is going to be where Sonics are at. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown taking their shots into Friendly Fire as they are going to collapse in, and another heart shift.
I actually I feel for some of these teams. These shifts have just been insane on top of the terrain that they're just cutting out, and just so much open area still. And that's the one thing that I always worry about with Taego, even though I do really, really enjoy this map. There are just some shifts and some playable areas for these teams that don't really leave anything for them to play. And that's, that feels bad. That sucks when you're on the receiving end of that.
We're looking at one of the most awkward spots, I think, for this Circle 2 have gone, especially for a Circle 3. The hillside that we were looking at a second ago with ZV00 Nation Sonic's going to be much more, I guess, vital, as looks like Synergy is going to be rotating pretty close to that. Rats playing the compound just down below us. You see these rice patties that we're kind of looking at right now? This is about to be the entire rest of the circle if you don't have that. And Finn goes down. It's going to be shots coming out from LFP on the hillside.
We're about to see a lot of teams start crashing into positions where they just need to find somewhere to start fighting out of and play, because quite honestly, there's not that much left here, Matt.
We were talking about the 1-1-1 split, or I guess 4-1 split that was going on with Decimate. They have managed to regroup into a 3-1, pretty close to where we see Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. Sonic's very centered now. You can see doing the harassment on Synergy being the next part of the gauntlet. If Synergy manages to pass through this, they can at least find, I guess, another dip, but it looks like they're going to stop there, and I don't think that that's really where you want to stop. Rats is pretty close on one side, but what else you got to do?
Yeah, I was going to say, Matt, where else do you expect them to go? They really don't have that much to play, especially when they're sharing this rice paddy field with Rats as well on the other side of them, and then Sonic's just looking straight down. And Sonic's actually has such a good 2-2 split here. The only basic compounds or buildings in, they have complete vision over the south as well as the north. And just to their south, actually, I was going to say, Matt, look at the airdrops.
Yeah, there's a lot going on over here. I think that just to the east of where we see Synergy playing, there's a more of a ravine or a recess down into the next set of rice paddies.
Yes.
Which might provide some type of defense. Luminosity, though, being more active as they're going to be coming in straight up on the hillside. They say, okay, this is going to be where you need the power at, right? This is going to be where we can influence something, and they're going to have to go through ZV to do it, who is holding down, 2 men right up on the top of it, and Fisher and Ali. And they've got Ribbo that's kind of playing to the north of this back behind it, and Cluzera just kind of keeping an eye on all the movement.
Yes, Zvire needs to be very, very careful here, as I think Fiumba is going to potentially want to stop here. And Gats is now going to have to fight. Fisher going to open up here against LG, though, with a knock on Snakers with that grenade.
Shooting uphill, Rello is going to get some damage on it. Least discourage any more movement. Remember, Ribbo is back behind them, so we might see a bigger play come out, and the new circle is going to pop, and this one feels like it's way more centered. We're a couple of nades going to go back in the direction where Snaker's at, just going to make it a little bit more pressing to maybe get the res into him. And that's going to be Kickstart's job as he does retreat down. ZV has the high ground advantage right now onto Luminosity Gaming. And Pinta, for SDK, actually sees some of this, I think. He at least hears it and is looking like he might try to vulture something.
And again, STK have been really great at doing just that, Matt, right? Taking their time, spending it on the edge, coming in late, finding the opportunity, whether it's a third party or just fitting into the perfect spot where they found a window of opportunity. But man, ZV, again, is just so impressive.
I'm enjoying watching them play. Again, it's not the flashiest, but it is just very technically good PUBG that they're playing right now. So Flood going to have to retreat is LG. Oh, the rock came out of nowhere. That happens all the time. But that means that STK now gets that harassing line we were talking about just a moment ago, and they are going to lose Flood. I mean, what you gonna do? It's about the worst that you can have to handle. Next out of the gauntlet is going to be Rats in front of them, who are just taking some shots. I believe it's 0-0 Nation, who have one of their members down, who are kind of hiding in a cleft of the hillside.
Yeah, and this is, again, that issue here around these rice paddies in these fields is, I mean, LG, Snakers and Kick have found themselves somewhat something to play, but they're going to get caught up between the Rats fight right now as we move to Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, taking a fight now against Nays, basically coming out from Friendly Fire. So, I mean, there's just so much fighting happening around this north, south, east, west because there's not that much playable area, and all these teams are being condensed into this pressure cooker.
We've got Yellow Jackets that are now providing some supervision inside that firefight with Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown as well as Friendly Fire. And you can see the amount of smokes already being used. It means the fact that utility coming into the late game is going to be very low, if not nil, and create much more issues for rotations coming out of this one. We are going to see a good connection onto a nade to finish out Pixel as well as get the down on to Sharp Shot. Page is right in the face of Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, aka M762, as Cowboy, I think, has a read on this and steps away.
Oh, Page could actually have a huge play, but what was that? That was disgusting.
I guess there is some merit.
Popped right out. That was, sorry, Matt. That was, thought Page might have the drop on that, but my goodness.
Hey, look, it's another team that it's going to be Yellow Jackets capable of seeing as Tilt Town's going to be moving in and stopping. Grenades coming out, and grenades galore starting to land down where Tilt Town's going to be. Remember, they are kind of right on the edge, so that could bounce the nades a little bit more awkwardly as Batunga's doing Batunga's things and taking shots like across in a different direction right now, looking down into where Future is on the, I guess, the same sight line as where Tilt Town is, just much further away.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, Yellow Jackets are thriving in this chaos right now. They are making it work. 7 kills, pushing down onto Tilt Town on the east side, and they've done a really good job of kind of protecting themselves on this very barren edge. And so I'm really impressed. As we said, as long as Yellow Jackets can just keep themselves in the middle of the leaderboard leading into the last day, there's a very real chance they could potentially make that push as long as they stay consistent like this.
They're just so opportunistic. They realize exactly whenever they need to pounce and where they need to be looking as Tilt Town. They have Clemson down, and more smokes are going to be coming out from this. Synergy is going to be on the opposite side of the road, right where they're going to be at, and you can see this is just harassing for whatever reason, Tilt Town decided to roll into vehicles, and so everybody was like, oh, what's that sound? Everybody look.
And Synergy is actually still split in the middle, which we saw them, in like circle 1 or 2, Matt, come in and just to the south of Tilt Town. So at any point, if Synergy does get a little bit of a reprieve, they might be able to step over and put a lot of pressure on that shack. But again, Yellow Jackets just continuing to put so much damage on the field and get more and more kills. This time it's going to come the way of M762.
Cowboy and the rest of, well, I guess I should say Vegas, decided that they were going to make a send down into this position, going after Yellow Jackets. Yellow Jackets has good defense on it, as again, those trucks, man, there's just something funny about watching firefights in those trucks. I don't know what it is. It's just, it kills me. And
because they're not
Yellow
the
Jackets, and they're awkward, I guess is the best way to say it. Is I always feel like they're going to tip over frontwise going down those hills.
They do make decent cover, though, when they're destroyed. So if any of these teams can actually get one of those bad boys into an endgame situation, they do make okay cover. Look at this. This is what I was worried about for Tilt Town. It's going to be Synergy just on the other side, and then Yellow Jackets as well. Batungas, as you said, moving up. All these teams are converging on this little patch, this little side hill that we see Tilt Town currently on.
Well, trying to get something. Meanwhile, on the west, we've got Shoot to Kill that's trying to creep into position. They down where LG is at. And remember, Rats, who are trying to gatekeep They're all clustered in the same position. Just to the north of this is going to be where 0-0 Nation is at, as well as Fiumba taking shots into STK. So LG's in the thick of it, pretty much fighting in the shade as all the bullets are going over their head. But LERV is sneaking up right back behind that duo for STK. Down on his belly. They're going to go ahead and hop inside of the vehicle, though. So where that was going to be going, not going to be happening too much. And Yellow Jackets continuing their aggression in the east. This is opposite ends of how to play PUBG. A more, I guess, casual, like, well, I wouldn't say casual, a more controlled style on the west, and then it's just murder everything that moves in the east.
Yeah, but Yellow, again, very impressive for Yellow Jackets, and finally Alir has found his opportunity. He's going to find at least a knock, but that's going to set back SCK, at least for a moment, because they're going to have to pick up Alo.
Yeah, and having to stop inside of the crossfire of everything that's going on right now is absolutely wild, as the off-colored purple and the other off-colored purple team and Future as well as Yellow Jackets getting aggressive. Yellow Jackets sitting at 10 kills right now, creeping up the leaderboard every single time, eliminating more and more Luminosity, clinging to life right in between Rats, 0-0 Nation, SDK, and with Pinta now going down, you can see Alo going to go ahead and get flushed out. Looks like Fiumba is going to get more aggressive in the backside of this. This is just going to be Adam. But Fiumba is going to get eliminated. It's going to be Decimate. It's coming in back behind them, as well as 0-0 Nation taking shots into this. This is just an absolute catastrophe for anybody that touches this part of the circle.
Yeah, there are just absolutely no breaks for these teams on the west side, as they are just coming in, again, no cover, just trying to get down these hills towards the rice paddies that aren't really offering that much cover as well. SDK is going to survive with Adam and Penta at least recovering here, but that path in is just not ideal at all, Matt, as these teams are just fighting to get their way in the circle.
You know who I haven't heard from much? That's Sonics. And guess where Sonics?
True.
They're coming up right back behind Decimate, using this as an opportunistic moment for them to jump in. Decimate now, you can see, getting inside their vehicles, looking like they're moving more aggressively into 0-0 Nation's area. The fight that never ends into Tilt Town being hunkered out. I don't even know how many times these guys have been knocked at this stage. They're going to have to move right into where Synergy is at, with Yellow Jackets back behind them. But you got to give respect.
What?
There is no die in Tilt Town. They are going to fight until they just can't anymore.
Oh, and Batunga's now 10 kills on the side of Yellow Jackets. He is the last one alive. He does see a couple members there, but he's going to spot it out. Shap is going to find him, and Tilt Town somehow survive. I can't believe that nade did not take them down.
They have to have no meds left. They're just sitting there.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you do out of this. That does open up Future to move more aggressively to the south and down next to Synergy, but here comes Sonics coming through. Well, I said that, and Future gets eliminated as they try to make that push. Sonics are just sweeping through now and forcing Decimate into this firing lines, into LG, as they're just kind of herding everybody into all of these weakened teams in the south. As Decimate just sitting on their last member, you can see Synergy, who we thought were in a terrible spot. With the way that the circles have gone, I've been trying to cling to it, and Savage trying to at least move down, but there was no way to move down that hillside. There were just too many members and too many other teams that could see him.
That was a lot of damage done, though. It's going to be both Synergy members that were on that far side east split that got knocked, and I want to say there's definitely a chance here that they could maybe get those reses, and if they could, they would actually be in an amazing position here. But I think Benya's done for. At the very least, it looks like they will be able to save Pippa here. Unless the Sonics actually look at this, they're starting to make their way towards the top of this so they can start overlooking the position that SG had.
And there were a set of crates that were dropped up there. I don't know who dropped them. And you can see they're nomming it all up. Since they pushed everybody away from it, they just keep cycling different players, just going, ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy over and over again. That's going to be a kitted 4-man squad moving in this late game.
Well, it's not only a kitted 4-man squad, it's a kitted Sonics, which is definitely one of the most terrifying things in this lobby. So Sonics have taken their time. They had a nice split there on the north. They didn't have to do much. They herded those teams around them to fight each other, and all of a sudden, they now come out as the raid boss that this lobby does not want to deal with. Oh, and that nade landed in Grant's face!
Rats still clinging to life and living up to their name as nades just bouncing in. Can't dodge them for long enough. Blue Zone Grenade's finally going to start making an appearance because, you know, what else you got left at this stage is, again, keep an eye on utility, is it's going to be Rats trying to move in. But they have to be so careful. Keep in mind, it is going to be 0-0 Nation. It's going to be retreating down. LG still has one member up inside of Snakers. It looks like he's going to be pathing back over to the north. And this is just Rats having so much attention focused in on them, as now Sonics being the aggressors in. Just say, you know what? This whole circle is now just officially ours.
I mean, Sonics just happened to have all the control in the north, and now they've come down, Matt. And as you said, yeah, this is theirs. I mean, this is pretty much their game to lose at this point as well, since they're not only kitted, but they have all the zone control. It's going to be up to 0-0 Nation, Snakers, and Rats to potentially do something, but I'm not necessarily counting Rats out just yet.
Yeah, they're the strongest team that can fight against them, but they've been being battered this whole time. Lord only knows what their armor looks like. They were the first team, I think, around this position, and you can see they're just so weak. They can't even really stand up and fight. Sonic's now complete control over the circle, and so 0-0 Nation with one member up, and that's going to be LFP. Show me what you got, and he's trying, man. He goes for the spray onto one of them. He's been spotted out, takes a massive amount of damage. Here come the pants, pop in the face, and that's gonna make Sonic's day at 11 kills.
A little bit of an anticlimactic win, but still 11 kills for Sonic. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. They came in from the north. They took their time. That 2-2 split initially was wonderful for them. They got a little bit of circle love, but they absolutely used it. They made it work, and they were active the whole time. So Sonic's wonderful win. That was I would be very interesting to actually see that circle again and how it would play out, because that was a rough one, Matt.
That is absolutely crazy. We're going to take a quick look at highlights, and we're going to be moving to the analyst segment. See you guys over there as Scott's going to take a quick break.
We're back, and so are the Sonics as they come out and get a chicken dinner in 3 games. That's all it took to get there. They walk away with a big win, 11 kills, and that should see them climbing the leaderboard. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Matcham as we break down the action here on the first day of the America Finals qualifier for PGS2. It's been ups and downs, a roller coaster of favorites, but not in that game. In that game, it seemed like the Sonics just had control of the end game and never let it go.
I mean, they did a good job on playing the edge. I was kind of wondering where you wanted to start our analysis segment inside of this one, because it's a chaotic circle, right? We had several hard shifts into a very open ending, and it doesn't matter the map. That's going to be hard to deal with. But Sonics did such a good job in, I guess, the mid to late, like early stages of late game, in just getting control and forcing everybody away from and into each other. Like, we often talk about hurting in this game and like forcing teams to fight. Sonics just kind of took control over everything and was like, yeah, go fight amongst yourselves kind of situation. Right. I'll just go ahead and pick up the kills, still walking away with 11.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of hurting. We've seen some shepherding so far today, but nothing as powerful as the Sonics. So much so that, like, I mean, the Rats push sums it up for me. Like, they never even had a chance to try to fight back, because the second that Sonics saw them, they were completely eradicated. Let's take a look at the leaderboard from that match. Sonics with 21 total points and 11 kills. Rats does manage to get second with those 10 points, but for me, my shout out, awful lot of fun to watch. Yellow Jackets, 10 freaking kills.
Yeah, I was talking about the fact that I would like to see them in more heads-up fights. Their opportunistic playstyle is just so good, though. I also want to give a small shout-out to Tilt Town. While they did go out in 9th place, there were plenty of times that they should have gone out way earlier than that.
That's true. That's true, but we don't give points for pulling a fight out of your bum at the end of a round. They need to get that chicken, and I know Tilt Town can do it. This is the second time we've seen them in scrappy end games or big scraps that could lead to a good end game. They just haven't been able to survive out of it. Overall leaderboard, though, Sonics takes the lead. That's a nice big change in the leaderboard right now. 36 points for them. Decimate right behind at 31. STK at 26. But Matt, some of our teams that I expected to be higher up after 3 games, particularly 0-0 Nation, not really showing up right now.
Yeah, I was making a joke in the fact that I hadn't really had a chance to even say Sparking's name, because they've been kind of non-existent, let's be
Less
honest.
sparking and more fizzling, if you will.
Yeah, them in 22, I was expecting to come out a lot more, but we do talk about that sometimes. Whenever we look at 0-0 Nation, they can be a mixed bag. Consistency isn't necessarily their strongest suit, but at the end of the day, they usually do manage to get the points done.
And I will remind y'all, when you go back to the Latin American qualifiers, they got 16 kills on day 1. And hold on, let me double check this because I got to make sure it's right because it's so ridiculous. 62 kills on day 2. So 0-0 Nation, one of those teams that I don't really write off because they did 100 points on day 2 last weekend. That's more than 16.7. So if you round up, 17 points per game, which is absolutely wild. So we'll see what they do. Yeah. Now, we'll go back to the Yellow Jackets. I've been enjoying watching them. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Yellow Jackets, if you look them up on the internet, they are defined. It says they can be identified by their distinctive markings, their occurrence only in colonies and groups, and their characteristic rapid side-to-side, seemingly erratic flight before picking a spot to land. Seems relatively accurate for this team that just likes to get into fisticuffs.
And it sucks when they sting you too. If you've never encountered a Yellow Jacket, those things are mean. Yeah. If you piss them off, they're just destructive, but you nailed it. Like I was thinking the same thing whenever I was watching them playing. I don't think that I've seen a more appropriately named team in quite a while. They just epitomize exactly what I would think of whenever I would think of a Yellow Jacket, right?
Yep. Aggressive, and I'm honestly fun to watch. Like, as long as I've got a screen between me and the nest, I'll sit there and watch them fly all day. So we'll see if they can put it together, get that macro to get a little farther into the late game, because you need more than just kill points to take this home. Now, something else happened in that match, and maybe it's just the Taego effect, if you will, but Elevate versus 22, I have in my notes, Elevate versus 22, why though? Like, that start, the fact that they did lose Shinboy, but I don't really understand why they came over and committed so hard into taking 22 out there.
I think it was just a causal set of events. Like, one thing led to another, and I feel like once somebody got flushed, there was the call out, like, hey, we could see if we could get one back. And then Yellow Jackets heard kind of a prolonged skirmish and then just swooped in on a different angle that neither one of the teams were expecting. And that's what kind of started their run, right? And it's really, really odd to see a fight like that at that stage. And I don't know what was the precursor behind that. I had my eyes caught on a different section of the map. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, I honestly, you said maybe they thought they could get one back and give this strategic reasoning. I genuinely just feel like someone in Elevate was like, oh no, they didn't, and turned the car around to go there. And Yellow Jackets, like following a bumblebee back to a lovely little paddock of flowers, just saw some bait and went ahead and fed on those guys. Started that grind to 10.
There is also something to say that Elevate and 22 are both having a lot of trouble getting points. So I guess if you're going to try to build up your game getting kills on another team, if you're the 16th team, maybe going after the 15th team isn't the worst idea. That's the only thing I can contemplate.
They killed your boy, so you know he's there. Kudos to Shinboy, by the way. I don't know if the seatbelt was stuck or if he was just playing dead, but either way, it slowed him down. It was fascinating to watch. Another thing that was fascinating to watch, and now this is for those of you at home who maybe haven't seen it as much, those were super airdrops, lots of boxes, but in case you don't play and you just watch, remember only one of them is the traditional red box. The others are a lot smaller, so you don't have to stress too much. We're not giving them 8 red boxes, but it is really a nice gear set. We're done, though, with Taego, and it's time very shortly to head to our 4th match of the night in the grassy pastures. We'll see you soon.
All right, we had our 2 games in the desert, and now we've got our Taego done. It's just set up for 3 games of Erangel, as there's going to be a lot of damage control coming out from these teams, I think, to try to stabilize, specifically a couple of the teams such as Zero Nation. I think that we've been having a lot of eyes on our 22 esports bets.
Yeah, I definitely believe some of the teams that have kind of struggled today want to at least have a strong closeout of the finish in day 1 so that they can go into tomorrow with a little bit of a better mindset. That being said, I mean, even some of these teams, if they don't have the greatest day, I'm sure they'll be able to reset, or at the very least try to reset for tomorrow. But yeah, we're closing out on the first day here, already 3 games down, going into our 4th, and some of the teams have not really been able to get it together. And I'm even looking at Elevate, who has kind of looked great in our qualifiers, but really struggled here so far.
There's a, I don't think that I would have had a good idea on how the leaderboard for this would have shaken up. I do know that there's probably a lot of people that are playing fantasy right now that have their eyes looking at 0-0 Nation with rage. So we'll have to see how the stat comes out from them. I'm waiting for the pop-off moment. That's how that squad goes, right? Is sooner or later they just find the game and then walk away with 20 kills.
I mean, yeah, that's great, but I mean, if they're having one of those games for every 3 to 4 bad ones, I don't think that's going to be enough, especially when they're going, you know, for that essentially the top 3. So I feel like, or top 4 rather, I feel like that's going to be something that they need to do now, even if they're not having those crazy big games. And this isn't just for 0-0 Nation, this is really for any of the teams that are struggling. As long as they can just start finding some consistency, get 5, 6, 7 points a game and build on that rather than just hoping to go for that kind of last ditch 20 kill win that, you know, we see teams go for so often at the end of these qualifiers.
So looking in, we did have the circle pop. It's, I guess, just to the west of Pachinki. Pretty centered outside that. You can see the 22 is going to be going over here to North Georgia Pool. Keeping our eyes out, STK looks like they might have done a damage control drop near Ruins. Looks like they're grabbing themselves a vehicle. I have to keep an eye on where they opt into going.
Yeah, they dropped Ruins, and there's actually enough buildings between like Gatka North as well as like some of the compounds or flat tops around Everest that they can loot. But yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward drop. That being said, I'm actually not terribly worried about them simply because of the fact that that circle is actually not bad for them at all.
I mean, this is a pretty friendly circle. And I will point out that, yes, Taego had not a lot of cover inside the last one. I don't think that anybody with eyes can argue that. But Erangel also has some very, very flat, open sections of it, and there's a lot of that inside the circle.
Yeah, there's a decent amount. Obviously, the fields just to the east of Gatka, even like Ruins, the area of Round Ruins. Yeah, there's those two stories and the yellows. But yeah, this is a fairly open circle, at least so far. I mean, this could very well shift to the east and bring in a lot of that Pachiki Hill as well as some of the surrounding areas. But even then, some of those areas are open too, Matt.
Yeah, looking in, just as an update, SDK did manage to make it back over to South Georgia Pole. We're watching Yellow Jackets. As they're going to be doing their looting over in Novo. Getting an eye in, you can see that this is actually inside the zone, so not the biggest rush coming out from them. SDK is pretty... they've got some options. Sometimes whenever they come into this location late, they can have to do some like just mad quick looting. I think that they can take their time a bit, just being more afraid of maybe 22 crossing the bridge after.
Yeah, and they've realized at least South Georgia, which is one of their old drops, is completely open, so they're going to be able to get just more than enough gear here, as well as, you know, Purdy going and splitting around Hospital. So yeah, STK will be just fine.
We have been seeing Hospital get a lot of love in our circles in North America, at least. We'll have to see how, once we mix all of the Americas together, how that ends up going. No rush from anybody on the circle. Let's be honest, this is... Whereas Taego was more, okay, you got to play pure PUBG because you don't know exactly what's going to be going on and you don't know how everybody's going to rotate. We're in the formulaic section right here. This is a circle that everybody knows how to play well. They have a pretty good idea on how most of the other teams are going to rotate into it as on top of that. So really, it's just going to be kind of our newcomers and what Yellow Jackets or ZV might be.
True. And even looking like a team like Rats, right, who currently has center circle, I mean, they're going to have to make a pretty big decision here on how they want to play this or exactly where they want to play this as well. And that's kind of always the thing. When you get circle one, it's great. It feels great. But sometimes it's like, oh, man, you have too many options as far as where you want to play.
And just watching back, because we do have a 15-minute delay, I'm sad because I just realized that Tig did not get the pan kill. H1 stole it in the last game. So I don't know. Are we allowed to like H1 anymore? He took that from us.
I mean, yeah, It looked like at the pan either way. I Victory is going the way of Sonics, right?
Yeah.
So
it was more just idle joking is all I'm doing.
Sure, of course. And, it would have been nice to see the pan kill, but, I've been one as someone who has maybe been fined or not fined for kind of memeing in the past. I'm okay with Win just taking that win the way it should be done.
I guess it is a melee weapon. Do you have like flashbacks every single time you see Sonics making that run in with their VSSs and pans?
No, because, situation was a little different, I guess, but I do appreciate when Sonics do that because it just shows that they're confident as hell as well. So that's just going to be great for them.
Update on what's going to be happening is it does have a Synergy that's doing a light bridge camp, and Future going to be making that cross. Or do we see a firm defensive line for Synergy just yet? As Zvire is going to be moving in, and there you go. Synergy going to go ahead and find the synergy amongst each other to put a stop to that rotation by Future. Are they going to continue to try to brute force it? Or are they going to rotate around? What is Future planning here? As it looks like there's a little bit of mixed communications.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to back off a bit, and this could be a situation too where they just go loot some of those compounds and it's like, hey, let's just not even bother going with this rotation. Let's just emergency pick up, right? I feel like that would be a viable option as well, and something that most of the time in this situation, Future would have to opt to like either taking the ferry or like going on the other bridge because there were no emergency pickups.
Yeah, it's what Future, Yellow Jackets, LG, the only teams that are not inside the circle yet. So Synergy picking up a kill off of that one's going to feel, maybe it's the start of some momentum for them, as they've been not necessarily bad, just not necessarily big. I guess is the best way to say it.
Yeah, I think their rotations have been their biggest issue, right? Yeah. Like going back to game number 1 on Miramar, when they had that option to basically follow the solo Future in, instead they kind of took this wide blind rotation to the south, and they ended up paying for it, where all 3 members went down and they only had a solo up. So I think it's these little rotation issues that is causing them problems, especially in the early game. If they can just get to circle 4 or 5 with at least 3 up, I think Synergy is obviously a very strong team. As we saw the last game, they had pretty decent position in Taego, and they lasted all the way until the end as well.
Nothing too crazy happening right now. Oddly enough, I think that Future was keeping an eye on what was going on with Synergy. As Synergy backstepped, it looks like they're more in the gas station, that hillside outside the bridge camp, just direct. And Magno actually crossed the bridge for Future. While this is going on, Yellow Jackets, I think, have their eyes on the pier, but it was only him that went across.
Yeah. And we didn't see how he crossed. I wonder if they just gave up. Maybe he just saw them backing up and decided now's the time to cross, which is actually great. That means Future has a foothold on the other side, and they should be able to cross this fairly safe. As we look at Yellow Jackets opting to take that pier, which again isn't a bad option. It's going to put them straight into the circle, but we'll see if they were able to get any vehicles with them. Probably not.
Zvire over here pretty close to Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, aka M762. I always try to do that because I know it can be confusing looking at it whenever we're talking about Dragon Tiger Barrel and you're seeing M762. They don't have the biggest connection outside of the fact that, remember, 762 Barrel. And that should help you guys make the connections.
Yep, and M762 is also, I think, the designation for the barrel as well. So it's going to be a nice little name. The Dragon and the Tigers, though, and the Showdown, that's
all for us.
That's all for us. Yeah, I was going to say, that has nothing to do with M762.
Looking in, it's really just kind of more scouting, bullying away, as Cluzera looks like he's going to continue to try to move in around this one. Future, you can see that's going to be starting to regroup more and crossing the bridge. They see 0-0 Nation on the opposite side. So 0-0 Nation playing the Peninsula. I used to love watching teams come into this location, specifically on a circle like this, because it's kind of defensive. We haven't seen it happen a whole bunch here lately, though.
Yeah, we haven't. I mean, again, with the advent of airdrops and everything else, like a lot of these positions that we used to see teams try to hold or camp, like there are ways around them. And so if you are one of the teams that is spending the time to do that, it feels bad when you see like, a team just flying above and you're like, okay, well, there's not really much we can do at this point.
I think that we're still down in the south waiting for the ferry. It's just Yellow Jackets in no rush. I mean, it's an early circle. They stopped Novo. You can see that they're just kind of trading out stuff. I wouldn't be too concerned. The only thing I would be concerned about is if this circle goes like very hard northeast, so that way they have to take the ferry across and then cut across a hard shifted circle.
Sure.
Yellow Jackets could have themselves a hard time, but It's still very landlocked, but not that far away from the coast.
Nope, and the circle actually didn't do too much of a disgusting shift out there from them. So a lot of these teams like Synergy, one of the holdouts near the bridge, are going to move forward. That means Future should also be able to start moving into the circle. And then Yellow Jackets, yeah, they'll just come in and pretty much be free on the south, at least up until where the circle starts.
Small shifts for a lot of our teams that were playing Edge, most notably to the east. ZV and STK still being friends. As you can see, the Everest is still in play, and I believe the Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown could be rolling in. We also do have 22 esports that's just to the east of this. There you go. You can see on the mini-map, that's going to be the Barrel Boys themselves. As it looks like Zavire made it. Yeah. They just want this. They're making a full commit in. Nade's going to come out. They've got to get away from that. Got to be careful going for the peek in. The door, a millisecond of difference. Uzera trying to prep this one up. But let's not forget that we still have Dragon Tiger Barrel. It's going to be back behind this. ZV playing this very aggressive, realizing that they can try to pounce in, but they have got to be careful. This could swing either way. STK trying to prep up. Kluzera takes a big nade, and it's going to be Ribbo going down as well. STK reinforcements come in, and Zavire wanted this, but they don't have their reinforcements here fast enough. Party goes for the stop. Fisher coming in, and I think that he's getting waved off. There is no purpose to commit into this anymore.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about that fight as well is the south side of those buildings were completely off limits because of teams shooting at them like Elevate as well as Dragon Tiger. So even though Zavire wanted to make something happen, go around, use the other side of the building to maybe make a play, they just could not because of the gatekeeping from the other teams on that south. So they're going to lose at least Ribbo. They did manage to at least keep Kluzera up for now. He's trying to get the hell out of Dodge, but he's going to be all off on his own without a vehicle as well. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, this is not good. Oh, Fisher's going to go down to 22. That's a bad set of situations.
Look at this.
Hey, he got a knock.
You want to say his name? Now's your opportunity, Matt.
All right, can he follow it up? Nade could bounce back down inside. Culvert, and nope, not too much. Hey, look, emergency air pickup going to be coming in, landing on the opposite side. Tilt Town's going to take the shots in the backside of Friendly Fire, and I think that they managed to get the res up as Pretty Curdy is going to take out Kluzera that we saw earlier, and Friendly Fire now in some trouble, man. This is a pinch that you do not want to be a part of.
Yeah, this is actually a really disgusting pinch here. That drop from Tilt Town, you love to see it. We've been talking about those emergency pickups so much, and man, Tilt Town using it to great effect. They've actually found themselves in the right chopstick, and they have a lot of control currently going into this. They do have to be wary, though, of rats potentially coming in and getting nades off once the circle starts to close. But for the time being, man, what a play from Tilt Town.
And respect, Friendly Fire is doing a good job on weathering this. They have to burn through a lot of utility, but this could have just absolutely destroyed them, and they're doing a good job. It's going to burn a lot of their utility, nades, all that other stuff to shoo everybody away, but it's been a while since we've seen a chopstick this hot.
Yeah. It's definitely been, I feel like it's just been a while since we've been in chopsticks, Matt.
It really has.
Overall, but I mean, this area, as you said, and we talked about it at the top of this game, right? Taego being so open, that last circle that we saw, it caused a lot of issues for these teams. Here we are in Erangel, the tried and true map that everyone is very comfortable with, and it's a very similar situation, especially based off of this shift.
That angle is dirty. I loved what we see coming out from Clemson there.
But look at this.
Knox coming in, making the push. Circle's going to shift into the flatlands, keeping in some ruins, still keeping in the chopstick as well. Friendly Fire, not having to deal with... You don't have to worry about Friendly Fire. You just have to worry about all of the enemy fire right now. This is finally getting something back and taking down Joshi.
The amount of damage Friendly Fire has taken and also given has been pretty insane, but they haven't been able to actually do anything about it. I mean, they are surviving, though, which I very much respect, and now they're starting to take that fight to Tilt Town. And that being said, they still have to be very aware of their backside. 0-0 Nation is right behind them, but it does look like Paige has been the one kind of anchoring for them.
There's a lot of teams that are trying to rotate, and here's what's going on. You can see that Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is maneuvering around here. Rats as well. We've got 58 alive and not a lot of cover, so this is feeling like this is where you guys start being more active. 0-0 Nation is still trying to get control over the other chopstick, which they have firmly just handled. Friendly Fire are now starting to think maybe we can retreat back into the joint to see if we can move around between the two of them. But this is... I just feel this is bad for Friendly Fire no matter what, because even if Tilt Town and 0-0 Nation move, they're going to be coming into an open field so late.
That's true, but if they can somehow manage to keep control and take this chopstick away from Tilt Town, that they at least have a foothold to kind of move into and try to work that compound that we see Dragon Tiger Bear Showdown in, but it's still going to be tough. 0-0 Nation has just been doing a great job of putting pressure on them while not overcommitting, as they do have that entire second chopstick to themselves. And that nade, or these nades, are doing so much damage. Rothdow just trying to stay alive, but man, the pressure on Friendly Fire is exhausting.
Future's going to go down in that fight with Synergy, as this was well outside the circle, and yeah, you got to give... Oh, the bounce! Oh my god! Off the backboard. Okay, 0-0 Nation, are you going to step in? Nah,
that's it.
I think they're going to let that one go. Call that good.
And good job to them, honestly. Again, they could have just kind of left them alone, went to their own chopstick, potentially just made sure they don't get backfilled, but... they were diligent. They put a lot of damage on Friendly Fire. They knew that Tilt Town had also put a lot of damage on Friendly Fire. They just went in and cleaned them up. So great job coming out from 0-0 Nation. And honestly, a much better look for them this game already.
So this is some old school PUBG is what we're looking at right here. If you're a veteran, we're seeing ruins. We're seeing the Pachinki West. Like, do they still call them the Pachinki Reds to the West? I don't even know what the new term for those might be nowadays. STK's got Everest and still has ZV and the duo up there, and nobody in the center. Why? Because just like the last game, ain't nothing there.
It's actually even, I'd say, more open. I'd argue more open in the center than it was. And man, that shift is crazy, dude. These circles are absolutely bonkers. There is just nothing to play in any of our end zones. Every single game.
Sonics didn't even leave Pachinki. They just went to the barns to the west of it. That tells you something. These guys are usually very active in the early sections. Teams that are going to have to move. STK is going to have to get something going. LG already mobilizing quite quickly. They're going to be pretty centered in this one. But I want to note, there is not a building available right now. I think that every single one of them is already claimed because there's a grand total of 5. With 52
Actually,
alive?
That's not true. I think there's an ice cream shack next to Rats that's still available.
Next to Rats? Oh, yeah. The one that's right next to the road.
One little single ice cream shack and a guard tower. So I called you out, Matt.
Oh, so yeah, sorry. I forgot about the great benefit that one ice cream shack can do for 4 players. So, it's now... Kane? I guess he got knocked while prepping a nade. That happens. How many people are we about to lose? Because I don't know how many. I mean, it's Circle 4. I don't know how many people can live in this. We're about to see a lot of crashes.
Yeah, there is a few areas, like right here where STK is pulled up, as long as they have a decent little vehicle for it, they do have a play, I guess, if you call it that. But yeah, they're just going to start getting peppered by Rats. I mean, you can look right now in Purdy's perspective. There is nothing for these boys to take.
Yeah, like you can start to see the aerials coming. We've got some. This is the 0-0 Nation. This isn't even inside the circle, guys. You see off in the distance to the right, that's the circle. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is right on the edge of it. Yellow Jackets are going to get eliminated. STK's car fort is already being harassed by Rats and Fiumba as well. 0-0 Nation, I wouldn't be surprised coming into this late. It's not going to be the biggest thing. 22 is going to be to the north of it. ZV are going to be able to wrap in back behind what's going on with STK. And 0-0 Nation, it's time to make your clown car rotation. And this is never, ever good.
No, but I mean, they don't really have a lot of options, right? So they're just going to try to wrap as far north as they can. They're going to come in and they're going to be very unpleasantly surprised to see that there's a lot of teams holding in that north, specifically 22. Fiumba is actually taking good care of STK here.
I mean, you can see ZV's like, where do we go? Where do we go? There's nothing. There is absolutely nothing to have. Fisher's going to go down. What? Stop at his body and a tree. That's about the best thing you're going to find. He's going to get taken down. STK is on damage control, trying to get their reses up, but Fiumba has just a good beat on. They've got the high ground. I think that was not even going for a res. I think that was just a loot exchange.
Yeah, possibly. And then the circle's about to close one more time, Matt, which is going to cause even more issues as this is centered. Oh! There is literally nothing to play in this circle. I don't know how the hell these teams are going to navigate this. LG has a little bit of a reprieve with the I guess you call it Pachinki Red, you were talking about it earlier, Matt, and then Rats still have that compound, but there is nothing in the north. There is nothing in the east. Actually, that's not true. Sonics have a little bit of a ridge there to play that road, but that's about it.
This is going to get just wild, and that's all you can do. You can see teams already starting to drop. We've gone from 38 to 31, and just while you were talking there, and it's just going to continue to get worse. Decimate's going to figure out how they're going to come into this one, and it's going to be gate kept by Fumba as well as Sonics. 0-0 Nation looking in, and now you can see it's going to be Dragon Tiger Barrel, not inside the safe zone, looking at 0-0 Nation, who also aren't inside this new safe zone, both of which need to move forward just a bit, and what, do you drop down on your belly and go super old school, ditch the backpack and just start crawling the bush line?
God, that nade was so good. Some of these teams and players, yeah, they might have to just, that might be their play. I'm surprised that nade landed in Tig's mouth. Did not knock him though. Decimate gonna back up, and again, look at this from Decimate. They have 4 members up. They came in from the north, and at the very least, they're in a position to fight.
That's the circle, guys. That's the circle. It's just people driving around going, I'm here. Maybe I can pick up some kills. Maybe I'll find some wreckage of another vehicle. And I think that's what Dragon Tiger Barrel's going to try to do. Hey, look, there's a rocket in another car taking shots at 0-0 Nation, who are just trying to creep forward a bit. Like that. They did lose Vegas, but I think that they might be able to res that. We'll have to see. We still have Sonics also holding back Decimate. Capitan can't even make it in the zone, but a lot of our teams are squeaking this one out.
This is actually one of the most disgusting circles I've seen. This qualifier so far has been very difficult to navigate with these circles on these teams. So I wouldn't be surprised if we found some normalcy either in the next 2 games or even tomorrow, that the teams that we expected to do well start to pick it up, because these have not been the circles.
This has been a good game for 0-0 Nation. You can see it's very compacted.
Yeah.
What? Tilt Town and 9th all the way down to ZV and 13th, 1 point separating them out, so their 4 points going to be massive. If they can try to cling into more of it, they might be able to kind of slowly climb the leaderboard. We talked about the fact that they're an explosive team. Well, this isn't a game where they could be explosive.
Sonics are actually coming up on that road ridge I was talking about now, and they're probably going to pour over and try to get some control on this fight, maybe get some damage onto Decimate. But yeah, there's really little to fight for here as far as the space to be played, and Sonics are starting to make their move, but 0-0 Nation as well on the other side. Sparking did put some damage down range. They do have a little bit of pressure now going, so they can make this push onto Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, but man,
they've got to be careful though.
Yes.
Fumba has shifted down from this position that they were playing. Remember, they were taking shots into STK earlier from that high ground, but they heard the fights going on with Decimate and Sonics, and they're now trying to move more aggressively into it. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is going to get eliminated as they finally get spotted out by the last members of 0-0 Nation, but this fight right along the zone is going to be just massive detriment, and you can see folded shields are going to provide value this game. And what are you doing, moving the car?
He's just trying to get out with that car, and I imagine Sonics are going to fight pretty much against the blue until that bad boy closes, as is Fumba, because there is, I mean, look at the shift. It's centered up. And Rats, though, Rats is having the time of their life. They are the only form of any decent cover in this circle, and they're basically on the southern edge. I mean, they are the edge.
I think that they've got, what, 1.5 buildings still in play. They're
better than everything else.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics and Fumba are just fighting for kills at this stage because they know it's going to be just crazy whatever happens.
LG's probably going to wrap towards this fight too, I would imagine. Yep, here they come.
Yeah, I mean, LG's got to make a move sooner or later, so this is going to be where it comes in. Sonic's going to have to keep their heads on the swivel. It's just going to be firefights. Nade's going to connect from Mime. That's going to turn up in a big way, but LG in vehicles coming up back behind it. Tig spots health. Explosion right in front of him, going for the spray. Quick exchanges between the two. Very minimal cover as the zone is going to come in. This is a phase 6 zone, and it is not going to tickle. They got to try to make something happen. Grant Landis, while this is going on, you can see the rest of Rats moving into the low ground, using the road as the little bit of cover that they have. Meanwhile, Sonics get eliminated based off of the pinch from LG. Fumba weathers the storm, but 0-0 Nation is on the move in the north.
And LG now is going to have to deal with that duo of Rats that came up on the road. But oh, look at this! Sparking is actually going to find the knock on Finna. And all of a sudden, Rats could be in a position where, yeah, they have a little bit of the cover there. But man, they're just down to a duo now.
LG is like, if there is no cover, we just use cars. And by cars, I don't mean stop and use them for cover. I mean just drive around and see who you can shoot. It's working. They're picking up some stuff with it. They're at 7 kills right now, holding a decent spot on the leaderboard. But Fumba just right behind them, 1 point separating out. And Draft King, the foldable shield, the last of the dream for them.
It's almost like you wrote the story as well. You talked about 0-0 Nation needing a big game to maybe kind of build that confidence and start getting their wheels turning here. And so far, 9 kills, 3 members still up from 0-0 Nation coming off the north in a very rough position, have found themselves now in the circle and in a position to potentially win this game. So very well on them.
And I mean, hey, if it's an open circle and there is no cover and you got a squad like 0-0 Nation, just lean into the aim, right? Just outshoot everybody 5-head and you don't have to worry about cover. And that's kind of what a 0-0 Nation is doing. They are exploiting it. I'm not trying to downplay what they're doing. They're very smartly maneuvering from trees into the hillside. And the longer they stay here, keep in mind, we're only at circle 6. We could be in for a rat fiesta here for a bit. Godspeed.
Yeah, well, we'll see. There are definitely some trees. LFP has found himself at a nice tree towards the center of the circle, at least for now. And that's going to be a hard shift to the south, which actually means LG has the best position in this circle. So, I mean, the way that they have fought through this, quotations for sure. Nice little headshot. The way that they have fought through this and found that little gap, they went for that opening when they saw that Sonics was fighting Fuma there on the northwest the northeast. It's just been a really great showing from them and just good decision making in such an awful position and situation.
Rats starting to try to make their move. LG is very focused in what's going on with the last remaining member in Fiumba and DraftKing. Nope. Him in his shield, but hey, the trade. Going to take the shots. Good exchange. Hello, Senpai. Reading that one, and it's going to be sparking. Go ahead and flushes it out. We said the fact that they needed some points. They're sitting at 11, and Hello, Senpai wants another, but can't really find it.
Yeah, and the thing about Rats, I mean, I get that Finna and the duo that went with him wanted to try to put some pressure and get some of these kills, but they just spread themselves so thin, and ultimately, they were trying to take control. I think they should just play that tractor. It would have been a much better play than going that far up the road and losing 2. And so now it's just down to Hello Senpai to salvage this for the Rats. At least 6 kills, though, and they're going to be a top 4.
Hello Senpai denying 0-0 Nation the continuance of their climb. But, I mean, okay. So it's a 3v1v1. Make that a 3v1. 12 kills, high likelihood, probably going to stay that way. Nate's going to be dropped by Hello Senpai. Feeder of the blue, not give it to him. Good read. And whoo, that is why. Look at that jump from 0-0 Nation. 3 points now back behind Rats. We said that they can have their big games. They found it.
And that's fine. I'm very glad that they had their big game here. They did a great job of navigating that mess of a circle that we had. I just would love to see them continue this consistency because, again, we've seen this team pop off, like you said, Matt, but then they have struggled to keep it going.
Well, we were going to go ahead and set the highlights and move back over to our analyst segment to break down a very chaotic circle. We'll see you guys in just 1 sec.
Welcome back, and it is a massive game for 0-0 Nation as they came out and got exactly what they needed. Literally, you said it during the broadcast, Cosby. It's like we scripted it. We said in the break, we need to see some action out of 0-0 Nation. If they have a strong start today, that sets them on the trajectory to maybe be one of those 3 teams because they're a momentum-driven squad. This, not only, Godspeed, is this a momentum winner for them, but it is, like, a hubris builder because that circle was terrible and no one knew how to play it, and 0-0 just scrapped and survived and got the win, and I think that's got to feel good.
Yeah, that's got to feel great, specifically coming off that north side again, fighting the multiple teams they did up there, and then just coming out with the beautiful shots. And Matt actually made a good point there as well, which was, look, if we don't have anything to play, then we just have to rely on our aim and just make sure we hit these shots, and they absolutely did. So great confidence builder, but again, I really do hope that they can keep this up.
Yeah, it would be nice to see. I mean, we saw them do it in their region. They're a team that a lot of the talent, the casters who spend a lot of time with these guys think has the potential to go the distance. I know a lot of folks were actually shocked when they did not go to PGS1. I know they were on a lot of lists to sort of be there maybe instead of like a third eye who did make the cut. that had to have stung a little bit. Is there a chance that that drove them to this sort of lightning strike team? Because when they do turn on, these guys are crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure that definitely plays into effect, right? Anytime you don't make it to an event or qualify for anything, it definitely if you're in the right mindset, it should make you hungrier, right? It should make you want to work harder and make sure that you're getting those wins when you need to. And so, yeah, this is a great start, especially for a team that did start very slow today. And so, again, we'll see if they can build on that.
All right, so let's talk about that game, because it is a new trend, apparently, here at the grand final, that our final circles are just going to give our players nothing to work with. Literally, they are fighting with pieces of grass and bootstraps.
I mean, that circle specifically too was really brutal, because I mean, normally there's at least a few ridges or something to play in the center, whether it's like a couple trees or like a shack or literally anything. In that circle, I mean, there really wasn't anything. I mean, you saw it, that all the teams had decided, like, look, forget going for center. Let's just fight on this east edge, try to take control, and then do whatever we can to just get points. But it was 0-0 Nation that ended up, not only getting the points, but getting the win. But I do still feel like Rats overstepped there. I feel like they could have at least taken that tractor and had a lot more control than they ended up giving.
It's funny because in a normal game, the team that's, risking it all for a tractor is generally in pretty bad shape, whereas it's our top teams at the end of this lobby that were risking it for a tree. Because nobody else could find anything. Now, someone who did find something, 0-0 Nation, 12 kills and 22 total points off the back of that game. Rats, yes, that was I don't want to say a throw, but a strong decision. They still walk with 14 points. They'll be happy with that. And Luminosity Gaming perks up and puts up a big 11. Let's take a look at that overall leaderboard, Godspeed.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Rats threw either. I just think they just overextended a little bit, right, with Finna, and I don't remember who was with him, but I did like the proactivity, right? Instead of just sitting in the back and just shooting, they actually did go for some kills, but it did cost them 2 members. That being said, still a great game for Rats. They've been pretty consistent actually on the day in these rough circles, so great for them. And then looking at LG, they also finally got some much needed points in that game as well.
But I think you're right. The consistency, it's been that pro Ratstivity that has allowed them to consistently put up points and climb that leaderboard without really anybody, I think, even expecting it right out of the gate. They don't have a chicken dinner in pocket like the other teams climbing up to the top of this thing. So that is definitely worth noticing and seeing if they continue to keep that ball rolling. Now, last time we said a team on the bottom that I didn't expect to be there needs to step up and perform. That was 0-0 Nation with 2 games left to play. Let's call out another team and see if maybe we can set the narrative here. That's Synergy. Synergy is a team that a lot of folks expect to be good coming out of Latin America. So much so, are they confident in their skill, Godspeed? They have players from Argentina, Paraguay, and Chile. All of those players have packed their bags last week and moved to Mexico this week so that they could be right next to the server for improved ping and be able to play together in the same house. That is an incredible level of dedication, and I'm sure they expect themselves to be doing better than this right now.
Oh, I'm sure they do. To be honest, I think we all expected them to do better as well. I mean, that roster is just so talented, and when you look at kind of the numbers they've put up so far, not necessarily what we thought. I guarantee you that's not what they hoped for, but there's still enough time. Again, the 18-game series does save them, and so I would really hope as well with you that they are able to kind of get something going at the very least in these last 2 Erangels.
We'll see if they do. Shout out to Chris Style for giving me that information about where they're staying in Mexico right now, and shout out to the rest of the teams as they get ready for the final 2 matches of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this break.
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. Ha! All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon.
Go away! Back off!
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning! Thunder, lightning!
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My
Ótima colocação.
Já puxa por ali o spray, o Rapex derruba o Kilzen. E me parou. Granadinha pra cima dele, Molotov!
Olha o Psy que tá na mira do Benra. Pipa, bota, né? Tem o Legião agora, vai cai pro...
Tomei. Delícia! Delícia! Assim. Rasga o primeiro, tem flash pra cima dele. Lá vem panelada!
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Welcome back. The break is done. The players are getting ready to get into the match. And myself and Godspeed spent the last couple of minutes just meditating and sending out good vibes that there will be a tree or a rock or maybe a house in the next final circle, because it has been desolate, Godspeed. And can players write that off and be like, this was super outside the normal and kind of let it go after 3 games of that?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily like write it off. There's definitely been times, like I can think of one specific example, like in MPL when we had the Miramar Island Circle on the East Coast, and pretty sure I remember Lus distinctly saying like, all right, this game doesn't matter. Just try to get as many points as you can. That's obviously not the mindset we had in a lot of bad circles, but sometimes that's just kind of what happens, right? You're either a team caught on the edge, maybe you had a sick fight, you won the 4v4, circle's so far away, and then there's just no options. But remember, back then also, we didn't have things like emergency airdrop or pickup or any of those tools. So I mean, it's much different now, but even in that circle, it's like, cool, where are you going to drop? You know what I mean? Like, there's just games where there's nothing to play, and that was definitely one of them.
Godspeed hit us with the, back in my day, you used to have to rotate both ways uphill in Vans.
I hate you so much. It's actually...
Okay, let's talk. We've talked a lot about the Latin American teams. Let's talk about Elevate for a second. We got to be mean to both sides of the border. Elevate. Yeah. This is a team, if I read this roster to you, Ethan Punich, Shinboy Gats, they should not be, I think, at 4 points or 5 points after 4 games. Do you have any idea what's going on? It doesn't. I'm shocked at this performance.
You know, the thing with Elevate is it's not even that they're getting like caught in these like endgame fights, or they're just not even really making it there. We've actually watched Elevate get eliminated pretty early before Circle 4, I think multiple times, or at the very least like just be one member trying to survive. Like we saw Gats that one, I think it was game 2. So they're just having macro issues, right? They're just not making it to the mid to late game, which, you know, does happen to teams from time to time. It's happened to every team, but I think they really need to kind of figure out what they're doing as far as the rotations to make sure that they at least make it to some point with 3 to 4 members up, because they're just getting picked apart right now, which is not something, again, I would normally say about these players or this team. So
well, we have 18 games to play. That's only 4 down. And in just a minute or two, we're going to be back with our penultimate match of day 1. Don't go anywhere.
Taego had a complete lack of cover, and then Erangel said, you know what? Hold my energy drink. I'm going to go ahead and outdo you and show you that, hey, Erangel cannot have cover as well. It was a very hectic game right off the get-go, and a matchup joined by Godspeed taking you through the action. Next game.
Yeah, I mean, even like, yeah, there's definitely unplayable areas on Erangel, but for the circle to kind of fall the way it did on that specific area, just the east of Gatka Fields was pretty wild. Yeah, in fact, again, all of our circles today have been pretty wild. We've had some pretty unfavorable and unfair circles, especially when it comes to teams looking to just kind of find their way in or even just find an area to play within these circles. So I'm actually, for the first time, hoping for just something a little normal just to give these guys a break.
Not allowed, Godspeed. Not allowed. Military base circle coming, and it's all your fault because you said that. No, you are true. I've casted PUBG for a really long time, and seeing that section of Erangel, which is probably one of the most open sections in there, is so uncommon, and it's very hard to navigate. So respect to the teams that managed to do it, and I was joking off and on again about, just shoot 5-head kind of situation, but you saw also there were some successes inside of it, so respect where respect's due, and hey, we're gonna go north this time. There should be something to work with up there.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it doesn't look like, at least from the start, that we're going to get some sort of disgusting circle the way that we did in the last couple ones. And so, again, I would like to just see some sort of normalcy just so we can watch some of our teams that are struggling kind of find their footing finally.
Yeah, this should be more expected, right? Everybody knows whenever you see the circle, high likelihood we're going shooting range hillside. This is a lot more, okay, I know what to expect moving into it. And let's be honest, you also have a pretty decent amount of cover and hillsides that you can work with too.
But even still, actually, Matt, I mean, like, if I'm thinking if this shifts just to the east of Crossroads, right, where we see Rebo currently, there's not that much space to play there either. So this could definitely shift, especially if he goes near shooting range, or if it centers on shooting range. A lot of these teams are going to have to make some uncomfortable decisions as well. So we're not quite out of it yet as far as minimal cover circles, but so far the teams that have been able to take advantage of these circles have done so in a big way. I'm looking at Sonics, Rats, Double O Nation with that last game, and then Decimate even has just been so consistent in their splits and making sure that they're at least getting a decent amount of points per game.
Yeah, just give you guys a heads up based off of the circle and early movement options. ZV22 and Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, probably the easiest track to figure out what they want. Yuma's already sent Capitan up ahead to what was like one of the old god compounds, just on the other side of Rajak, to the north inside there, so they should have some vision to work with. This is going to be interesting to see, depending on how the circle does shift, right? We have been seeing kind of a propensity for west more than we have been in the past.
Maybe
we saw the Zarky fight there in qualifiers. Well, not
that's actually true. We had multiple circles initially start around Zarky and towards the west. So yeah, you're not wrong there, at least for the qualifiers. But I mean, this one, as you said, this one does like to go near shooting range, as we see the team sit up there. Obviously, Zwire is going to be in a really great position in Crossroads to pretty much take their pick, where they want to do a split at Crossroads and shooting range, or if they maybe want to stay on that very south side of Severny with that barn. We'll see what they elect doing. I doubt it's going to be the Severny play, but so far, also Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, as you said, is going to be in a great position. Shoot to Kill, meanwhile, is going to be, still doing their thing at South George. They realized last game that it was open, so they've opted to come here again, which is not surprising. And at the very least, if they don't have the team like 22 camp their bridge, they should actually be able to get a nice rotation on the northwest.
We often talked about Shoot to Kill and earlier sections about how they are very, I guess, strategic in how they try to approach everything, very tactics, right? That's patient. One of their folks. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We saw them come out the gate swinging pretty heavy. But whenever we see massive chaotic circles like what we're kind of dealing with in the last two, you can see that's where sometimes their struggle can kick in. And now I've kind of slipped down into that 7th place position. But I want to point out to everybody, that's just due to the fact of how compacted the leaderboard still is in the top 8.
Yeah, it's still very close. I mean, they're only 10 points behind second, who's only 5 points behind first. So this is still very common. No team is necessarily running away with it just yet. Even the Sonics, who obviously kind of had a blowout in our North American qualifiers, are still just kind of, human or mortal, at least at this point so far.
Yeah, we'll keep that one rolling, as we did see Pixel get taken out and murderized. Gonna be passing up, I guess, some bare bones loot to start it off. Elevate, finding themselves in early rotation, which should be helpful and maybe elevate them up the leaderboard a bit. As you were talking about earlier, they just been having some really difficult early game rotations, and it looks like they have the potential to be safe this time, but also there's a lot of teams that are just going to be to the north of them.
Yeah, and again, Elevate's, rotations are normally really solid, right? Like, they have good rotations. They don't tend to get themselves in a lot of early game trouble, or at the very least are usually the ones, causing some early game troubles for the other teams, but they've just not been able to get it together here as far as their start. So they do obviously still have quite a bit of games to go. Again, a late day adjustment would be totally great for them, just at least getting some points and building that confidence leading into tomorrow.
Just some range skirmish, nothing too big. No rotations that look like they're going to lead into crashes. I say that almost as 22 runs, almost runs over one of the teammates, but that doesn't count. We've already got Sonics making a wide wrap, actually going next to George Pole. Reminder to everybody that make sure you also open up the map feed, because it is going to be pretty important on this one. Most notably, as we're going to be eyeing shooting range and people playing opposite sides of the hill, as wrapping the hill is probably going to be a very common occurrence inside this game.
Yep. I 100% agree. Especially with that wrap comment, right? Like, those wraps, especially in this circle, are going to be pretty important around that area as well. So Sonics actually have crossed that bridge going towards that North Georgia, but they might just run into SDK here in a little bit, Matt, as they go to scout. And then you also have Rats behind them and then Synergy behind them.
Just getting a ton of fun of teams that are trying to climb the leaderboard all stacked up. Shoot to Kill looks like they're being slower in rotation, as during the qualifiers they did bump into a couple of, I guess, unfriendly faces. Oh, Tilt Town and Elevate. Tilt Town already hunkered in.
Yeah.
That's just been the name of the game today, right? Elevate getting kind of caught while they're in the middle of doing something early, and Tilt Town just having to hunker in because everybody seems to want them dead.
Yeah, same thing with Tilt Town. They've also been kind of, I will say though, at least for their struggles, they have managed to get some points in those games, right? So they've not complete donuts as far as the points they're dropping per game. So good on Tilt Town, man. I mean, this team has been resilient. We talked about them in the qualifiers, kind of surprising us, and they're still just kind of trucking along, man.
Again, we do see Rats and Shoot to Kill did kind of bump into each other, and they're exchanging some bullets between each other. Elevate now also going to continue shooting at Tilt Town, but Ethan's going to go down. Shots by Savage. I don't know what we're going to see continue harass out of this. We do see friendly fire, I think, taking some pot shots in this direction. I don't know who exactly that they're shooting at, though.
Again, Elevate is in early trouble, though, Matt. And look at this. Savage is actually trying to close the distance here and get some nades in there. That's going to do a decent bit of damage, yeah. But Savage is going to be found by Gats.
Follow-up nade is going to connect, and I talk about this sometimes in late-game rotations about mutually assured destruction. I feel that's the path that we're on right now, is we're going to have LG, Yellow Jackets going to be rotating in. They're going to see this. This is all for gas station. So it's not even going to be like the most comfortable position to play from.
I mean, it's definitely a good position in this circle because it does allow some rotations as well, as long as the hill to their southwest isn't completely littered, which it's not. So, I mean, it's not the best position to fight for, as you were saying, but it's definitely a strong one.
I do want to point out, no, that is not the way you wanted that one to go. Okay, Joshy. It's all on you. Nades prepped, goes the wrong direction. Now Elevate trying to make a roll for it. Are we going to get anything runs at the opposite side of the smokes? And I think that this is just a retreat, because that's Elevate having now moved, down to the south more. And so Joshy gets the antenna tower all by his lonesome with Decimate providing Overwatch.
They've actually taken control of that position that Tilt Town had. So all of a sudden it's just down to Joshy, and that was a mistake.
I often wondered where a Tilt Town may be, and I believe it is just wherever these four players happen to be, because I'd be starting to get tilted every single rotation. Jumping into some... Oh.
That's it. Tilt Town's done. Yeah, just for that praise. I mean, I think that was a little bit of a misplay. I know they wanted to get those points and kind of get rid of Elevate, but they just completely gave up an amazing position. And look at that shift. It's going to split the circle completely down the center with that Razak River.
I was wanting to try to talk about the river, the fact that we had almost every single team playing to the north of it, assuming that was the direction that it was going to go. Bait and switch yet again. We have school inside the circle. We've got apartments inside the circle. And Razak, everything to the south is wide open. There's still a way to cluster in if teams are trying to fill to the north. Yellow Jackets were already trying to make a play over there. You can see that Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown going to be cutting a more direct path right along shooting range as ZV is going to come up pretty close to them, but stop over. SDK could get vision in just one moment. See, that's why you don't drink and drive, Honey Badger. You're just bumping into everybody around you.
And all these teams are making that mad rotation down to the south. I would love if a team would take that northern Rozhok warehouse and 2-story combo. That would be such a good position as they could be able to overwatch the other side as well as kind of take control of theirs. So there's so much to play on the south, but there's also no guarantee that Circle will continue going there. It still is favoring north.
Vegas making an emergency break by slamming into something to stop. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is going to go ahead and stop into this position. It's a strong point to play from as we are going to see, remember Future that was down to the south and looting a military base? They finally managed to make it in the circle, and they're going to be playing what looks to be Sunken City. Almost everybody else into the north. Not a lot that's going to be happening as Fumba is eyeing maybe playing into this, but that's probably just going to take out vehicles, not anybody on Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown.
Yeah, Fuma is actually starting to... Oh, the nades. They're stuck in the ice cream shack, too. This is going to be actually a little rough for Dragon Tiger, especially if they're all in there. Silzen's going to find 2. Make it a third. No,
that's
just
going to be
the flush.
That's going to be the flush. New nade lands front facing and takes them both out. Hey, Silzen's like, I know where your other one is. Let's see if we can connect in and Fume, but it's just going to walk in and take these points. I don't even know how Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown fights back against this. It's just done.
Yeah, Silzen just literally wiped them by himself. 2 beautiful grenades to put initial 2 members down, and man, that's just not it from Dragon Tiger. That's unfortunate.
I want to give a shout out too. They only sent 3 members on that. Capitan was still playing into the west, looking at Synergy and I believe Sonics making their rotations, taking pot shots into them to slow them down, so that way this stayed a contained fight. Now Fume has broken back out because Decimate was starting to venture in from those low ground yellows that are just to the east where we were watching, right along the hill up from gas station, I guess the best way to describe it. And now Fume's already reset and is taking control of the high ground.
Yeah, and they have that really nice split center circle, and so depending on the shift, I mean, they probably will need to consolidate. I imagine some teams are going to start crashing, getting desperate soon, but for the time being, beautiful control coming out from Fumba.
Oh, Poonage, what you gonna do? That feels like the potential for a bait and a death due any time. We do have the zone closing in, so in 20 seconds, we're probably going to see the circle go north of the river. I would assume, but the way things are going today, I don't know. Somehow it could end up a military base at this point.
Yeah, the circles today, again, have just been pretty ridiculous. This one has the potential to be so, but if it does shift north, I think it'll be somewhat normal compared to what we're used to, and that's going to be a nice, delicious Groza sitting in that. Great as we look at this shift, and it's still kind of wacky.
I still got some of Sunken City in play. This is weird. Okay, the collapse in the northeast is going to be where we're going to be keeping an eye on as 00 Nation making a quick rotation in. Fumba's also trying to regroup a bit more as Silzen has stayed on the outside of this one. Friendly Fire going to be rotating next to Shoot to Kill, and that means that ZV is going to have to figure out how they're going to path in. If they're going to go next to Shoot to Kill, or if they're going to go ahead and cut across next to Rats. And while this is all going on, the tail end of Elevate is going to be bypassing right along where we saw Decimate just a second ago. It's just going to be a quick crash into position coming up from 00 Nation, and I don't know if that's where they wanted to stop. Nope. Looks like they might keep going.
They might keep going. Indeed, we do see an emergency pickup coming out, but I'm actually looking at Sonics. They have such a good position here on the west edge to just start taking control of pretty much this entire game if they wanted to, specifically to their north. So Friendly Fire is going to get very close to Sonics, and I'm looking at them again. I feel like this could potentially be Sonic's game with this shift.
And Friendly Fire venturing in pretty close. Has got to be careful. Roth is actually moving along an interesting line where he might get some vision on what's going to be happening. Decimate is going to go ahead and make their sin past LG and 00 Nation as well. 00 Nation is taking those pot shots at what's going to be rotating, I believe, 22 in front of them. And that's going to reveal out what's going to be going on. ZV looks like they've committed into the push that's going to be a long shoot to kill. Pretty Curdy is still in the low ground next to, actually just in shooting range itself. So might have a flanked position on a ZV depending on how this goes. That hillside's weird in general.
Yeah, especially that slope that SDK is on, right? It's pretty much all visible to... look at this, though. It's actually a little trap. Alo is going to be near that nice little shack. They're going to find Alir. But Fisher
Now
answers
stacking up.
back.
Yeah, this is well played coming on from trying to move up now, trying to get a read on where Penta's going to be playing from. He already had that information fed over to him. This is the only firefight that's really going on at the time. And Zavire not really wanting to relent off this. They don't want to peek down that hillside, though. They don't know where the other member is at. I remember Purdy Curdy that we were talking about just a second ago. He's wrapping in back behind this one, but he's going to be spotted out by Clue Zero. While all this is going on, guess who hears a firefight? And that's going to be LG coming into third party.
Yep, and LG, I mean, this used to be such a common spot for teams to camp and fight at as well. I mean, this hill, there's a nice little shelf just above it, and we see Luminosity take full control of that as they've now pretty much spotted both teams and going for the spray. Rillo's gonna get some damage out there, but nope, that's gonna be it.
Shoot to kill going down before ZV. ZV clinging to life right now, and I say clinging to life. They ain't got nothing to work with. Like, Fisher's still trying to drive around. No! Oh, no!
The run over nade!
Of all the ways to lose it, ZV gets hit with the nade, knocks the person inside of it, and the vehicle runs over his teammate. And LG is like,
okay,
thanks, I guess.
Man, and look at this shift to the north. Again, we find ourselves in an area that is leaving a lot to be desired when it comes to cover, Matt.
Yeah, that's we got to make sure that we're sending the best of the best that can handle bad situations to internationals, right? And I think that that's what the circles are trying to give us. Tickleton is down for Sonics at the time. I did want to point that out, as it is going to be Decimate taking those pot shots into him, but they have to be careful as they've got a lot of friends. Future is going to be wrapping into potentially where Sonic's line is going to be at. We'll have to see how that move is going to be coming out. Elevate and Yellow Jackets both also needing to make a move, as Elevate is going to cut right past the Yellow Jackets and move back into that repositioning LG on the hillside.
Yep, and then on the other side, as we see, ooh, Yellow Jack's getting a knock on Shinboy. It's actually going to be Future pulling up underneath Sonics as well. Matt, so we'll definitely take a look at that. And now LG has actually pretty much retained full control of the north, so this is going to be a very nice situation for them.
This is going to, if anything, cause more issues, because I believe that Mime moved over to try to get the res onto Tig, and H-Win coming in clutch right there. Going to continue to harass and gets the knock onto one of the members. Now Future also going to have to stop inside of their push. SG hears this and might be venturing in. They have sent out Z-Kraken as well as Pippa to kind of venture in and see if maybe they can get something, but they're going to be flanking in right back behind Future.
Yeah, that's going to cause a lot more troubles even still for Future, right? Simply because SG doesn't need to commit to this. They have a position just to their east where they can just back off. They have this nice hilltop, and Magno does not know how much trouble he's actually in right now by pulling up on this hill.
He's at least on the opposite side of the car, and so Shap now taking those shots in. The hillside's going to go ahead and protect Sonics as well.
I like that reposition from them.
Yeah, works out for one side, works out for the other as Pippa lines in some good shots and taps down another one. Synergy finding some kills, and they should be able to get the flushes on that as well, and that's going to open up even more control of the south for them as just two members of Future alive.
Yep, and that's the PCS All-Star Pippa that we saw last year. I mean, just an absolutely incredible performance over the course of a few events. But this has just been a meat grinder of circles for these boys to kind of work with, as Future now is just looking for anything as Shrimsy's going to find a knock on Slavy.
I don't think that they have much of a future, as they're going to be rotating right next to the other part of Synergy, and if they manage to survive that, then they've got Fumba in front of them, they've got Decimate that's taking shots. Block, I guess, is going to have to stop right here, and yes, while he is close to Decimate, they're up the hillside from him, so don't have the best vision.
No, they heard it. That's it. Yeah, Glock's going to go down. There was really nowhere for him to go. His best option was maybe the base of the hill at a dip, but even then, I mean, Decimate heard that vehicle, and they were going to take care of that. And look at this. It's another hard shift to the west as Elevate, LG, and 00 Nation, as they are in those double two stories there, are going to have to fight for that east edge.
Remember how Sonics wanted to go after Friendly Fire, and then they had Future come after them? Well, Sonics is back on their original trend. Elevate, LG, and 00 Nation all need to path in, with Yellow Jackets having vision on all three, and that's led to this weird standoff kind of situation that we're looking at. Elevate does look like they're trying to wrap back around behind this one. Friendly Fire gets the down and the flush on the Mime, but it's going to be retaliated back as Roth is going to go down to Tiggleton. And remember, we do have Friendly Fire just at 2 members right now. It's going to come out and connect big. Sonics finding themselves feeling way better inside this game. Sitting at 2 kills right now, and Paige just has to sit there and watch his friends die.
Yeah, that was a beautiful attempt. I didn't realize if it was Sharp or who it was. Roth trying to carry them away, trying to just get away from that rock because they knew the nades were coming, but he ended up running right into that grenade, which was beautiful. And now it's just, as you said, Paige left alive as LG is starting to take control of the northeast.
Synergy now coming back in behind Sonic's going to go ahead and take the shots, and I don't know if you want to do that. It feels like Sonics are kind of vibing on where they're at. Z-Kraken kind of getting a feel, seeing if maybe he can spot it. It's a nice side flank that they're trying to pull off, but H-Win just says, hell no! I'm not going to let that one go down. Kraken takes a ton of damage. Keep in mind, H-Win is the last one up. So this is kind of a duel of fates on who can get control over the south right now. Synergy was keeping an eye on it, and I like this from H1. Just making sure to use the smokes, get the flushes, pick up your points. Don't allow anything to slip away from you, as they don't have the biggest lead going into this.
That was actually a disgusting spray transfer, and H1 just one shot away, but it's going to be Vinny that steals it, who actually saves H1 as well.
A good guy, Decimate.
Save is a strong word, but basically did the work for him, and at the very least he survives, Matt.
I would say that Decimate enjoyed getting their free kill point is the best way to look at it, and they're thinking about getting their second one. And Vinny, man, Vinny's been having a good day today. I got to give respect where respect's due. A lot of the big actions coming out from Decimate have been off of him. Is LG now going to just send it? Yeah, Haven with this 3-piece.
Yep, so Decimate just in general has been very impressive so far, especially in these just unreal circle shifts that we've been getting. So Decimate, excuse me, still just making it work. Meanwhile, 22 in this very nice compound, arguably one of the better positions in the circle now, just has to hold it from all the teams around them, and we'll see what this shift does to their position.
It's a very weird circle to try to hold, right? Or a building complex to try to hold if you're 22. You have to be very cautious, mostly due to the hillside that's going to be coming up back behind you. They're going to have vision on the rest of the hillside, but see what they're looking at with the downhill regression into 0-0. That's going to be one of their closer ranges that they can come into, as well as the hill that's going to be opposite side from that. So most notably where Fiumba is going to be coming. The issue is a lot of people kind of have vision on it. New circle's going to pop. 22 is going to be inside the circle, but the Fiumba Decimate 0-0 Nation rush is still going to have to continue.
Yep, especially on that south side. I mean, you do at least have two members, actually. Looks like they somehow recovered Sharp, who was knocked off. I did not think Friendly Fire would be two up here, so good on them. They do have that shack to play in for the time being at least, but as you said, Decimate and Fiumba are just knocking at their door, and these two teams potentially about to fight.
It's weird if you're 22. You've got a lot of control over the circle in that compound and safety, but everybody is playing the opposite sides of the hills so that way they don't have sight lines. So it's actually going to be very hard for 22 to pick up a lot of kills in this unless they leave that compound, which they don't want to do at this stage. So a lot of the outside fighting and points are going to go to other teams.
Yep, I mean, they can try to maybe step out of that compound and get those kills, right? Especially if there's a third-party big fight between Fiumba and 0-0 Nation, but it is a risk, as you said. If they come out, they potentially lose it. LG is just going to be on the north, waiting for an opportunity there as well. So, yeah, I think 22 is just going to hunker down and try to do what they can. As we see Necro potentially, never mind. I thought maybe they'd move one to that southern building, that one story, but no, they're just going to hunker down in the flat top in the 2-story.
Zone's coming in. That means this fight has got to happen. Fiumba has an inside track with that hillside. 0-0 Nation wants it. The issue is 0-0 Nation doesn't have good pathing, and fortunately they don't have anybody back wrapping on them. So it's its own independent contained fight, but with already having Sparking down, it's just a utility battle. Like, look at the amount of nades that are coming out. 0-0 Nation wants to keep them up and active. They want Sparking in this fight because they want the firepower they can bring. Yzera is now having to just brave everything by his lonesome. Capitan being down for the side of Fiumba makes this more hairy, but it's going to be a back wrap onto them. Decimate actually not having to move too much. It was Fiumba trying to retreat from 0-0 that opened up the sight line for Decimate.
He's desperately trying to grab his teammate to make this work and survive, but Fiumba is relentless here. A 0-0 Nation just on their back as well, and this is just an insane fight on the south side of the slope, Matt.
They're just trying to hop inside the vehicles and go for it. Fiumba realizes they're in a desperate position. All this happening, 0-0 moves to the top of the hillside, make sure to take out Capitan. Decimate has nowhere to go. They get taken out. But now, Decimate has to figure out what they're going to do with everything that's going to be happening. With all the stuff that's going to be going on, Fiumba is still caught up in a position where 0-0 is going to be coming. And yes, like you said, 22 realizes, dude, there's too many kills. There's points we could have. It's time to finally lead.
they've spread out on the south side. Meanwhile, LG still at the north, trying to get even more control as Rats are just finally starting to consolidate here. And Hello Senpai with a pretty much naked Ace 32 is going to be very happy to take the attachments off of whoever he's looting.
Fiumba now spots out Hello Senpai, gonna get the knock on him, and in return, DraftKings gonna go down. Fiumba is eliminated. New circle is popped, and it still favors that compound. It favors the compound, but still has that compound in it. So we're in our top 4, as we're about to be in our top 3. I don't think that Rats are feeling too good right now with 0-0 Nation having the position. But 2 members for 0-0 Nation are very far ahead, while 2 stayed back. Coming in back behind this one, it's going to be 22 trying to make a play. Rusty Zero goes for the shots at 1, but it's quickly retaliated back against. Now, it's going to be Posa, Necro on the top side of this hillside is Gizera, who's got to defend up, has got to be careful, because let's not forget, LG has circle control right now and is trying to exploit it.
And the crazy thing here is Rat's actually given the opportunity to recover. 2 of them were knocked. It was just down to 1. And they actually might at least get a res off, if not both, and maybe make a play. So this distraction by 22 was perfect for Rats.
This has gotten to be so close. Sonics at 49, Rats 47, 0-0 Nation 46, Fiumba 45, and LG back behind that at 41. But remember, LG has the circle control, and all the other teams are kind of stacked up along a similar sight line. Rats now trying to make their move in, and
shots from Kick.
This is going to be that making up some of that point differential pretty quick. I don't know how Rats gets out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, LG have looked great from that north side. We saw them start this game by third-partying that fight between STK and Zwire, I think it was, and now they've kind of moved up, taking complete control of the north. They're going to find kills on Rats as well, who had a brief reprieve, but kickstart, he's still visible, so he's going to go down. 0-0 Nation still fighting, 7 kills, and still 2 very dangerous members alive for this team.
And just trying to get what they can. Every single point now for 22 climbs them up the leaderboard as well, so keep an eye on to that one. They're still leaning into the comfort of their compound. Flood for LG is kind of providing a sight line onto that and making sure to harass any single time that 22 tries to stretch out, which is inadvertently kind of protecting 0-0 Nation, because it's allowing them more movement as 22 can't do too much. Let's be honest. With this, look at how much just vision LG still has to work around, as next 10 seconds are going to dictate where this fight goes. And again, just an open circle.
LG needs to just wait, basically, for the circle to cut out that compound. And yep, this is exactly what they needed. Now they can start to work. The problem is 0-0 Nation has just been an absolute thorn in their side, causing constant damage, multiple knocks, and putting them on the back foot when they need to really be focused on 22.
Rello putting in some work right now on a 0-0 Nation 22. A lot of this is going to hinge on Flood and seeing if he can try to regroup, does use the hillside, gets back over there. So there is going to be kind of a recessed section of the hill that LG can play from. And the rest of this is kind of open like my love life in high school. There is just nothing to be had there.
Yeah, I'm sure LG would want to just focus on 22, but they can't. 0-0 Nation is just being so obnoxious. And realistically, if 0-0 Nation was here, which is what they were trying to do earlier with LG and wiping them, was just take complete control of this hillside. But again, they are being kind of pigeonholed into this. Is 22 now getting different angles, but they're not in, and 22 does need to kind of scoot up and move into the circle out of this compound. So this is causing a very unique kind of circle situation yet again. In our 5th game, Matt, we have not taken a break from this.
Look at how many people are having to lay down for cover. We do have Necro that has managed to get inside the zone, but just barely. Gizera still needs to creep forward, as the blue zone is going to be approaching on him any given second. Rello's just done a great job of protecting this hillside. I mean, we've often talked about the smarts and the intelligence that Rello can bring, but the firefighting capability is just massive. Sparking hits a headshot, and that's going to be kickstart going down. There could be an opportunity for some repositioning. It's going to be 22 now, making the push into LG's positioning. That could be massive for a very weakened Sparking that's just trying to cling to life over here. The moment that 22 wraps into this, there could be something going with, but no, he's going to go down, and 22 wants these kills. They've had hits so passive for so long, but it's going to be LG that's in front of them. Hunker down, reading this. They should expect it, but LG's still moving down the low end of this. Necro's already moved into the circle. 422. It's just a straight up 3v3. Flood has spotted out what's going on, but that again, foldable shield coming up clutch, whatever they need it, and Flood has just been a phenomenal flank position time and time again.
And LG has done an insane job of fending off both 22 as well as the remainder there of 0-0 Nation, and they're going to come away with a beautiful 12-kill win off of the back of that.
And that puts LG up in first, feeling pretty good. I mean, that was, again, I know we've said it, awkward circles, having to play it. At least this one had the curvature of the hillside to try to play around, and that was the defining feature since, I guess, what, Circle 6?
Yeah, that was pretty much where they were playing from. Actually, even like I want to say as early as Circle 5, but this has been an incredible game, Matt.
All right, well, now we're going to go ahead and start getting everything set up for our last game of the day. We're going to tag in Toffees and give a breakdown on what we saw inside that last game. See you in just 1 second.
Congratulations, Luminosity Gaming, as match 5 of the day comes to an end. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Matchroom, and this is a win for a team that okay, so I'm going to say they needed it, and here's the reason. This is a team where we're like, we expect you to be high performance. But remember, Matt, for all of you at home, these guys are not signed. Or in the sense of like they're not a partner team. They're signed by Luminosity, but they are trying to sort of make this go at becoming a global partner team in the long run. They need these PGC points. They have to continue to hold this top 3 or 4 position in the Americas as far as their mental goes. They were not happy with their performance at PGS1. They have to show up here, I think, for their well-being. And to see this game and them winning it with 12 kills, it's going to be a big boost as they go into tomorrow.
I think that it would be shocking if LG doesn't manage to make it inside the top 3, and I think that it would be just, to steal the meme, it's just massive emotional damage for that squad. It's one that I think that everybody's expecting to be there. So coming in, now getting first place off the position, off of good read. I mean, the circles have been hard for LG, and I know that people like to make jokes about the rats and stuff like that, but they were having to find some very hard pathing in the last couple of circles, and this time they just exploited it really well. They were getting back pounced by 22 while trying to finish out 0-0. Ain't nothing handed in this one.
I mean, this is the upside of the circles, right? In the last match, I was like, me and Gosby put a lot of energy into trying to convince this circle not to be desolate. And yet it was again. But the upside of that desolation, Matt, is that you can't really say someone ratted themselves into a win. Every time someone comes out with a victory at a chicken dinner so far, they've had to figure out a way to work with nothing. I mean, honestly, leaving Flood behind that one portable shield so he can sort of play pop-up and lock them down to allow his team to create a 2v1 versus Necro that ultimately fed them into a 3v1 was masterclass. But again, wide open, you gotta make those plays. No rats here.
No rats to be had. Look at this, walking away with 12 kills. LG going to be walking away with 22 points. 0-0 Nation continuing their momentum from that last game, walking away with 13. And Fumba as well, picking up 13 with Rats going to be rounding out our top 4. And good old 22 finally finding 8 points, which I think is like 60%.
It's a huge come up for them as they were second from the bottom. They managed to get to 13. And while I did say in these games there's been rats nowhere to be found, there are rats that are found in 4th place overall. These guys have surprised, I think, a lot of people with how strong they came out today. 0-0 Nation in the space of 2 games climbs up into 3rd place. Sonics and LG up at the top. But for me, I want to talk a little bit about Fiumba, Matt, because they have been hustling. This has been a fascinating team to watch. Remember, this is the one where this is a reiteration of a 2021 roster that the players knew had success, and now they're back together. And in that game, it all started with basically Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown hunkered down in an ice cream shack, which gets completely Fiumba-gated by Capitan and the boys and allows them to be set up in mid. And then from there, they make a really good match out of it.
I don't care. We're taking a stop. 1 second. That was probably one of the best Toffees puns I think that I have encountered in all of these years. Fiumba-gated. Respect, man. I had to stop right there.
I appreciate that. The people don't always catch them, but they're there for fun.
That one was really, really good. Like, I didn't even, like, my brain just stopped. I was like, he's talking about intelligent things, but that just, no, that's all that stuck out to me. We were been talking about, like, how hard it is to kind of navigate that shooting range area. And Fiumba is not been the center focus for a lot of our action, right? They've been playing edge. I mean, their fights have been pretty clean on the most part. You're seeing the fact that they walked away with 30 kills so far. So a big section of their points being based off of those kills. But they're also very effective kills. They're, let's get this done. Let's move to the next section. And what ended up happening on that hillside was you could see they were like, okay, we realized the threat that's coming out from 0-0 whenever they went down and had to move away from it. And they just didn't have anywhere to go because Decimate was on the opposite side of the hill.
That to me is exactly it. It's that scrappy nature. They got sandwiched between 0-0 and DCM. DCM thinks, I'm going to get greedy and snatch up some kills. And what does Fiumba do? They jumped in a car, Matt, okay? They're in a sandwich in a late game circle, and they say, pardon my French, F it, drive-by time. And they just go straight at DCM and get a double knock over the hill because Decimate is like, who does this? And they come out. They do lose the 2 players there, but they end up managing to survive longer. They pick up another 2 kills. They survive a third party for a little while at least. And that's what you do. Every time that Fiumba seems like they're like, oh gosh, we're really stuck in this moment, they just make it work. Like MacGyvers of PUBG with a toothpick and some duct tape, they can take anyone down.
It's just crazy to see, and I cannot wait to see what's going to be happening inside this last game because you know it's going to get even more wild. Hopefully, there is some cover to be had.
Matt said it. It's time. It's time for the final match of the night. About to be 6 games of R18 and back to the grassy pastures for our last drop.
Back on Erangel as we're going to be moving through our 1/3 the way through PGS2 qualifiers for the Americas. It's not do or die yet, but it's definitely try to avoid dying because I still need some more freaking points. Godspeed.
I would actually almost argue it is starting to become do or die because yes, even though there's still another 12 games, the problem is the problem is that they have to be in the top 4. This is not a top 8 qualification, right? They're going for those top 4 spots, the top 3 in some cases. So I would say, for some of these teams struggling on the bottom, it really needs to start to come together now, or if not, it's probably not going to come together at all.
What do you mean? We often see people in their last 2 games make up all of the points that they need to qualify, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen in this lobby.
I'm sarcasm. No. I gotta say though, MVP for me today, no surprise, foldable shields, dude. They have been money today.
I agree. They've actually been used more so, I think, this weekend than we've seen in the previous qualifiers, and they are actually very, very important to some of these games, especially with how many no-cover zones we've had.
Is it potentially PUBG conspiracy theories that PUBG is intentionally trying to show circles without cover just so that they can showcase foldable shields?
Yes, Matt, I think that's exactly what's happening as Batungas picks up the AK. We'll see how long he keeps that. Probably not long.
Shh, you leave the AK alone. It's not the best, but it's still much right and true.
Baby. Yeah, I still love
them. It kicks like a horse and never seems to hit the head that I want to hit. But you know what? If somebody walks up, it's the best SMG in the game.
It's not even the fastest time to kill anymore, but it's still just got a special place in my heart. That and the SKS. I still will use the SKS almost over anything as long as it's fully kitted. I know it's inefficient. I know it's not a mini or an MK12 or an SLR. I still love this damn gun.
There's just something about it. You have to have the grip on it, in my opinion.
It feels good.
If you don't have the grip, I don't know what to do with it. But if you got that, you can at least make something happen.
Nice little lightweight, put a lightweight on there, or a vert if you can't find that. Get you a nice little compensator, a little cheek pad. Good to go. You need that extended mag though. The 10 round magazine is pretty miserable.
It's pretty solid. We did see the circle pop pretty similar the last time, or if not
very
exactly similar.
Yeah, what the hell?
This looks like almost point by point. I mean, I don't know, maybe a bit more east, if that, but barely.
Like, I don't, this literally looks like the same circle we just saw, Matt.
Yeah, I mean,
which is interesting, and I say that because it then gives us a look at how these teams are going to play it, right? I'm very curious to see if the teams are going to repeat some of the plays that they made in the last game as far as positioning, or if we're going to see just a completely different rotation in Circle 1 and 2 from some of these guys.
This is, we don't get a chance to talk about this a lot, but there's the reactionary thinking that can sometimes happen that I watch whenever I'm watching PUBG games. And you can see that the things that people learn from one essential game to the next, right? This person likes to do this, and this person likes to do this, and the squad likes to go over here. I often try to keep an eye out and see now who's going to play safety on the southern part of the river. Because remember, last time everybody was to the north, except for Future, who hadn't made it in the circle. But now are we going to have a couple of people go, well, you know, last time it went this way, so maybe let's try.
But then there's also, you know, the circle could just completely, oh, look at this, Fumba and actually 22 have battled for the same exact compound. 22 found themselves here last game, and Fumba is like, you know what? We're actually good. They're going to back off completely. But this could, I mean, this could shift north, right? It could do something completely different that we saw in the last game, which would render a lot of that strategy the teams are potentially trying to make for that south play kind of irrelevant.
It's, again, this is kind of the continuation of the thought process, right? Everybody was like, ooh, remember how late game 22 made it into this? And so we had somebody trying to stretch up there and see if they could get into that position, but 22 getting there fast says, nah, we're going to go ahead and get that. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we don't see Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown make an early game mid-circle push.
I think we could see that, especially with how their last game went. I mean, they are going to be going very far on that east side, going for that rotation, as well as Elevate. They're actually crossing the bridge now from Gas Station on that position that they initially did last game as well. But this time it does look like they're staying more so on that Yas Lake coast and trying to just go around that troublesome area of Gas Station.
Yeah, this is lessons learned kind of situation, right?
Yep. Yep.
So, Tilt Town giving more space. We have a line of cars that look like they're going to be crossing that Yasnaya, I guess, back entrance over there next to Yaz Lake, right? I think that we've got Friendly Fire, Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, 00 Nation, all just in a line. It looks like just driving down the road, watching each other, getting ready to all path the exact same way.
Look at, I mean, speaking of pathing the same way, yeah, like even Yellow Jackets is now starting to follow that line, as is LG. Meanwhile, you have Sonics just kind of taking their time, still in Pajinki, slow rolling it in, and they may very well just play from the south side again.
Not too much craziness. Synergy going to go ahead and airdrop themselves into it using the emergency pickup. And where are they going to stop? Looks like they might be eyeing more of that Cerverni line. Already passing over 22. So, I mean, yeah, I guess hard north, maybe drop along the coastline so that way you don't have to worry about, like, landing on top of somebody. Not the worst idea.
I mean, if anything, they can somewhat see as they start to land, like fall, that Cerverni is actually completely open. So even if they could just grab a vehicle, if a vehicle or two of those hard spawns there, if ZV didn't take them, they'd actually be in a pretty decent position there in the north. So very nice from Synergy. Let's see what they do with it, though.
Friendly Fire getting some vision. This is pretty compressed. A lot of our team's still leaning into the north. Nobody playing to the south at the direct time. And that line of cars that we were talking about a second ago, now all starting to bump into each other. But Rats, STK, gonna go ahead and fight over the plane crash as Rats just sending it by, hoping the fact that they can maybe get something. But guess what? There's a fortified position back behind that one, and it's gonna be Party Cardi as well as Pinta getting the double up. Rats trying to make a big play. Remember, look at how close that leaderboard is. 47, 45, 48, 49. Any deaths now are going to be a huge loss for Rats. And it looks like they're about to have 3 down as, what, Hello Senpai, the last one up, just going. Well, no. Is he coming back? No.
I mean, he should really just try to get the hell out of there and try to survive. And that shot landed, I think, on his dome. Penta, again, just absolutely lasering the members there of Rats, and it's just going to be down to Hello as he just gets the hello out of there.
Oh, I like that one. That was good. And yeah, that's kind of it. We've got a lot of teams that are kind of positioned up.
That's kind of it.
I mean, there's nothing else going on.
Yeah,
right?
no, I'm not laughing. You're not wrong. It's just, yeah, this circle. I'm just waiting for the first shift, Matt. That's really what it's coming down to.
Yeah, I think that's what everybody's waiting for.
Look at this, though. Sonics is getting a little more proactive. I mean, they're always proactive, but they're getting a little close to SDK here, wondering if they're trying to maybe... No, they've realized that opportunity's gone.
Shout out to Hello Senpai. He has still not found a place to stop yet. So he's going to cut up into the north. Looking in, I think that was it SG that we saw take the emergency pickup a moment ago?
Yes,
they went to the compound that is just east of Severny.
Solid choice.
That's where they stopped.
It's a good choice. They'll be able to get vehicles on that road as well as just kind of start driving in towards Severny and maybe see what's going on there. And they don't have to commit. You know, they can stay on that north side, maybe rotate around to the west, depending on what the circle does, which is actually where we've also seen Hello Senpai. He's just all the way north on the coast. He's probably just going to wait and see where this goes. Just trying to find something as a solo. Yeah, this is being a solo in this early of a game. I've been there. I've also watched teammates be there. It's really nerve-wracking, right? Because it just sucks being a solo this early in the game, knowing that you have to make some pretty rough decisions or sometimes just guess where would be safe with absolutely no information. So we'll see what Hello can do.
Look at this. We've got Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. They're going to be pathing in. SG did abandon this compound that they were just at and have shifted more into Severny, but it's going to be roughly the same time that LG is pathing. I think that Kickstart just saw convoy moving in front of them. So there are two members for SG that are playing, I believe, the gas station. It's just up in front of this one. So LG is just going to cut a path down, and that means that this SG duo is
That's a wide split, though.
Yeah,
this is a really wide split. If someone decides to crash this, which I wouldn't imagine would necessarily happen, it's gas station, but I mean, if one of them gets knocked, that's trouble. So we'll see. We'll see what SG does with this.
What's
It's
weird
not the
is
worst split, but it's very risky.
Friendly Fire's kind of Miramar, right? They're just south of them in
Kind
both
of,
regards. And I guess that's kind of cool. It looks like Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown was thinking about coming into Severny, but are going to be shoot away, which means that I guess they could stop at the coast or bad times continue for Hello Senpai. One of the two.
Greg Shot has a mini with no optic, which okay.
Oh, and he has no car.
And he has no vehicle either. I mean, at the very least, he has this little like sandbar, so he's safe for now-ish.
Look, he's just playing the north half of the circle. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't think it's fine, Matt. I'm sorry.
I mean, I know. The rest of his team's already abandoned him. Like, nah, we're not dealing with that.
This does shift at least a little central here. So around that shooting range area that we're used to, cutting out pretty much everyone in that split. SG is going to have to consolidate. Friendly Fire trying to do that as well.
I'm kind of intrigued in this. One, let's point out the fact that bad times still continue for poor old Greg Shot, as he's not even inside the safe zone and still has to move. I think a hillside rotation is where we're seeing a lot of this come down. The Severny movement coming out as it is going to be Tilt Town into 0-0 Nation. LG probably coming in back behind that one. Elevate's going to be rotating to the south of this. 0-0 Nation, though, this is much more of a I want shooting range bad and cutting into this one. And is one of their members on a parachute? Yeah, coming into this one. Did they take a pickup, or how did that happen?
I don't know. I'm assuming maybe he took a pickup and he's actually just scouting for the rest of 0-0 Nation, which would be kind of sick, actually. So I'd love if that's the case, and it looks like it because the rest of his team is shadowing perfectly into that shack just to the west of shooting range. That was actually a really dope use of that.
I'm not certain if that's what happened, but that's why it caught my attention. And
if it is, yeah.
I think that's either way, even if it was just happenstantial, that's really, really cool. Also, shout out Zavire, hasn't been the most active since the early game, but still in the thick of it. Oh, Decimate, you're getting some friends. And that's going to be Elevate just rolling up into this one. It's a strong compound, but it's going to be getting a lot of friendlies that are kind of having to be careful, making sure that they're not going to friendly fire on Elevate.
This is a really nice start from Elevate. They're actually still 4 up. They made a crash. They actually won the fight. And they've got a position that they can at least hold for the time being. So great start for Elevate, hoping they can build off of this.
LG, I think, heard some of that and might be rotating down the south. The other two members for Decimate now going to be rotating closer to Yellow Jackets sideline. Continuing our biology lessons about actual Yellow Jackets. They are not like other types of like insects with stingers in that form, that if they sting you, they die. No, they can just keep on going. And I think that that's also kind of representative of what we've seen Yellow Jackets. They don't care if they lose 1 or 2. If they can keep on hitting you, they're going to.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Yellow Jackets have been very aggressive, but you know what? It's mostly been working as far as getting them points. The last game, they obviously went down pretty early, but I mean, up until I'd say game 4, they were still at least in like what 10th, 9th, 10th place. So they were finding points here or there. They still have 4 up. Obviously, this is still early. They're in circle, and they could make a play here against Decimate.
Yellow Jacket's playing one of the, I guess, more comfortable rotations into the circle because you've got that recessed road that comes in, so you don't really have to worry about. Backfill doesn't happen too often from Rajak because most people are already playing into the north. This is kind of, I guess, tried and true PUBG. We're not seeing anything fancy other than that emergency pickup just a moment ago. And hey, look, Synergy finally did get all of Severny. It only took them an extra circle.
They did, and I'm pretty sure we lost Greg Shot on that coast at some point, right? So he's not going to be with Elevate anymore. But at the very least, they're still not Elevate. At the very least, they're going to have 3 members from Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown on the East Coast, and it looks like Honey Badger is just looking for something for them to play. Meanwhile, Future has found a knock on the Sonics.
This is a squad that's not afraid, and look, they know this is Sonics. They're like, opportunity, let's send it. This distraction has actually stopped the res coming in. The new circle has popped. It's actually shifted over to the east, so this is not inside the safe zone. This is a firefight that needs to end quickly. The rest of Sonics have hopped into a vehicle and trying to regroup. We do have Shap and Slabby that haven't really opted into coming into this yet. That's bold. Slabby coming in a smidge later. I think that this might be getting a bit too risky.
I mean, they do have one down upstairs in here, but the more time they take, they're potentially giving recovery time to the Sonics. I know they want to get this fight done as early as possible, but as you said, Huyn and Tig pulling up on the other side of that is going to cause a lot of issues for them, specifically in just entering the building from the front. So they're going to get that re-knock. It does look like Mime's on fire, and that's going to be the second knock on the Sonics.
Now, the issue with it is, oh, wait a minute, Glock hitting those shots onto H1, good read on where the position is going to be coming out with. SDK is just to the north of this. Here's this, but they have to deal with 0-0 Nation on their own. This is what I was more concerned about, right? Sonics can just sit here and can try to hold down different angles and try to pick up some kills. This is still an early game circle, so it's not the worst. While Future is trying to pick up these couple of kills, the Sonics doesn't have to make any big gambles yet. So while it does mean that this is kind of better for LG fans as well as 0-0 Nation fans, you could still just see the other members of Sonic sit here, wait, and then kill everybody as everybody has to rotate in the circle.
They could, but it's still a 2-on-4 regardless. And so, I mean, really, it's going to be up to Future not to make any glaring mistakes, or at the very least, just work together for trades. Meanwhile, 0-0 Nation has actually moved in from that spot in the northwest, and they found themselves right in front of STK in the spot that LG won the game from last time. So, see if they end up just staying here somehow, as we see, as you said, Sonic's just going to be comfortable rotating around. Taeg has now found himself at that front tree, and I don't think they know that he's up there yet.
We did see that Magneto was kind of looking at him. I do also want to point out we have a rotating SG that might inadvertently just kind of crash into this, not realizing what's going on. With the zone coming in, why would you assume that there's still a firefight happening over here? SDK being to the north of it still also hasn't quite left. And Tig, just bold, runs in, goes for the drop shot. Magno says, nah, not gonna let that one happen. So, I mean, you gotta give it to Future. Even if they take some casualties inside this, stepping up and fighting Sonics feels good.
Yeah, but again, they want to make sure they get out of it with 4 alive, right? Especially when they're winning the fight like this, where they've killed 3 without losing anyone. So Huyn's actually going to go down from Adam, and that's it. Sonics are out this game, and Future survives with all 4.
While this is going on, the benefit for Future, in addition to picking up 3, is there's not a lot in front of them to the southeast, so they should be able to rotate in. Synergy did play to the hillside just just east of them, and SDK has kind of collapsed in. Remember Hello Senpai? Our poor old Solo from Rats that's trying to figure out what to do. He's back inside of his vehicle, making a cutting path in, and getting shot at by so far ZV-22 as well as Fiumba, and still, I was gonna hope that he made it, but alas, poor hero, you tried your hardest.
Sleep, my prince. Sweet dreams. Yep, so Hello's gonna go down, and at the very least, it's a nice little kill for Fiumba there. As we now look at the circle, this looks very similar to the one we just had. I mean, the shifts were different to get here, right? The journey was different, but the destination seems to be very much the same so far, at least, as Pippa is taking shots at a very hunkered down 0-0 Nation right now on this northwest edge. That vehicle very close. Oh,
that's some trust in your teammate. That was a good nade.
In the blink of an eye, I feel like Pippa was like, "Did I do that?" Because
he's like
shooting all the members. Wait a second.
Look at him looking around. He's like, "Those were my kills. Did I give away their position? What happened?"
That was crazy. I was not, I mean, from the angle that we had, it didn't look like all four were there. Maybe they were staggered a little bit, but they were all hunkered down behind that vehicle, and that was just, look at this. Enjoy the show, boys. Here's your spoils.
SDK and throwables, man. It's a meme for a reason.
I just didn't expect them below to be that bunched up. Man, that was unfortunate for them, but hell of a pickup for SDK, Matt. Look at this.
Oh. Dragon Tiger Barrel now going to be rolling by Tilt Town, still sitting at 3. They have an opportunity. Honey Badger going for the spray in, and he's going to go ahead and hit, but there's going to be the follow-up. Tilt Town picking up some kills, sitting at 2. Looking in, realizing that there's another person that's going to be following up, and LG also throwing a spattering of bullets into this as well, and ZV hears it. Looks like they might be sneaking up back behind the last remaining member of... Oh, actually, no. They still have a couple of them.
2 for the time being. I mean, they can try to make something work with this. For now, they do find themselves on a very busy edge with ZV and LG on either side of them, so... And they're on a... Yeah, this... I don't know. I don't know if Tiltown's going to make it out of this. I'm not trying to doubt, but this is just a very difficult situation for them to survive, and that nade is going to land right in Marunin's face.
Look at where Snakers has moved into. Snakers and Rillo have moved directly in front of Tiltown. Like, nah, man. Can't do it.
Oh, what is this?
Still using the hillside. That is so... That was just so clean. So efficient in their movement on it. Look, they're denying ZV any vision and moving directly in so that way Tiltown can't do anything. That's just good.
And LG's starting to feel it, the way that they're fighting. Rilo running in that open, knowing full and well that he had the support from his teammate. It's just down to Maroon and stuck in this smoke that he's pretty much getting eliminated from. They've also done a good job of holding off CV. LG is looking real strong right now, and that's worrying me for the rest of the lobby.
So with this show of strength that has come out, now the circles went pretty centered. So you remember 22's compound and how it was Eastern leaning this time, or Western leaning is now Eastern leaning. So really the 2 stack that's going to be just to the east of it, being pretty close to center where Fiumba presently is.
And Fiumba actually, you know, they came here after that initial push. Remember, they got pushed off by, 22 off the compound that they wanted. And they actually find themselves in not necessarily a better position, but in a really strong position where they can at least hold. The problem with this little the double 2 stories we're in is that there is a slope that lets a lot of teams get very close without them knowing.
This also does kind of create a weird valley firefight, as we've got the compounds that are where we can see Decimate, the God compound where Yellow Jackets are kind of playing from. This is a bit more Western leaning than that, but this is another circle that's not got the most cover in it, but
no, it doesn't.
It's still got like hills and trees. Oh my God, that nade bounce! Oh, that was sick.
And Elevate, again, is just struggling here. At the very least, they had 3 members alive. They made it into a decent position, but they're just getting shredded now.
Holdable shields were facing the wrong way. That's the problem.
I don't think that's the only issue, but you might be right. Gats is the last one alive now as he's just hiding in the smoke, belly down.
Yeah, this is...
And LG with 8 kills already and still many more to potentially get.
And remember, Sonics, 00 Nation, Rats, all out. It's time for us to get a lead so that way we can start exploiting it, and they're doing it. I mean, Fiumba also trying to creep up. They're already tied up with Rats, so picking up any more points is going to go ahead and start putting them in the potential to be competing against Sonics, and yep, there we go. Elevate's going to get eliminated, and 9 kills with 32 still alive, and an actual pretty comfortable path into the circle is kind of scary.
Oh, very comfortable. They have complete control of the Northeast right now. So honestly, again, like I said, I'm quite worried for the other lobby, especially when LG really starts to feel themselves. 10 kills now. They're going to pick up Vinny as well from Decimate. And they just have so much control. And even if they wanted to take the fight to Fiumba after this circle shifts, even if it goes north, they have a beautiful position to do so.
ST has got to be feeling that they need more points right now. This is a team that is often talked about as being in contention for one of the teams that should be going to PGS2, right? They need to be in that top 3. Presently holding down 7th, and it's starting to look like that lead is massive, almost double between them and LG. And so ZV being in front of them is the target, and you can see not overcommitting yet, but they're realizing, okay, they've got 22 back behind him, probably playing the position from the last game. They have to keep an eye out as Cluzera goes for the shots on the side, hits Purdy, but he's going to go down and change. Now it is just good old Rybo, and he's got his eyes set on what's going on with LG, so no support to be had.
SDK now getting very dangerously close as well to fighting LG, but it does look for the time being LG is just going to hold ground. That means that SDK will get a recovery here on Purdy, but they're not in. They still have quite a bit of work ahead of them, especially just to get into this circle. They're potentially going to have to fight 22 or even Fumba.
We've been talking a lot about LG and their kills, but look at SDK, 9 kills so far. This is a much more aggressive SDK. They're using that hillside to their advantage. They're capitalizing on it, making sure to cut off rotations, gatekeeping being very, very solid. I'm curious on how they're going to handle what's going on, as it looks like they were venturing down to see what was going on with 22. But 22 learning from previous mistakes, now leaving the compound earlier. It's like they were trying to force into something into SG. I can't really, because Future and the last surviving member for Friendly Fire is inside that compound with them.
Oh, Pippin goes down after the knock, but this Posa as well going to find Benya. Wait a second. 22 starting to come alive here. They're coming out of this edge looking pretty healthy as far as gear and kills.
Car moving down. Just go ahead and give it a push, you know, so that way distracts and see if anybody shoots at it as it's going to be rolling down the hillside. Synergy, now I'm trying to figure out where they're wanting to go in. There is some... Hey, speaking of the car, there it goes. And yes, 22 Esports up on the top of it, still going to have just a good sight line into it, but it's going to be STK that slows them down.
And STK, again, still looking for more and more kills. They'd love to have a great game here. They're already having a great game, but to finish strong and potentially even get a win, or at least another 5-6 kills would be wonderful. Wipe a few more teams, get more placement points, and put themselves in a great position tomorrow. They're actually going to lose Adam, though. I don't know if they're going to... Yeah, I don't think they have time. They just have to go.
Not with 22 holding out in position. Rusty Zera lines up into Penta. It started getting a bit hairy, but manages to hold it through. Fumba now sightlines back up onto STK, and it looks like the end game is going to be elusive for them yet again, as it is Yellow Jackets, Fumba, LG, Future, 22. The only team presently not shooting at STK is Synergy, because they can't, because they're in the process of dying.
Oh, man. So that is going to be STK down again, just that one member. As Fumba is very comfortable for the time being, but look at this. LG is starting to encroach, but fortunately the circle cut out in a way that that massive berm, like that hill just behind him that would have allowed LG a way to kind of pick at Fumba is actually out. So they now have to go all the way to the east side, which is beautiful for Fumba.
Nobody moving into the valley. That's the center point for where we're going to be looking the next circles to go into. Some cover, better than last time, right? There's some things to be had. The issue is there are still a lot of very open sight lines, so that's why everybody's playing edge. Now you really can't. You have to do something, and hey, Paige is like, I'll take that kill. I'll sneak into this one. I mean, this is a good damage control game coming out from them.
Look at the circle, Bat. What do you notice?
Yep. It's a valley of death. Is the best
nothing.
way to look at it.
The answer was nothing. There's nothing to notice in the circle at all. This is, again, just been an absolutely brutal day of endings for all the teams involved here.
Remember last game when everybody was trying to use the hillside to maneuver around and break sight lines?
I mean,
now you're coming down to the hillside and there is just a completely open sight line, so completely inverted. It's fine. It's fine.
That being said, Yellow Jackets did an amazing job of recovering and make it into the circle for the time being. Magno, though, is going to find the knockout of Yappa.
Dude, I really like Future and what they're trying to pull out, but oh, Yellow Jackets! Get the kills. Vehicle's gonna roll over. It's gonna connect in. That is just going to destroy Yellow Jackets. And LG just wanted this and took it. The problem is 22 also wants them.
That was really wild. I thought for a second Yellow Jackets actually might have won that fight, but Flood came out huge. 14 kills on LG right now. And they might even be able to recover the... Or they have at least 2 members up, I should say.
Fumba realizing the tempo of the game, now moving more aggressive into Pose's positioning. Future still playing down to the south. Don't count them out. They still have one of the few cover pieces to try to play around. You can see that there's that recess of the hill that they're trying to kind of juke around to make sure that they're harassing the teams next to them. LG, if you're curious, wanted to send down this hillside so that way they could avoid Fumba and what was going on in the firefight with Synergy. And that was a very opportunistic sin. They knew it was a gamble, and it's a well-played one.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in the circle currently. LG still just on the edge here, and they have a good spot for now, but once that circle shifts, I don't think they really have anything to play at all. I don't even think they have any vehicles left. Those vehicles got trashed in that initial push. We'll see if they do. And Slavy is just trying to find the feetsies of Silzen, but no, it's going to be Draft King to answer back.
I mean, Fiumba should be dead. Let's be honest. They're fighting their way down this hillside, like 1 foot for 10 bullets every single time, but they're not relenting the sight lines. They're moving down. Zone is closing in. There goes the car. Capitan has managed to get down the hillside and managed to get pretty close to the center of the zone.
Oh, look, this is actually looking decent, though, for Fiumba, as long as they can just get one person in and start holding out the rest of the teams. It's just Future and LG stuck against the blue with really nothing in front of them to play. No vehicles, smokes, none. LG has used all of their utility, 15 kills, 2 members left. Future now also realized the detriment of their situation.
I mean, this is bad for everybody. Nobody wants to move in. This isn't a game of chicken. This is just, I need something to bend or break. I need an option to appear, and getting caught on fire, yeah, that's not the option that you really, really want, but they should be able to get the res. The downside for Fiumba right now is the fact that Future as well as LG are both kind of pinned in on them, but I mean, look at this. They're just fighting down, and finally Future decides to look into LG's sight lines, but if anything, that just let Silzen sneak down the hill.
Yeah, which is absolutely amazing for them. In fact, all of them now are getting into position, which means that this is almost a foregone conclusion. I would be shocked if Fiumba lost this game.
Good read coming out from LG. They said, nah, we're just going to give it over to the zone. Zone's going to be able to feast 11 kills for good old Fiumba. It was a scary game, and the zone did some sections of it, but let's be honest, they should have died, and they fought their way down that hillside for the victory.
They did, and they managed getting that win as well. 11 kills, amazing stuff for Fiumba. The roster that we knew had the potential. We'd seen them before, they'd had success, and they're finding it here now, shooting themselves to 2nd place.
Man, this is just the first day. We got 2 more days of America's action, and I love it when we get the whole family together. It's been wild. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the analyst as you're going to be hanging out with Toffees for here in a little while, Godspeed, and we'll see you guys in just a second with updates to the leaderboard.
It's a win for Fiumba, and that means that for one of the first times in a while, Godspeed, we have a day 1 without a repeat chicken dinner winner. That is how contested this lobby seems to be.
Yeah, and to be completely honest, man, these circles... These circles have been some of the roughest I've seen as far as our end games, right? As far as like any sort of reprieve or safety for these teams to rotate into, they have just not been there, man. It's been crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you ask the players, they'd used words like dog water or hot garbage. But if you ask me as a viewer, I'd say interesting change of pace, fascinating usage of late game tactics. And honestly, it was. We've seen the pop-up shields more than we ever have before. Yep. Usage of smokes and just some wild stuff. Like I think that the car push from Fiumba in the last game. This time, Luminosity. We thought they were done for. And somehow Flood uses a tsunami made of vehicles to take out Yellow Jackets and get deeper into the game. And that's what I think was kind of the fun of these circles for me, was seeing players just purely desperate to try anything and seeing what did and what didn't stick. And that was exciting. That made for an exciting day of PUBG.
Yeah, or even just watching the adjustments that these teams were making based off of these absolutely unfair. I mean, because they were very unfair circles. There was really not a lot to play. But some of these teams just had incredible plays into those circles. LG is definitely one that comes to mind, not only in the game before where they had that north side control, but also in this game when they pretty much just had to go for a desperate crash, but already going into that crash with 15 freaking kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely insane. So guys, that is all the games for today. We're going to go over the leaderboards real quick with you. We're going to let you know what's coming down the pipelines for the rest of the weekend. But that is it for gameplay. We've done our 6 matches. The players are packing it up. They have 12 more games to get back in this thing. Because while it was a weird day with a lot of different chicken dinner winners, it felt pretty segmented in terms of the bottom of that leaderboard felt, I don't want to say outclassed because it sounds rude, Godspeed, but it felt that way. There was some lack of luck. Elevate, I mean, how many times did they kill where it was just like, ooh, unlucky. Like stopping there just didn't work. And how could you know? But a lot of them just felt like they couldn't find their feet.
Yeah, it's just making those adjustments. Or in Elevate's case, like sometimes you just have a bad day, right? Like where your normal rotations, the things that they normally do that work just fine in these, really high-level, high-stress lobbies, they just couldn't find their footing. And that just happens. So even though they are on the bottom of the leaderboard, I would love for them to make some sort of push tomorrow, at least put themselves in the middle of the pack so that they can even try to go for qualification on our last day.
Because something you brought up in that last game that I thought was very important to sort of double down here at the end is we're not playing for top 8 positions anymore, Godspeed. This is about really the top 3 because Sonics does get an auto bid. So the highest 3 ranked teams besides Sonics goes the distance for an insane amount of money in Riyadh. And I mean, when you're watching this as an analyst and an ex-player, like, when is that point? At the end of 6 games, can you come back from 12 points? Should your fans move on and find someone else? Like, it just seems so difficult.
It is difficult, but I don't think giving up is even like really an option, especially in day 1. You still have 12 games, and we have seen some teams do some incredible things with only 6 games, right? We've seen teams have 60, 70, 80-point days, which is very possible. So I don't think it's over for Elevate just yet. I will say it's not even just Elevate, though. For the other teams as well on the bottom of the leaderboard, if they're not getting it together and just finding some consistency tomorrow, then I would say, yeah, it's time to start packing it up. But right now, I still think the possibility is there for these teams, especially because we could have a team like LG or a team like Fiumba who's doing so well kind of stumble tomorrow.
Absolutely. Now, LG did not stumble in that game. 15 kills gave them 2nd place, but a massive amount of points. They finished the day in 1st place with 74. Fiumba comes out. They've got this new roster. Capitan, Silzen. These guys were together at PGC 2021. They got 12th. They were the 12th best team in the world in 2021. Look at them now. I was curious, Godspeed. I was like, is this roster is coming back together after 2 years to make a run for it? The play feels that way, man.
It does, and that's, they still got experience on other teams while they, weren't a part of the same team together. But yeah, Fiumba's looking really great again. 66 points is a wonderful way to start the day. But also 0-0 Nation. They had a slow start. We were a little worried, like, okay, maybe this is going to be the inconsistent team that we know has the capability of doing really well, but they just can't get it together. That's not been the case. They ended up ending in 4th today, which is also going to be a massive confidence booster going into tomorrow.
Huge glow up. And for me, my favorite takeaway so far after day 1, Godspeed, is in the past at some of these events, it's felt a little bit lopsided when the regions came together. We're going out of day 1 with 4 teams in the top, 2 from each region, and all of them looking really, really good. And that gives me a lot of hope for how exciting this event is. Remember, no repeat chicken dinners. These teams look like they have wrapped their heads around the new strategies. They're using things we've never seen before. I mean, honestly, this has to be the most excited I've been about watching PUBG in years, to be honest.
Yeah, all the changes, the introduction of Taego, again, I was a little worried. It's just been, so far it's been great. It's been kind of injecting life back into competitive as well, changing things up, seeing these new strategies, the new items, the new options, whether it be emergency pickups. So it's been great, and I'm so glad that we're a part of it.
All right, real quick, Godspeed, final thoughts?
I cannot wait for tomorrow. That's really it. And I actually hope for some normal circles just to give these guys a break.
Absolutely. Maybe some cover in the final circles. We'll see what happens. Guys, there are 12 games left to play. Make sure you come back tomorrow to the same time, the same place to see who gets those top 3 spots and gets to go to PGS2 in Riyadh to play for the big bucks. Thank you so much for watching. On behalf of myself, Godspeed Match'em, everyone at Crafton and the entire production team, thank you for spending your evening with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.